ten YouTube. Jestem ciekawy w sumie. Bo się w chuj pozmieniał. Czy dalej trzeba klikać za jakąś transmisję, jak się skończy streama na YouTubie? Dobra, to jak ktoś chce, to...
Jebać to poe, odpalamy Diablo 4 na miesiąc.
Diablo 4 na miesiąc? Może nie. Dobra, jest normalnie. Właśnie na YouTubie, wydaje mi się, kurwa. Ja lubiłem streamować na YouTubie. Na YouTubie był jakiś taki klimacik zajebisty. Nie ma starego dziada? Nie no, dlaczego? G się odpaliło. Cześć YouTube, cześć YouTube. Cześć, 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 cześć. Hej, 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 hej. Ej, dobra, YouTube teraz będę chyba zawsze odpalał. Słuchaj, będzie grane, to prawda. Cześć, Nevr. No i tu mieliśmy emotkę masa, to prawda. Jest nerw Energy Shielda na bingo. Jest. Dziś co prawda wyrzuciłem tego, ale go odnajdę. To jest bingo. Pójdę wyżej od chłopaków. Będę siedzieć tylko z Kubą. Ciekawe, ile ludzi będzie na tej zapowiedzi.
Ja, Orewia Pidzam, dodam wam dywan z autografem za punkty kanału, żeby warto było je zbierać.
To nieprawda. To są pomówienia. Cóż ona robi dzisiaj? Siedzi z Jagodą. Ja w robocie. Chyba nie dzisiaj. Nadgodzinki. Kurwa, wiecie co? U mnie w pracy zrobili migrację tego. Zrobili migrację Microsoftu na zamknięcie miesiąca. I wyjebali nam wszystkie dyski, jakieś OneDrive'y i w ogóle, i nie mieliśmy dostępu do danych. Dobrze, że mój przełożony miał gdzieś zapisane to obok i mogliśmy to sobie odzyskać. Więc mieliśmy przynajmniej dane, z których mogliśmy zamknąć miesiąc, nie? A nie działa poczta. Dojebane było. Dojebane 2 dni. Stream zaczyna się o 20. O 20 będzie... Mam już odliczenie nawet. A no i teraz już streamy z PoE i w ogóle z RPG-ów pewnie będą zawsze też na YouTubie. A widzieliśmy to. Mirage dostaliśmy, więc nie widzę powodu, żeśmy nie mieli dostać Dasta 2. Nie, chcę wprowadzić do YouTube'a już na stałe. Już żeby zakodowało się w głowie, tylko jeszcze muszę ogarnąć tak, żeby muzyka była na Twitchu i żeby muzyki nie było na YouTubie. Bo to jest największy problem mój z YouTube'em. Ja bym YouTube już dawno odpalał ciągle. Nie robi mi to różnicy, to jest jedno kliknięcie dla mnie. Tylko że na Twitchu mogę puszczać muzykę, jaka mi się podoba, a na YouTubie pada claim i wywalają wam live'a. Plus YouTube ma jedną gównianą rzecz związaną z live'ami. Tam można mieć maksymalnie 12 godzin live'a. Co to jest kurwa 12 godzin? Tego dalej nie rozumiem, dlaczego tak to wygląda. Jedenaście 55, no to 12, no. Cześć Kamas. Ile wchodzi w ten dzbanek? To jest chyba 2-litrowy. Alkin. Za X-ów, czyli można płacić. To jest chyba jakaś większa akcja z tym, nie? No ale będzie trzeba zrobić tak, żeby na Twitchu była normalna muzyka, na YouTube będzie bez muzyki i wtedy YouTube sobie będzie sam odpalał własną muzykę. Bo wiem, że jest dużo ludzi, którzy wolą w ogóle na YouTube oglądać, bo tam nie ma takich reklam chamskich też, nie? I dużo ludzi ma zapewne też jakieś YouTube Premium. YouTube Premium też chyba całkiem jest pogers. Z tego co kojarzę. Który tapuje? Są jakieś liki? Nie ma żadnych lików. A jeszcze TikToka do tego dodać, to w ogóle byłby banger. Tylko na TikToku nie można palić. Kurwa, jak żyć w tym świecie?
Wyjebią miniony i będzie top liga owo.
Nie wywalam żadnych milionów. I taki fryz? No już niedługo. Wygląda jak Yoshimitsu. Nie. Jak Heihachi Mushima. Kurwa, kto nie miał udaru? Czym statujesz Flame Wallem? Jest już film, jest już opisany i czekamy na dzisiejsze noty. W sensie patch noty. Żebyśmy... Pierwsze co wchodzę, wpisuję Flame Wall i elementalistka. Jeżeli nerfy elementalistki nie będą jakieś takie, że zabijają wszystko, a domyślam się, że mogą być jakieś nerfy. Dzięki razem za Twitch sobie. Przypomnę tylko, jeśli ktoś ma Primika, to może zostawić. Nerfy będą takie, że będą na zapowiedzi. Nie będzie zapowiedzi. Dopiero w patch notach będą pewnie. Bejtowanie ludzi na flame, jaką bug fixować. A ten nie ma co bug fiksować, kurwa. Dzięki Rogo Gon. The Prime. I dzięki lasagna.pl również za Prime. A na tym YouTubie tak się pozmieniały rzeczy. Pojebane to jest. Jest ranking ludzi, którzy oglądają. Bez mechaniki sixlinków nie byłoby 8 godzin jak w 3.7. Tylko, że kurwa, to jest właśnie problem. Bo sixlinki dla ludzi, którzy grają dużo, to w te pierwsze godziny na tradzie są w stanie sobie to ogarnąć. I nie robi mi to różnicy, że mieć sixlinkę. A teraz po prostu sixlinki były no dłużej, było na rynku po prostu, nie? Ale Legiony nie warto farmić? No i bardzo dobrze. Jebać Legiony. Jebać Legiona. Nie, kolego. Tak, kolego. Tak. A Legion dalej jest chyba fajny, tylko że musi być ten ulepszony, nie? Cześć, Smok. Witam YouTube. Cześć. Legion powinien być znerfiony do ziemi. Legion Tower Defense może też być znerfiony do ziemi. I co, start ligi też o 20 mamy, bo się łapiemy jeszcze w tych ramach czasowych, jeśli chodzi o tego, o zmianę czasu. Bo to chyba dopiero pod koniec marca mamy zmianę czasu, 22, 6, 5, 4. Coś takiego, nie? I wtedy też ligę, w sensie stream też pewnie od jakiejś 20 zacznę. Jeszcze nie wiem co z młodą, czy zostaje w domu, czy idzie do dziadków na weekend. Niki smoku za premikę. Cześć Nasher. Powiem dać coś do laba, bo teraz mocno ukróci zarobek na gemach. No ale na labie masz specyficzne jewele ze skrzynek, nie? To takie zajebiście rzadkie. Tam Emperor, chyba Might. Coś kilka. Emperor jest wyjątkowy, to prawda? O, jest wyjątkowy. Wyjątkowo głuchy. Odpowiednie jewele otworzyć do bolca, jak je znaleźć. Ja wydropiłem chyba jednego w życiu z laba. Który mod chce Endera zbanować 10 minut? Zignorował głupią wiadomość? Tak, zignorowałem. Nie ma takiego wysłania głupiej wiadomości. Trzeba jeszcze za punkty wyłączyć rzeczy, że się nie spamowali jak głupki.
Ale mam chcicę na pojedziu, kurde.
O i to z tym piżamem się zgadzam, z jego wypowiedzią. O kurwica, Sobol, dziękuję ci za 300, bo ta shit. Ja zapomniałem jakie dźwięki tam były, się wystraszyłem kurwa tego. Chuja, dzięki Sobol. To moja wypada za modowanie? O, to no, na pewno. Jak ktoś dał ankietę na POE, hype or not hype? I można znaleźć tylko hype i hype. Pierwszy raz chyba widzę donate'a.
Nie nubek, tylko jestem siwy.
Kurwa, no jestem siwy, no co mam zrobić? No ale lepiej być siwym niż łysym, no już to ustaliliśmy. Zapowiedź PE czy dwójki? Jedynki. Dwójki będzie pod koniec kwietnia. Zapewne liga będzie majówka albo po majówce. Strasznie radośnie, ale ja siwieję od 25 roku życia jakoś. Mój ojciec tak samo miał. 25 lat i pierwsze siwe włosy. Ale dzisiaj, jeśli będziecie oglądali na Twitchu przez chyba godzinę, macie czas do jutra, od 20 dzisiaj, to dostajecie skin, który działa i w jedynce, i w dwójce. Tak, są nagrody. Tylko, że...
Nie mam dwububieguno, a ty też wypierdalasz.
Nie ma dwubiegunówki, a nie, dobra, ty też wypiodasz. Nightbot muszę wejść i mamy nagrody, mogę mi pokazać, jak wyglądają. Bo nagrody... A, mamy jeszcze jedną rzecz w ogóle do pokazania w sumie. Dobra. To są nagrody. Może nie jest to najpiękniejsze na świecie, ale działa na tarczę, to jest spoko. Działa i w PE1, i w PE2. PE2 lepiej wyglądają. No. Pamiętajcie, żeby zlinkować swoje konto tylko. Więc jak sobie wejdziecie...
Exiles.
Jak sobie wejdziecie... na swoje konto, to jeśli jest połączone, to będzie wyglądało w ten sposób.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director of Path of Exile 2.
Jeśli mnie użyje Teama, to Maven. Wasze nocy wyjdą od razu po zapowiedzi zapewne. Pierwsze to w ogóle w 21 roku były, te ścigałe. Były obrzydliwe. To chyba były losowe dropy jakieś. Najwyraźniej, że Juska nie ma. No nie ma Juska. Nagroda wpadła dopiero po podlinkowaniu i zalinkowaniu ponownie konta. No to się dość łatwo robi, no. To są 2 kliknięcia, ale ja nigdy nie miałem problemu z dropami. Szczerze mówiąc. Zawsze to raczej działało ok. Włączę wam od razu. Zabrałem wam punkciki na ten moment. Dzięki Kapitan Morgan za tego, za słupka. Niech zdrowie. Mam coś mi wisi na gardle cały czas, nie wiem co to jest. 666 dup. Cześć Fabian. Ile trzeba na dropa oglądać? Chyba godzinę. Ty wysłała chyba linka do forum. 45 minut, ale macie czas do jutra aż, więc na spokojnie. Jeszcze na chwilę, nie? Tak, od 20 do 20 godzin możecie oglądać kogokolwiek, to będzie streamował połę. Nie, chyba powinien od razu być kapten, wiesz? W ogóle. Czyli brzeczu. Czy był jakiś teaser? Był jeden teaser. Był teaser jeden, w którym pokazali nam teraz go namierzyć. Pokazali bronie nowe. Ale gdzie to kurwa jest? To na X się pokazali? I jeden z tych temu wygląda pojebanie dobrze. Mianowicie Bino wygląda pojebanie. Wiecie, szukam. Szukam. Cześć. Dobra, mam to. Pokazali nam Bino i Essential Sanguiza. To są dwa dropy, które są T0. Czyli są najrzadszymi przedmiotami w grze. No i one były gówniane. Rzeczywiście, nasze Bino się grało. Jakkolwiek. Ale Bino dostał takiego kurwa buffa, że to jest niepojęte. Te Sanguizy dostały lekkiego buffa, chyba więcej obrażeń po prostu miały. Plus mają podwójne liczowanie, które jest po to, żeby skontrolować Ghost Reava. Teraz nie widzicie. Co po to, żeby skontrolować Ghost Reava. Mają 250 Energy Shielda. Mają spoko atak. No chociaż nie, to nie jest spoko. Ale Bino dostał 3 metry poison, który się roznosi i 400 życia. I dla tych, którzy nie wiedzą, jaka to jest różnica. Takie małe to. To jest aktualne jakby rozszerzenie się na Bino. Nie? To jest 1,5 metra. I to jest jako nearby. I to napisała, że też jest ważne. Można tutaj skalować teraz Arię. Aktualna Aria po update'cie będzie taka. I to jest baza, którą można rozwijać. Czyli z takiego główienka dostaliśmy 3 metry, które dodatkowo Increase Area powinien normalnie na to działać. Jakie buildy chcą to zagrać? Mamba. Przecież to jest do tapowania całego Legionu na hita. Na Mambie. Mamba wchodzi i jebie... Ten Legion będzie się zaświecał i zgasał cały czas. To jest odklejone na Mambę. I ma Stacker Mamba z tym będzie miała popierdolony clear. Totalnie odklejone to będzie. I nie trzeba grać w Pathfinderki wtedy. Tylko można zrobić to na Asasynie. Tylko, że to T0. Tak, prawda. No ale to robisz cokolwiek innego. Myślę, że to też spoko będzie na jakimś Slayerze pod Poison. No teraz może wywalić cenę, jeśli będzie na to jakiś build ciekawy. Ale to byłoby pojebane, jakby Bino kosztowało 50 divów. Jak powyżej gigabajtu, to pewnie dodali jakieś nowe skiny. Teraz może cokolwiek kosztować, nie? Ale różnica jest bardzo duża. Jakby z 1,5 na 3 metry, które się jeszcze skalują. I 400 HP regenu za darmo. Jest totalnie popierdolone. Plus Bino ma bardzo dobry crit chance, ma bardzo dobre bazowe obrażenia. Ten dagger jest totalnie fajny. A, supporter paki tam weszły na 100%. O snusach? Ja nigdy nie brałem snusów. U mnie w Ligi kto tak napisał, niestety prolip z Bino działa na kill, a na stacji się Legionu mopki nie umierają. Oczywiście, że się myli. A jak niby było z rozchodzeniem się kurwa Essence Drainu? I Explode działa normalnie? Czemu miałby to nie działać? Ale może jest tam jakiś fix na to, może to jest jakiś fixet w tą stronę. Tylko Explode też jest on kill. Więc to byłoby dziwne, jakby nagle Bino nie miało działać, a Explode działa, Essence Drain, Contagion normalnie. Ciekawe, czy ktoś zagra po takie skalowanie się Arii. A działają robaki z Bino? Czy nie działają? Bo to jest on kill poison enemy. Robaki. Czy robaki nie działają już w ogóle on kille? Na nie. Po tych wszystkich robakowych buildach. Bo na pewno nabija się na nich Fortify. Tu można naprawdę pojebane rzeczy robić z tym Bino. Te z flaszki, no. Robaki z flaszki. Nie pamiętam jak tam on kille działały. I właśnie, Slay the Spire jakoś wychodzi niedługo, nie? Też. Essentiale Pidzam jakiś Dual Strike na drugiej stronie Jacka pod Endu plus Frenzy. To jest spoko, że jak zagrasz 2, to masz plus 500 Energy Shielda, nie? To byś miał shielda w drugiej ręce. Plus masz 20% bloka i 10% fast attacku. Tylko już w tym momencie one nie były grane. One musiały mieć tutaj do 1000 przynajmniej. Że to miało jakikolwiek sens. I to bardziej jako item startowy. To nie powinien być w ogóle T0 według mnie. To powinno być T3, T2. Z takimi statystykami. Fajne jest to, że ma licza not remove at full energy shield, nie? Co w teorii tak możemy sami sobie zrobić, jeśli mamy tego rozdanego, jak on się nazywał. Jeżeli mamy rozdanego Ghost Dance'a i mamy mniej evasion ratingu niż energy shielda, to wtedy energy shield jest obcięty o trochę i overreach już normalnie działa. Więc jakby to mamy w grze wbudowane. Chyba że to odbugują. To byłaby lekka lipa. W sumie to byłby duży nerw do tych buildów. Ale wolne są te klaby też, nie? 1.6 na klabie to jest malutko. Tam do 2.0 się roluje. Jezu, ja oczekuję, że będzie taki banger, że wstaję i od razu nie dotykam nawet nic. Samo się dzieje. Gdzie powiedziałem, że to jest T0? Jest taki Unique Tiers. I mamy takie coś jak analizę tierów. I mamy uniki od T5 do T0. Z czego one zostały ustalone na podstawie ich wypadania. I potwierdzone to zostało przez GG. Power Ladder. Mamy uniki i są opisane ich tiery. I to są sanguisy, nie? Sanguis są T0. I to można sprawdzić po tym, ile kosztują pyłku u tego. Kto to tam teraz robi? U wroga. Binio też jest T0, tak. I T0 to jest po prostu najrzadszy przedmiot w grze. To jest porównywalne z Bloodem, dosłownie, dropem. T0. To będą najdroższe przedmioty, jeśli chodzi o pyłkowanie. No i teraz Ephemeral Edge również jest T0, a był T3 bodajże. Czyli jeśli wypadł wam którykolwiek z tych unikalnych przedmiotów, kiedykolwiek, to jakby wam wypadł najrzadszy. Tylko, że wiadomo, one mają jeszcze swoje wagi. Więc nieporównywalny jest Mage Blood na przykład z Lensglarem, bo łuków statystycznie leci tak więcej niż pasków. I tu wiecie, jakby w ten sposób trzeba na to patrzeć. Tu jest pyłek. Ja polecam, jest taki add-on do trade'a. Po Ligę temu się bawiliśmy nim. I możemy dać Sanguis. Taki add-on, który przelicza od razu itemy na stronie, pokazuje wam, ile pyłku są warte. To chyba się nie odpalił. O dziwo. Więc serdecznie witam. To jest Easy Exile się nazywa. Znaczy nie wiem, czemu się nie odpalił. Nie chce się odpalić. No ale on pokazuje właśnie, ile pyłku są warte dane przedmioty. Bo jeśli na przykład item jest jeszcze skryptowany, ma quality, to pyłku jest więcej i przelicza go jakby per pyłek. I to jest ciekawe w ogóle, że Shade of Solaris jest T1 unikiem. Tak, no ale tam też jest przelicznik budowany, już trade'a mam. Cześć Midran. Bloodseeker mnie częściej dropią, no. Chyba nie ma soul, nie kojarzę przynajmniej. Pyłek do disenchantowania przedmiotów, żeby potem można było używać pyłku do rekombinatorów. Czy AW-Trade nie pokazuje? Nie kojarzę. Cześć HaloFX. Dziękuję za słupkę. 19 miesięcy. 19 lat razem. What the fuck? Ci, co oglądają na YouTubie, odpalić sobie też Twitcha, żeby sobie dropy pozgarniać. Tam jest darmowy skinek do garnięcia. Przy okazji. Cześć, kto Persi. No, mój szef mi już w sumie przyklepał ten urlop, tylko musimy się wyrobić z rzeczami przed tym. A jak się wyrobię z rzeczami przed tym, to będzie normalnie 3 dni urlopowe. 2 latka nam stykają, kominiarz, grubo. Zero name, dziękuję również za 3 miesiące. No tak, tak, Steelmage mieszka w Katowicach teraz. Przyprowadzi się, on ma żonę, nie? Polkę. Jak się mówi szefowi, chce urlop na grę, ja zaznaczam, że urlop, mówię szefowi, że biorę urlop, on pyta się, liga jest? To mówię tak. A, luz. Tak to u mnie wygląda. No wie, że streamuję, że gram w gierki i wie, że na ligi biorę sobie urlopy. Co różnica? W teorii waszego pracodawcy powinno chuj obchodzić, na co bierzecie urlop. Nie macie w ogóle nie musicie mówić, co będziecie robili na urlopie. Bo takie coś nie istnieje. Czy szef Deoki zamiata? Nie, on nawet nie wiem, czy jakiś odpalił sobie streama. Nie, ale jestem też tak umówiony, że jak mam urlop, to wiadomo, że jestem też pod telefonem. Jakby specyfika naszej pracy jest taka, że my trochę nie mamy urlopu do końca, tylko jesteśmy zawsze pod telefonem, bo specyfika po prostu tego, co my robimy, jest dość duża. Akurat to będzie w gorącym okresie, więc zapewne będzie taki dzień, że nawet w dzień urlopowy będę musiał popracować kilka godzin. 3 dni nie brałem więcej. Powiem tylko, że napłaczę, że nie ma urlopu na wakacje i to też nie jest prawda, mały rumek. Ile mam dni urlopowych w roku? 20 parę? 28? 25? A gdzie pracujesz? Nie powiem, gdzie pracuję, a jestem analitykiem finansowym. 26. No to mogę na 3 tygodnie dziś wyjechać z nią i ten będę miał dni urlopowe, że sobie porać po. Czy tak. Dropa o 20, tak. Czy analitycy nie stracili pracy przez AI? Nie. Jeszcze trochę to potrwa. Żeby analitycy stracili pracę przez AI. Plus dużo firm nie będzie chciało pracować jako analityków finansowych. Czy prawda, że opierałem ludziom chwilówki? Nie. A może? O 20 zwiastun, tak. Nie, ja nie biorę więcej niż 3 dni na ligę. Jak nie wykorzystuję urlopu, bo my raczej nie jesteśmy jakimiś wakacyjnymi świrami, że jeździmy gdzieś, to wtedy wykorzystuję je w grudniu. I wtedy sobie robię miesiąc wolnego od pracy. Rzeczywiście. No w tym roku było tak, że cały grudzień przesiedziałem w domu. Ten jeszcze początek stycznia siedziałem. Też jestem analitykiem w branży finansowej i naszych, którego pojebało srogoność AI, to u mnie tego nie będzie raczej. U mnie ciężko będzie. Ja mam bardzo dużą specyfikę firmy. A ramek let's go. I bardziej oni musieliby opłacić kogoś, żeby napisał AI pod naszą firmę, który byłby ładowany tylko i wyłącznie danymi z naszej firmy. I być może to się kiedyś wydarzy, no. Tylko, że ja jak przychodziłem na analityka firmowego, biznesowego, dzięki Mavcon i dzięki Akito, to ja nie miałem pojęcia o nic o finansach. Ja byłem brany tylko dlatego, że jestem dobry z Excela. i jakby logika myślenia, jeśli chodzi o różne rzeczy. Więc bardziej oni patrzyli na mnie pod względem matematyczno-excelowym i logicznym niż nad wiedzą finansową. Nigzagi. Widzi oprócz są. Czyli ze mną stałą. No jestem też od Big Daty. Całkiem myślę, że dobry. Więc u mnie w firmie taki dział, w którym mogą mnie wykorzystać, jest pewnie więcej niż jeden. Jest kilka nawet. No u mnie, ja pracuję w takim dużym molochu, jeśli chodzi o firmę. Tych działów tam jest od chuja, no. Więc miałbym wstęp do wielu działów. Jesteś big. A jak nie, to wrócę na budowę i pierdolę, będę jeszcze lepsze pieniądze zarabiał. Tylko, że trzeba będzie więcej pracować. O Numpi i Pytonie. Wiem, że tam jest rozwój, ale nie wiem, czy mi się chce rozwijać już w tamtą stronę. Ja bym bardziej... Teraz bym się pobawił nawet w tą budowlankę głupią. Tylko, że pewnie bym próbował coś nowego, co prowadzić do Polski. Tak, nie wiem, były te drukarki na ściany, nie wiem, czy kojarzycie. To myślałem, czy nie kupić takiej jednej drukarki na ścianę i nie wypożyczać w Polsce po prostu. Że sobie latała tam na roboty. To w którymś momencie był taki straszny boom w Polsce na to. Przyjeżdża wam chłop, rozstawiam tylko taką coś przy ścianie i tam jest drukareczka, dajecie jej projekt i na całej ścianie macie jakby tapetę. Tylko, że no bez tapety. I wydrukowaną na ścianie. Jedenaście minut. A wy czat, czym się zajmujecie w robocie? Proszę tutaj odpowiadać. Zaraz sprawdzimy. A zobaczymy, to się opierdala. Jak bardzo. Czemu nikt nic nie napisał na streamie? Global Operations Support Agent? Ale to tylko brzmi cool. Kurwa, brzmi zajebiście. Naprawdę wywalił mi czat na Twitchu. Wywaliło mi czat na Twitchu. Wojo, Fabian i normalnie pracuje tam w jakiejś jednostce. Zezyko, dziękuję ci za słupka. Good, coś tam dla ciebie. Wypożyczam generatory na eventy? Kurwa, komornik? Ja trenuję rekinę. Kurwa, kłamstwo. Był jakiś taki widz, który był w Wrocławiu, pracował w akwarium i miał nagrać filmik, jak głaszcze rekina i już nigdy nie wrócił. Kurwa, Mateusz, przeżyłeś spotkanie z rekinem 6 lat temu? Kurwa, jak to? Ty żyjesz? Grafik 3D? Denis, tak? GTRP modding, o kurwa. Jestem full stackiem w niedużej firmie komunikacji i jestem bezpieczny. Cześć Rebe. Admin IT, o kurwa. Tutaj będzie coś jak Echoes of the Atlas, Seeds of the Atlas, nie mam pojęcia. Kówlina wymiar zrobić ci, brałem kurwa jakiś czas temu. Dzięki Lotka i dzięki Linę. Jakbyście chciał budować w Bieszczadach. Starostwo powiatowe, oho. Dzięki za słupka, dzięki Septun za Prima. Jeśli ktoś ma jeszcze Prime, to jest dobry moment, żeby zostawić. Same wykształciuchy tutaj. O, inteligentny czat, wiecie, jaki streamer, taki czat, to wiadomo, że jesteście inteligentni. Nie. Dzięki Willy za 7 miesiąc. Przeciwieństwa się przyciągają. O, już problemy, już ciężary. Oho. Papa Twitch. Halo. Wyglądnik za Prima. I dobra, strona mi się nie ładuje, a wraca. Do żywych. Jebło to jebło. Mam nadzieję, że nie będzie się jebało. Ładna niebieska kapota w UI nie pasuje. Nie, już teraz w czarnym chodzę znowu. Tu nie pasuje. O co ci chodzi? Cześć James Uwo. Do Iwan, dziękuję ci za słupka, 4. miesiąc. Robię części do maszyn medycznych. Jak jadłeś APAP, witaminę C czy twoje tabletki, po to jest spora szansa, że były one pokonane na naczynie, które produkuje. Tak. Korp poświęcił największej firmie marketingu w Polsce. Nie, Orbi nie wpiszę. Ja pracuję z robotami na magazynie ciuchów, który lata pół Polski. Inspektor ochrony środowiska. No to byłoby bystry fajne. Siema, 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 siema. Cześć, 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 cześć. Hej, 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 hej. Dajcie o połączeniu, żeście mieli od tej 20. Ty w rogu co robisz? Ty stoisz przy ulicy. Ja pracuję i na miejscu i zdalnie. Tykam korporacją licencję CSP. No, ładnie, ładnie, Kleko. Witam, dzień dobry. Kto ta wraca, no? W ogóle wiecie? Widzieliście o tym? Wszyscy będziemy grali w piłkarzyki. Tak będzie. Będzie recording odpalić. Ja lubiłem też Totę, bardzo lubiłem. Zobaczymy, no. Jeżeli to tutaj jest Octavian, to bardzo możliwe, że coś w Endgame się zmieniło. Nie ma napisów Yeti, w jakim sensie, na YouTubie. Że po polsku to nie będzie. No dobra, 2 minutki. To można już w sumie odpalić też nagrywanie przy okazji. Dzień dobry YouTube. Razem oglądamy sobie zapowiedź. Również jest stream na YouTubie. Dla tych, co nie wiedzą, jeśli wolą oglądać sobie w innym miejscu niż Twitch. Bo można sobie... Teraz raczej będę więcej streamował na tym YouTubie. Chcę go wprowadzić już tak na stałe. Którzy nie wiedzą, miejmy nadzieję, że będzie coś dobrego. Miejmy nadzieję, że dodadzą coś nowego do Endgame'u. Potem przejdziemy sobie przez całą stronę zapowiedzi, standardowo, ale tym razem chyba będziemy również słuchali, o czym będą rozmawiali na wywiadzie, na tym Q&A, bo bez Juska i z Octavianem może być to dość ciekawe. Na YouTubie nie ma dropu, tylko i wyłącznie na Twitchu. Miejmy nadzieję, że będzie banger. Na pewno będzie banger. Kaluję to będzie najlepsza liga od lat. Tak będzie, tak. Kopium. Same buffy, z żadnych nerfów, buffy na najgorsze skille, które najmniej są grane. Tak będzie, Skyrocket. Na pewno tak będzie, na 1,000,000% tak będzie. Nie może być inaczej. Dzięki za subki na Twitchu. Jakby było za cicho, bo za głośno też mi piszcie, proszę. Cześć Mark. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Mirage, which is coming out 1 week from now on March 6th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below. Now first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
The Jinn. They were bound to serve, but not to suffer. The Aphrodite sought our lands, trapping my Jinn in an astral plane.
Bridge?
Break their chains, rescue them, and you will be granted a wish.
So interrogarno. Reality. jak
An
bridge.
ancient evil yearns for his freedom. We must keep him in the dark.
Zajebiste. Puste. Relikwia ascendencji. Będzie sakem ascendencji. I gemy miały w ogóle plusy, jak dodatkowe supporty.
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Mirage, where you'll unravel ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful rewards, and become part of the eons-old story of the Winter Sekima. There are also significant in-game changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the in-game storyline, a new in-game atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match. After that, we want to talk about the slew of new Holy Templar skills and supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar. Next, we'll cover our new supporter packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile game director Mark, as well as game designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT or 2 PM PST.
Shaped regiony,
So let's get
memory
started.
vaulty.
I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts,
Hey,
Game
Mark.
Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be taking on the Ufarud, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries. They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Ufarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown.
A to wygląda jak bridge.
You must
Nie
fight your
przejąłem
way
bridge'u?
past the Ufarud's necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Varashta, an ancient Marikith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then be asked by Varashta to enter the Astral Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn. Now, when we say an imperfect copy, we mean that quite literally. Hold tight, because this leak mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas. We'll get to that in a moment.
Mapa w mapie, czyli można dwa razy
Varashta
rysować
can
mapę.
augment the magic of the Mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes before you do so.
What is your desire?
These wishes are modifiers that will apply to the Mirage area and have some pretty potent outcomes. There are wishes that grant extra rewards, such as the
kurwa,
wish
to
for
ja
glyphs,
nieźle.
which causes all portal and wisdom scrolls in the Mirage to instead drop as other currencies.
To wygląda bardzo ciekawie.
Or wishes that will spawn rewarding enemies, such as the wish for avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies that convert their equipment drops to gold. And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the Mirage, such as the
Litery.
wish for souls or the wish for godhood, which
Yes,
allow you
yes,
to
I
consume the
can't
souls
die.
of your enemies or make you completely unkillable, while within the Mirage, of course. Each wish is also marked with the sigil of one of 3 powerful Jinn: the Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn, or Water Jinn. Depending on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected Mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies: a coin of knowledge, coin of power, or coin of skill.
To jest do koruptowania
Each of these
skilli.
coins can be used on a max-leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used.
Level 1 Vicious Projectile. Ale porąbane.
Only one skill that is imbued this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an
Okay.
example.
Choose what you wish.
That's
Czyli
one of the
jeden
rewards,
skoinowany.
but let's get back to the area-to-area mechanic. Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Djinn. Shatter this chain to free the Djinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Afarud may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a Mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Djinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Djinn.
Czyli wszystkie mechaniki da się
Mirages
kopiować.
created from an endgame map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map
kurwa.
modifiers the area had.
2 razy wszystkie skaraby działają tę
Mirages
mapę.
created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open.
To jest po prostu
Blights can be
odbicie.
defended again. Legions fought once more, and so on. Effectively, you get a portion of your map to play a second time, and everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage.
Czyli dosłownie
And
2
this has
razy
some side
używamy
effects.
skarabów na mapie.
For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change.
Okej, czyli
More
są
importantly, the mechanic may be empowered, with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic and are only
Opalający
available when doing
strongbox.
that mechanic in the Mirage. For example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again, or
O
Quicksand will
kurde, to-
grasp at your ankles.
To jest grube w takim razie, że to
As a
jest tutaj
reward for these
mechaniki,
new
nowych
threats,
mechanik.
Mirage ultimatums can provide the new Sinistral or Dextral catalysts.
3 nowe rzeczy to będą wypalać
These
się.
catalyze jewelry with increased effect of either prefix or suffix modifiers.
O,
As you can imagine, there's a
Słucham?
lot of potential here. Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a Thaumaturgic Hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of Thaumaturgic dust. Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Afarud enemies, infested with Blight.
oni dosłownie
This
dali
lane can reward a new base type,
nowe rzeczy
the
do
Cord
wszystkich mechanik.
Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed,
Can be
causing it to
anointed?
grant a passive tree notable of your
Co?
choosing.
What the fuck?
As a quick note, Imprisoned Djinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area. As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Djinn. So your campaign experience will double down
Okay.
on being more action-packed and rewarding.
Specjalnie dodali mechaniki obok tej mechaniki
Now,
nowej,
of
żeby można
course,
było korzystać
if you're
podczas
traveling
aktowania.
through
To jest spoko.
Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The
Mam nadzieję, że każde
Afarud are
mechaniki
not
gdzieś
only
dali.
torturers, but thieves.
Aha.
And have over the centuries stolen away priceless Maraketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such artifact, an ancient and exquisite Maraketh blade that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies.
Wither daje po
However,
prostu poisony.
Varashta has in her command the power to restore these once lost Maraketh treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters in Mirages allows any unique obtained from the Afarud to be transformed into its Maraketh counterpart,
Okej.
its glorious original form.
Przywracanie uników do
Flesh
starej
Render,
formy.
for example, transforms into Sky Sunder, the original Maraketh blade that radiates with the glowing heat of the desert sun. When
Jest
you
to
ignite
fajne,
monsters,
z Prinem.
Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area. If you meddle with the affairs of the Upper Road for too long, though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new endgame boss, Suresh of the Weeping Black. Suresh also has a set of powerful, exclusive items. Yours for the taking, if you're able to defeat him.
To jest
So
bardzo
that's the
silne.
Mirage League.
To było
Now,
100% kryta.
To face all the new evils, you might want
Po
some
prostu.
righteous skills, some holy skills. In 328, you'll have access to a slew of new options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over
Jezu,
a few
dziękuję.
examples.
Zajebiście.
With holy hammers, you slam the ground to call down a hammer of justice from the sky.
Nie ma cooldownu.
If this hits an enemy, an additional holy hammer will cascade forwards,
Aha.
which itself can further cascade, and so forth. Expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams. The more numerous your
Co?
foes, the more instruments of holy
Oni są
judgment.
pojebani. Co to jest?
Sweep is an old skill. In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in
prawda.
Path of Exile,
To jest jeden z
over
starszych skill w grze.
15 years ago. It's been long overdue for some attention. With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match. Some enemies
Zajebiste.
struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts.
Ej, dobra, to jest
When
banger
successfully
totalny.
hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely.
Warlock.
These weapons are
Diablo 2.
minions, and will
What?
attack with
No,
Holy
Warlock
Strike themselves
Power?
whenever you do.
No way.
These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage.
Ja to wygląda jak jakiś
Stand
Warlock.
against your foes with Shield of Light, a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light.
No takie sobie.
Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts,
To wygląda
exploding
ciekawie.
outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire
To
damage.
wygląda jak nowa
But
rzecz
only
na
those who
wszystkich
did not
supportów.
inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of holy sentinels. Or friends,
No
when
właśnie.
they're online. We've also added sources of this
Trzeba
debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels,
Hollywood, okej.
and the Guardian Ascendancy class.
Więcej Halloween Flame'ów na przeciwnikach i meleki po prostu je nakładają.
We also have
Albo
another batch
extra
of new
więcej.
transfigured gems, with
No i
many
tak
of
to
these
będzie.
being variants for gems which previously had none.
Ja tam wilkuszkę zasłaniałem.
One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own. You might also enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction that follows you as you dive into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes. Speaking of the patch notes, as always, we love to shake up the meta. So we've done a bunch of balance adjustments to a few other things as well, such as a pass on bloodline classes, expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike, Holy Flame Totem,
Dobra, pojebałem
and
sobie
Dominating
przodu,
Blow.
Co
We're
to
also doing
jest?
our usual improvement to some of the least played Ascendancy classes. This time with a focus on Guardian and Warden.
Okay.
Speaking of Ascendancies, let's talk about the Scion
Oho.
and her
Let's go.
new
Fun Scion.
Reliquarian Ascendancy class. For those that have played the Legacy of Freesia events, this class will seem familiar. The Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found from throughout Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the level of all your auras and gives them a much larger area of effect. Or instead,
Okay.
take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits. Next, pick from a unique weapon power. Widow Hail greatly increases the bonuses gained from your quiver.
100%
Or
bonusu z Quivera,
Martyr's
co?
Teaching, which causes your minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons. Lastly, pick your Crown Jewel, a
Oj,
unique
Bowie.
jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself. Or take Astramentus, simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes.
Bardzo ciekawe to jest.
Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will change.
O, to jest
If you
bardzo
don't
fajne.
like what she offers this expansion, hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one. Time
That's
to
bardzo
move on to the
ciekawe.
endgame.
With this expansion, we are aiming to liven up the endgame, giving players new experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks. Extensive changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps, without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful.
In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story. How she helped defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from
Będzie
it.
koniec z Zaną pewnie. Będzie z nią walka.
In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas. Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely.
Oho.
To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane.
Co to są regiony, kurwa?
27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile
Czas mam
3.1.0,
ciarki.
the War for the Atlas, we had a mechanic on the Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps. The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions.
Bardzo
We
średnio.
realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps.
The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example, instead of having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, just locate and select Mesa on your Atlas, put in your map item, click activate, and you're good to go.
Młodych tablety.
That Mesa may drop a Tier 11 map. You can then immediately return to your map device, which will default to the last map run,
To
and
jest
then run it
zajebisty
again.
system.
Or choose a new map to use it on. It's
To
your
jest
choice.
bardzo dobre. Tak powinno wyglądać tablety w PoE 2.
This is one of the many benefits to this change, which is that if you are the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over and over, or the type of player who prefers to jump around, it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them at a moment's notice. For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards,
Ale to
and
nie
you
jest złe,
decide you
to
need
jest
a change of
zajebiste.
rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming Atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency.
Brak...
Up until now,
Brak...
this would have
Zaraz sobie
required having
wyjaśnię,
some
dlaczego
Mesa maps
zajebiste.
stashed, setting all your favorite maps to Mesa, or doing a whole bunch of trading. You'll also notice that the structure of the Atlas has changed. If you haven't played in a while, here's a look
To
at
jest
it before
zajebiste.
and after. You will now
Nasze
begin at
Atlas.
the center of the Atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 Voidstone slots.
Co to kurwa jest?
In addition, all content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the Atlas, so you can see everything available in the endgame as you reveal the Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the Atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete Hall of Grandmasters every league. You now
To
gain
dobrze.
1 Atlas skill point per unique map completed, up to a maximum of 10. Given there are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any Atlas skill points. These are
to
being
dobrze.
moved to new places, and actually, you can get more than before.
132, okej.
Due to Zana's actions, Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery: arcane astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the Atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the Atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions.
Więcej karencji,
For
Ensemble
example,
Breacha.
an abyssal region, which causes all the maps to have an additional abyss. Or a blighted region, which adds a blight encounter. Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier. This means as you progress through the shaped region, maps you run will become more and more intense,
To jest odklejone.
with the relevant mechanic getting more and more juiced. Finally, at the end of the region of maps, once you have successfully rid the Atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the Atlas, so you're
Peter
able to
Touch,
target a certain vault if
2.0.
you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward. One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or the Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items. This new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that want to engage with this new system while still wanting to run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables
Dziękuję.
exactly that.
Bardzo dobrze. Już od
With
razu
all the new
wiedziałem.
endgame changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly navigating the new Atlas. When using the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map, so running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your Atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run.
Podoba mi się.
When you
Bardzo mi się
select a
podoba.
special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, If you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device in the right spot.
Pojebane to jest.
That's
Lekko.
the core of the new endgame. But there's a lot more endgame changes coming in 3.28. Let's blast through them. Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping
Oni są
experience.
odklejeni, kurwa, naprawdę.
And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work so you can spend more time doing what you love, killing monsters and getting loot. To that end, we've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment.
Więcej
We've
lutu.
removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely.
Bardzo
The loss
dobrze.
of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places.
Z 25% map quantity.
Voidstones
Zaliczenia.
now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your atlas,
Global
including
bonusy.
adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports.
Za dużo.
We'll elaborate more on that in the next section. T17 maps, as you know it, have effectively been removed.
Nie ma to
The bosses
17.
have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original
Koniec.
purpose of being a gateway to target
Są
farm uber
też
pinnacle
te
bosses.
16.
The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced. No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills. And no more will you be incapable of dealing damage
Dziękuję.
periodically.
Tak, bardzo dobrze.
Petal skills in Originator maps have been removed. However, some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads. Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your atlas, will now drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you to save it for later
Okej,
or
to
trade
można
it at your leisure.
tradować się tym. No i zajebiście.
We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some
4 mody?
truly tempting logbooks. And for those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional will place a true antagonist-level rogue exile threat in your map.
Co?
Empowered by every type of Wildwood Wisp, possessed by a Tormented Spirit, augmented with rare
Jaka
monster
świnia,
modifiers, and affected by a shrine, this exile is not to be trifled with.
Ciekawe.
Alongside that, we've also changed some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map. On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage and Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod. Check out the new
5%
The Paths
dużo.
Not Taken Keystone, which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards. But which
As in
ones
the
can
map.
drop will be a mystery.
Zajebiste.
And last but not least,
O,
we've also
statki
made some
toną.
changes to King's March shipping, such
Topimy.
as we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops. I wonder what this new port will send back. Ports will now give more rewards for favored resources, and you can even re-roll them for gold if they're not offering what you're after. Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you want.
Nie utopili.
Not to mention, the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on, such as the Rune Graft of Fury, which causes you to gain rage on using a life
4
flask,
za flaszkę.
and
Okej.
the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration. We mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone enabling access to exceptional supports.
Jest ich 60
So let's get
ponad.
into that, as there's a decent amount to cover. After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, this Voidstone allows new, exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is being phased out. Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character,
Greater
but there's
Spell
existed a
Cascade.
gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect,
Okej,
as
dlatego to był
opposed
taki
to some of
efekt,
the
jak tam
simpler
rosło
awakened
coś.
supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals here is to provide interesting build choices even at later levels
very
and deep
support.
into the endgame. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are over 40 new exceptional supports to discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to take on those challenges.
Oni są pojebani.
For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing
Okay.
chaos damage.
Żabki?
From
Żabki
the
build?
Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support, which causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time,
the
detonating
fuck?
as you approach for massive damage. Defeating the incarnation of Neglect may win you the Frost Mage support. Similar to the existing Archmage support, you are rewarded for stacking mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage.
To
We'll
ciekawe
tease some more
bardzo.
of these before launch, but there will be many, many more for you to discover. Keepers of the
Więcej cold
Flame
damage'u.
is coming back. However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls in Hive encounters.
Oho,
In order to address these concerns, we'll be making a number of changes.
oho.
One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles, meaning that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent that, walls and hive encounters will now be destroyed by any damage.
Okej, to jest spoko.
But we also wanted to make sure we reduce the visual clutter they cause.
Bardzo dobrze.
Hives and their walls are now smaller. To allow
Jeszcze
players to engage with
ścianki,
hive encounters quicker when they do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls. For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block hive encounters or unstable breaches, if you want.
Bardzo dobrze. Zajebiście.
Now that this is a
tak się
core
robi
league,
mechaniki
we
ligowe.
don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats. Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you can have multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area, for maximum ruckus.
To jest stary
Speaking of
bridge.
Atlas Tree and
W
Scarab
sumie.
support, we've added plenty. Here are a few examples. The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps. The Breach
Ekspedycji,
Scarab
idealnie.
of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or Hive Fortress, while the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from Hive monsters in all subsequent waves. Graft items will no longer exist, but we've moved several of the graft skills to new exceptional supports,
Okej.
such
Czyli
as the Hiveborn support, which summons an army of breach minions to do your bidding when you use a supported offering skill,
bardzo wykorzystanie.
and the Foul
Rączek.
Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach them.
Dodajcie to z Fire'em,
We're
proszę.
looking forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer. From the new bosses and their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn Uniques. Also with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breach Lords in the future. That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot. From a new in-game system, several new reward types,
new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame. However,
Zapowiedź.
an important part of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now.
You can now favorite trades on the currency exchange.
No to też widzieliśmy.
This consists of selecting 2 currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click, and setting them as a favorite trade. Favorite trades will appear by default on opening the currency exchange, and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data. A further improvement to the currency exchange is the ability to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open. Now, when trading in a full set of divination cards, it will automatically be handed in to become the resultant item. If you then turn in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space to do so. Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive. The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item. When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized. The ritual icon will now glow if you've got significant unspent tribute in an area and all rituals are complete.
Czy coś nowego tutaj
And a
będzie w
pop-up
ogóle?
will appear after the final ritual completion. Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals. Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine, surrounded by enemies, and find it extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap. Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different. This patch, we've added over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms, side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress throughout Rayclast. We want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui Fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Curator of Wisdom and Iron Incarcerator packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Jakaś dziwna małpa.
The Curator of Wisdom series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Traveling Wisdom back attachment has all the necessary tools you may require to chronicle your journey, complete with a helpful rat friend. These chronicles will activate their magic upon identifying items, and will track the number of items identified of each rarity.
Okej, to
Just
spoko.
hover the item, or link it in chat to show it off. The Acquired Wisdom Unique Finisher effect summons an ancient scroll that consumes unique enemies and the knowledge they hold. Most exiles would struggle carrying piles of scrolls while traveling Rayclast, but the Grand Curator of Wisdom armor set is perfect for the adventurous scholar. Any expert curator knows that scrolls hold more than just knowledge, they also hold power. As you cast spells, the scrolls attached to the armor will burn away, before rematerializing shortly after. It also features a series of helmet variations, so you can get precisely the look you're after. Summon your Scroll Shaper familiar pet to follow alongside you. This creature is formed from folded magical texts, and can shapeshift between different forms. You can think of this as having multiple pets in one. It can fold into a fox, and then even burn away, reforming into a flying bird.
To fajny motyw, bardzo
This
fajny.
series of packs also contains the Scroll Portals. jumbo-sized versions of the Scroll of Wisdom and Portal Scroll that you can make a quick retreat through. A supreme catalogue of knowledge can't remain in one place for too long and risk being pillaged by thieves. The Titan Apex Hideout features a colossal titan who carries your base of operations atop their shoulders, constantly moving through a boundless desert.
U starego na plecach może mieć hideout?
The Iron Incarcerator pack also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Incarcerator's Restraints back attachment features stockades that were used to immobilize prisoners by binding them to the earth as they were tortured for their wrongdoings. Shackles envelop your choice of torturing device when using the Chains of the Incarcerator weapon effect. These chains shatter into links as you batter enemies.
Come on.
Make your way through Red Class as a walking penitentiary, intimidating your enemies with the elite Iron Incarcerator armor set. After a long day of tracking down criminals, step into the Iron Maiden portal to retreat to your torture chamber. It acts as a great deterrent for would-be intruders. This peculiar creature was a favorite amongst incarcerators. They would be sent into the midst of prison riots to mesmerize and control the toughest of minds. Use their talents to charm other players' pets, causing them to abandon their owners and follow in line behind you instead, at least until it wears off. What better way to execute prisoners when your torturing has depleted their value? Harvest their souls to fuel this map device, condemning them to eternal incarceration. Your kills within the map are also recorded based on the rarity of the monster. You can choose to pin an execution session that you're satisfied with on this miniature leaderboard, which is displayed for all that dare enter your hideout.
Okay.
Additionally, all microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Mirage at 11 AM New Zealand time, 2 PM Pacific.
That's naughty.
With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Dobrze. Po kolei, tego było tak wiele. To było za dużo. Mój mózg został przebodźcowany 14 razy w ciągu tego. Obejrzymy to Q&A, bo jestem bardzo ciekawy, co tu będzie się działo z Oktawianem. Mamy ligę. A czekaj, nowa ascendencja ma być? W sensie? Nie, teraz będzie Q&A. Mój Boże, ile oni dodali rzeczy. Zmiana w Atlasie. Potężna w sumie. Ale myślę, że bardzo dobra. Mimo. Przelećmy sobie tak na szybko to, co tu jest, bo chcę zobaczyć ale do tego jeszcze wrócimy sobie. No spokojnie. Mamy Mirage, w którym będziemy ratowali dżiny, jak rozumiem, i to trochę wygląda, jakbyśmy 2 razy możemy zaliczyć na samą mapę, więc 2 razy działają nam skarabie i wszystko. Plus tam są jakieś dodatkowe bossy, plus mamy mody, które nam dodają różnego rodzaju rzeczy. Mamy zupełnie nowe mechaniki, każda mechanika dostaje nowe rzeczy, nie wiem, nowa esencja, Desolation. Która... Jeżeli mamy jeden socket, to mamy plus 6 do leveli wszystkich skilli. Co QA? Zaczyna się. Dobra, wrócimy do tego. Przejrzymy to jeszcze. A to była reakcja na film, znaczy na zapowiedź YouTube, więc sobie dziękuję za oglądanie i my idziemy dalej oglądać i odpalam kolejne nagrywanie. Czy Konami rozjebałem? Nie mam pojęcia.
And I've been doing a lot of the design work on, pretty much everything to do with the 320 expansion. It's not just me. I'm working with a number of other designers, but I've had my hands in a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, it represents a Path of Exile 1, like getting the team and resources that it needs to like continue its development and like put out some spicy expansions every 4 months or something you're trying to do now. So it's a pretty exciting thing for PoE1 fans.
I mean, it's a lot to take on for sure. Like, and there's been some growing pains. We had our whole like team was split and merged team, and now we're kind of splitting again, and we're kind of going all over the place. But honestly, what allowed us to do the split this time is Octavian and Andrew, who's not here, but hopefully maybe next time or in the future we were thinking might get a bit too cozy on this couch.
We need a longer couch.
We'll figure that out. But with Octavian here, stepping up and seizing control and having that like X Factor design, which is something that I would say Jonathan and I have, and pretty much before I was going back and forth on the game so aggressively, and I was just like, holy, there's so much context switching going on. I didn't feel like I was giving enough time to each product, because I was so spread too thin, as they say, and all this. And so all of a sudden, with Octavian's, just like, let me do it. And so here's where we are. And it's this real awesome story where now, Path of Exile 1, obviously, you started by Chris, you got Jonathan, you got Eric, and obviously they started the project, they started grinding gear, and they had this,
Pojebane to jest.
Obviously they hadn't played the game before because the game was new, right? And so they're developing it and, release it and all this, and now you've got this thing where it's, where Jonathan's obviously still in the picture, but you got this thing where it's kind of like me with Octavian and Andrew, all three of us coming into the company as players through QA, now getting to this point. And so a lot of what Octavian's getting is the story I got, and obviously I'm all for that because I got lucky and I'm happy about it and I love my job, and so I'm seeing this happen again. It's exciting, and it's bloody cool, while also makes things easier for me, I'm like way less stressed about it. I'm way less spread too thin. I get to actually focus on the quality.
Jest bardzo ciekawe, nie? Że rzeczywiście to jest prawda, że Jonathan został trochę odsunięty od tego PoE1 i Octavian przyszedł i powiedział, że chce je kontynuować i rzeczywiście mu dali to zrobić. To jest zajebisty ruch. No, co nie wiedzą, Octavian to jest były gracz, streamer PoE1 od lat w community.
Like if you're looking at a how did I do for my first time kind of thing, like I don't think it could have gone any better, to be honest, and it's good, and obviously keen to talk about it and keen to answer all the questions, and I'm sure hopefully you are too.
Octavian's been super humble and stuff from what I've been talking to him, like, you're doing a good job, this is good content.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's huge.
And killing tier 17s, what a champion for Path of Exile players everywhere, mate. Good stuff. But I love that you guys have had that like same journey as well, like and Andrew too as well, right? Like it's players become QA, become game like designers, become like producers and leads on Path of Exile 1 project now. Like it's like the game is in the hands of the players, right? Like
kinda.
Yeah.
I mean, I still play every expansion for not as much time as I did when I streamed the game for a living, when it was my job to play it for 8 to 10 hours a day, but I still probably put in an unhealthy amount of time. I work on the game for 8 hours and then I go home and play the game for like 4, and then I maybe eat something and then go to bed. It hasn't faded. I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me like, do you not play the game anymore? Is it not fun anymore? Like, do you get sick of it? And no, it has not yet happened.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I'm excited to talk about all the new stuff, but first, I think we definitely need to talk about ground loot.
Yeah, the loot. There's not much loot on the ground down there.
I don't see anything.
Where's the
Nothing's
loot?
making it through my filter right.
Ciekawy ruch. Od razu ground ludzie zaczynają rozmawiać, który jest ostatnio hot topiciem w sumie w community.
Right now, and has honestly been for a long time in some iteration or another. I remember like as far back as like, I was trying to find where, for me, the idea of where some of these things trace back to. And for me, it was actually like Legion, like farming low tier maps where you're getting that flat additive loot in the map, and so all of a sudden you're not caring so much about what the regular monsters drop. You're just doing your tier 4 glacier to get Legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely like it's been a tricky topic to break down because a lot of people have various different issues. Some people are like blaming loot tiles. Other people, like myself, for example, think loot tiles are great. They're just kind of like indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but is generally like flat additive systems, something that add something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be getting to some extent. And, I don't necessarily I think those are a great mechanic for various reasons, but they don't necessarily scale with difficulty in the same way as regular content can. They don't have as much of that element of surprise. And I think trying to really figure out where a lot of this comes down to, what's the actual issue if you kind of peek through the curtains a bit. I think it's just that people are getting their loot in ways that feel like it isn't earned. It's too disconnected from the gameplay, right? You've either got non-combat drops being really good, things like shipments and the auto mappers, or loot tiles, which have that kind of preordained feeling, so it's not as directly correlated with the content you're doing. So I'm just curious kind of how you guys are feeling about or tracking with that. Just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, there's a couple. Obviously, look, item drops are complicated. This model is complicated. The system is complicated. And it's easy to get lost in the weeds and all that. But honestly, let me simplify it down. Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll fix it, right? And now, obviously, these things can take time. But, we'll immediately just to get right in there, because I know what people actually want to know is, what are you doing about it? So let's get to that straight away, which is, at least for now, given that we have, a week till release. But that being said, we can always make loot better mid-league, right? And that's never a problem. It's taking away this problem. But, look, as I said, if you say it's not good enough, it's not good enough. That's how it is. That's just the nature. If the players, and I mean the audience at whole, is like, it sucks, then it sucks, right? So we'll make it better. So to start with, what we're going to be doing, instead of, there might be some terminology here I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
And this is from
number one. From core drops, as we call it. Yeah.
Okay.
Not windows, not tile loot, whatever all the terminology is. Obviously, that will then, by consequence, diminish the rewards from window loot and tile loot. Yes, that is intentional.
Just economically speaking, you mean
yes, correct. Yes, and just proportionately, one goes up, the other is now less value proportionately.
Yeah, just inflation and whatnot.
What else are we doing? We're going to do a bit of a pass on memory strands was an attempt to try and get equipment. So that's the currency. The equipment, memory strands was an attempt to get equipment drop to be more impactful. When you identify it, I would say that system didn't. It has its purposes, but it didn't land as good as we wanted. So we're just reassessing that, since we're also making changes to the end game around originator maps and all that. Look, they're going to be better. There'll be generally more strands. They'll have higher impact. So identified items via that means will just be better. We're also we're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick bad base types.
Oh, yeah, that's already been done.
There you go. Nice. Sweet. Well, we did a lot of this yesterday.
So base type biasing?
It has yes, so it still can technically, if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier base type, but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember a long time ago, it was not that was avoided specifically. It was some people might want a grove bow or something instead.
I mean,
sure.
I think at this point.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Deal with it, I guess. Greater good is often the way to look at that. And then, look, we're doing some other things. We're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools, which should help a little bit for that more kind of mid to higher tier currency.
Yeah, those are the... Ooh, yeah.
We're doing anything else? So we're doing a little bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. When I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. Obviously by end game, you don't need the thousands of them that exist already. So, look, that's the immediate step that we're taking. It's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flow to this, always, right? There will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just how it works. You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are like, bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them or something, These are just how these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation, and the important thing is just there's a problem, fix the problem. Don't freaking. And the thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find it internally, you get lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for like hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those, but sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just start making changes and start fixing the problem. Now, especially with a week till deployment, like we don't want to sully have all the content to be ultimately, less appreciated because of the fact that, ground drops suck, which, as I said, agree. So yeah, we're doing what we can now. We'll hopefully do more later, if that's what's needed. So yeah, just keep telling us about it. You know what I mean? But for now, we're going to doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this week. And if we do anything else, we'll let you know. And then, yeah, we'll just keep going. And we obviously got changes to King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to, the new League, I would say, is one that more favors generally things that aren't in Windows. And so, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up, I guess.
Octavian, you were mentioning to me this idea that, like, there's like a lot of white trash items that are dropping, and something about, like, that kind of effectively becoming currency was kind of the idea there.
Sort of, in a way. So, like, when Mark says doubling the currency that drops, we're not, like there is a total amount of weighting in the drop pool, if that makes sense. And we're not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places like, normal basic equipment that every single person is hiding on their loot filter. That weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards currency items that aren't like transients.
There's technically not more items on the floor. It's just more of the garbage has turned into, ideally now, mid and higher tier currency.
Yeah, so like once upon a time we had this like massive historic quantity rarity buff removal thing that occurred, and some of the numbers on that were like crazy. It was like, oh, this has 1600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young, who would say, I'm doubling your pay this week. Double nothing's nothing. Do you think like doubling the currency is something that has like a pretty appreciable impact?
Pewnie zaśmiał się z tego, co ktoś napisał na czacie, że 2 razy 0 daje 0.
A couple fragments in a scarab?
I mean, double is definitely still double. It's a pretty big deal,
There's a difference between like economic changes.
It's definitely
things that you
I
feel
agree.
there,
It's definitely different to a like 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever's happened historically. It definitely will make a pretty notable difference, but that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were like, there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well, especially with a certain amount of content. Like, I appreciate that a lot of people are like, there's that juice up here, and there's that, like, here's just your base map. And there's a bit of an expectation that, you should be able to just go in, clear the map, and come out with more. And I generally agree with that. I would say that, the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that. And so, but again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can do now and quite quickly, because we understand the ramifications of them way more. Then there's still all these other conversations we need to have about more like that and how we can achieve that. There's things about how can we've always wanted the idea that the quality of equipment is dropping better, but there's less of it. How can we achieve that? And like, it's quite complicated and quite difficult to do, and it has like all these ramifications down the line, and it just goes and goes and again. So right now, focus on what we're doing, but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga juiced, because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do is often what you can do is you can add something that is more for your average player doing your average regular map, and then that once multiplied by every single league thing ends up being just more and more for the top end, and then it's a bit of a rich get richer situation, and you didn't end up necessarily even benefiting that person. You in fact made them now feel worse from an economic standpoint. So like, you have that thing where you need to give something there but take away from something here, and that can be dangerous because you might overcook the nerf, you might overcook the buff, you might undercook on either,
There's dużo problemów.
It's scary
z
for
tym.
sure. So yeah, I mean, even yesterday, to be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness. And I was like, whatever, it's fine, let's just do it. Everyone's like, whoa, calm down. And I was like, all right, fair enough, I'm calm. We'll do the safe stuff that we know that's high impact and going to help people now more than anything, and then we'll keep looking at this stuff. So I would expect more changes. Again, I would, depending on what they are, mid-league. Again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league. Like, that's a last resort. So yeah, if all of a sudden it's like buff and nerf, and if we can be 100% certain it hasn't like screwed over a bunch of people's current economic wealth, that's good. But look, if it isn't solved, then 329 will have more. So just make sure you keep letting us know, right? Like, that's the important thing. Like, often what happens is like a topic can come up and then be lost because other stuff moves on or whatever. Like, it's really important that, and it's obviously a responsibility on our end to make sure we go, okay, this is still a problem. It's not like just because
we can check in Q&A on this one. For sure.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
It's like a good ongoing one to
for sure.
review. I think it'd be good if you can get like, for the Alk and Go players, like to a situation where they can get two chaos to rub together. But I think like an interesting situation is that you can kind of stack all of
Żadne
this
tablety nie
juicing stuff
wchodzą.
into
Będę
juicing the
zbanował,
normal
kurwa.
content of a map, the monsters, and you can't really like scale it, or the scaling has not really any impact on that. It's like something to do with like, it might literally be that like double nothing is nothing situation where you're like, oh, well, through all these scarabs and atlas stuff, I've juiced these monsters up 1800%, but they ultimately still aren't able to drop anything at that point. Now, how do you make it able to scale? It feels like actually like a really difficult design problem right now. How do you get it actually able to scale basic monsters to make them both challenging and rewarding? Because like Affliction's various issues aside, something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really rewarding, and that was actually like a cool thing that maybe needs to be in the game somewhere, and maybe that we've lost.
You see a lot of this thing with the difficulty scaling, where you get that exact argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale monsters, but then you also have the audience who are like, I want things to be rewarding without needing those scaling mechanisms.
Gotta have a bit of both, I guess.
You do need a bit of both. It's never going to be perfect. You're always in a kind of gray area, and that's where I talk about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately it's what feels right to as many people as possible. Or there are many options for these things, right?
Yeah, I wonder if we just need some like chunkier options that do just like
we do.
Make those
100%.
base monsters just punch a bit harder. Some like big nodes, big notables on that.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
the hardest, like, Atlas passives and scarabs and that kind of thing to design are usually the ones that are the most broad. Like if you're designing for a particular league mechanic or something, you know what levers and knobs you have to turn. But if you're designing something for the monsters in the map, that's a little tougher. And that's not to say there aren't cool designs there. There definitely are, but it is one of those things where like we probably can come up with a bunch of cool stuff by 329, but probably don't have it in the next week.
Like, this is like another league situation here, but I wonder if there's like this needs to be keywordfied, like some sort of like native monsters.
Yeah, we do.
Natural inhabitants is what we currently call them. Yes,
we do have that as a concept. Yeah, it's not used super frequently, but there's a few places in there.
But then you also then don't want it to be that then there is a league and the league just feels like absolute trash. So again, a little bit of a fine balance, and because otherwise you're going to start the ebb or the flow on the other side, and now all of a sudden. It's like, there's no point adding any leagues to my area.
So, I mean, some of your well-designed leagues, I think, can work well with that. Like the Mirage, just as an example, for example.
100%, yes.
If that was in now, Mirage would work really well. They'd be duplicating all those scaled-up, like, naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well. Like, non-loot-tiled, but still kind of like randomized monster stuff, which is pretty cool.
Well, as you can see, though, also, we've just done a lot of changes, especially to existing systems, like... We're not afraid of. I mean, items a bit more scary because you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up, But we're not. And Octavian's not too afraid. It seems to be able to suggest the crazy things that we.
Bit of fresh blood, bit of vigor for Be good for change. That's good.
Yeah, sure.
I think we just said even to you this morning, it's like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as, in terms of doing all these crazy things and like, you know, just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. And so we'll just keep doing it. But
I mean, you guys can
it's
cut loose.
exciting.
You're in charge of the game now.
Now is the time. I really love these conversations in this point because now is the time when like we don't plan stuff so far in advance. Hopefully people know that by now. We stay dynamic, we stay agile with that stuff, and right now is when we're discussing what are we doing for 329, what are our major headliners, what are our minor headliners. And
I usually say that start like the week before this one releases. It's like usually it's like, okay, what's the next league look like?
Yeah, and so right now is the thing where we're putting effectively our list, what are our tier 1 problems, our tier 2 problems, what are the things we want to achieve, not. And so, you know,
The hardest part is I've already got some stuff that I really want to do in 329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yes, I know. You guys told me something before the Q&A. I'm like, you can't tell me this right before the Q&A, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. I have to, like, come on. I really want to bring that up.
Yeah, but now you have 4 months of prep for the next Q&A.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. But my questions are ready for that topic. We'll but wait a while on that one, though. Something that, on this ground loot topic that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent. It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters. Now, it was obviously really problematic when it was first implemented because it was associated with arch nemesis monsters, and then it had like pinata fishing stuff. But you guys solved that by making it actually properly random. And then even though it was kind of a loot tiled mechanic in the sense that it's like making a specific drop at it, it's random and it doesn't feel like that at all. So it's, I think loot conversion, so for those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, this is occasionally rare monsters have like a hidden thing where they will take whatever they were going to drop and they change it into something else. And that is like fun and weird and surprising, and weird and like surprising loot drops.
Spike moments.
Yeah, those are the things you remember. Like, I remember the first time I saw like, you know, they all got changed into currency, or they all got changed into maps, or some weird other thing happened.
That was another big topic.
Teraz do tego wrócimy, co oni dalej mówią, ale oni po pierwsze duplikują dropy na normalnych mapach i chcą zabrać z góry dużo, czyli dalej będzie podobny loot na podobnym poziomie, ale będzie można dużo taniej zacząć, żeby do niego dojść. Czyli nawet głupia mapa All Go będzie dropiła dużo więcej, plus oni chcą zrobić konwersję itemów, których rzeczywiście je odfiltrowujemy, ale będą chcieli zaradzić z góry, żeby nagle nie było tak, że i tak mi się wydaje, że oni to spierdolą, i tak mi się wydaje, że to będzie zbyt popsute. Wydaje mi się, że będzie ogromna inflacja i w tych party będą dropili horrendalnie duże ilości itemów. Ale ludzie, którzy grają sobie mniej, są na mniejszych tierach, nie używają takich mechanik, będą odczuwali więcej dropu. Co prowadzi do tego, że itemy będą droższe i dalej nie będzie ich na nie stać. Więc to nic prawie nie zmieni. Overall plus tylko to, że ludzie będą mieli rzeczywiście fajniejsze dropy.
Fundamental challenge of a loot-based video game is getting players to, care about, the different pixels on their screen, and like this set is more exciting than that set.
Oh yeah.
And like that's the trick that as game designers you're trying to play on people, and it's not an easy trick to play.
Yeah.
And like one small thing, like Mark said earlier, that we are doing for 328 is the ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global drop pool, because now there's another shiny tink that might occur in the form of the fracture orb.
Yeah, but we want more giga tinks.
Yes, that is certainly not the extent of it. It's
you want
just
the thing where there's like 50 tinks overlapping all at the same time, and your sound channels are like, I don't know how to deal with this.
Just like, the unexpected and the weird, that's the thing that I want to really drive home. Is like, I want you guys to come up with like 10 new weird things that rares can drop, because it makes rares like matter again. It makes them interesting again. Like, I'm excited about a rare because it could do something I've never seen before, and that's
one of my favorite, like
after 10,000 hours or whatever.
If we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new niche in the game, that was one of my favorite things as a player. You know, chasing those weird niches to try and find some strange corner of the economy that I could leverage. And I want to add more of that.
Right. Yeah.
We will. It's on the mind for sure. Hopefully by 329 we've got a good set of that.
So potentially some more loot conversion, weird explosions and stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then, when doing that, don't want to then just make the map boss feel valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
map bosses could be a good place for that sort of thing, honestly, like the weird stuff like that.
In theory, you do it on both. Could be distinct pools on each. Who knows? But then you don't want to create an environment where the map boss is only so rewarding that you just kill the map boss and repeat. Or maybe you do. I don't know. Who knows?
Just making everything good.
That's the goal.
It's all good. We'll get there 100%. I have no lack of confidence in that factor, like for sure. So
you touched on King's March. So there's like King's March is like a big kind of like grouping of the same issue there, where it's like the gambling, the shipments, and the mappers, and those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately. And this was something I was going to bring up later, but I'll bring it up here now. It makes sense that like I think I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March shipments and stuff like that, but I think over time it's definitely started to feel more and more like what I was initially concerned about, which is that it'd be like daily quests, mandatory chores, exactly. Yeah, busy work sort of stuff. For loot that you're not really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the crop and ore change. It's like it's a pretty subtle thing, but it actually seems like that might be kind of impactful. Do you think that's going to make a big difference though?
I mean, it does make a big difference, yes, because you have to now engage with the league and be invested in the league in order to now get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that. I understand that's, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game as well, so, with all the different leagues.
Is a hit a lot of people are willing to take. It's like, because I think for King's March especially, it was something that it's like, technically it's optional, you don't have to do it, but like everyone is.
Yeah, it's not really. It's not really though,
optional,
is it?
Right?
No.
The swap is sort of meant to help address.
Yeah.
Because when you could just grow crops with nothing but money, then it doesn't really feel optional, right? Because you're making gold whatever you're doing. So you have gold to give to King's March, and they can just turn that into money for you.
Yeah, that was a quote that I picked up from somewhere that I
Zaraz będzie trudniej pisać statki w takim razie.
My King's March mappers are getting better currency per map than I do, so I give them all my maps and I farm gold for them. I'm like, oh, that's just tragic, isn't it? It's not really where you want to be.
So now what you need to figure out is, does the doubling of currency double the King's March mappers amount of currency?
Well, it doesn't currently.
No, it doesn't.
Well, there you go. That's probably part of the solution.
Czyli teraz normalnie
kind of accidentally.
trzeba będzie zbierać też kropy jakby z map i dopiero wtedy będziemy mogli puszczać statki po kropach na mapach. Już nie będzie tak, że po prostu wysyłamy. Okej, to bardzo dobra zmiana.
There's obviously more we can do in due time, but you also don't want to take away the thing that a lot of people do.
Aha, a wcześniej było tak, że currency było za rzeczy na tym. Ej, dobra, to jest bardzo dobra zmiana. To jest bardzo mądra zmiana.
And you don't have to feel so penalized or bad about not having it. That's probably the direction to really go ultimately. How that will present itself, TBD, but we'll just have to see how the ore and crop change is actually quite a big deal, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
Yeah, it's like it seems like it'll have a surprisingly big impact for just a pretty simple thing. It's like, oh, we should have done this in the first place. It's like,
yeah.
It's funny. It was just a bit backwards, I suppose. And I am interested to see how much change the port stuff you've done is, because you've moved around where rewards come from ports, made them more specific, because it was pretty autopilot before. Like, I just used the same port again and again. You just dumped all your crops in one port. There wasn't really much to think about there, but now it seems like you're actually gonna maybe be a little bit of strategy there about where you're sending what.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure players will develop something of a meta. I think one thing that we didn't note as well is that, like, in the live stream footage, is that the what is it called? The quota? Like the port wants a certain resource.
Resources.
That has much more of an impact than it once did on the shipment that you'll return, and you can also re-roll that.
Yeah. It's hard to see like the impact of that sort of thing, so hopefully it's like something that's like pretty noticeable, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is a system that was intended to promote that you vary up the different ports you send to.
Yeah. So hopefully that.
So like even if we've shuffled stuff around, you're still going to have a non-random meta generally, right? There'll be a certain port that gives you what you want, and there's choice within that, and that's great. But yeah, you need a kind of more random, and that's what that system was trying to do. It just wasn't doing it very well. So make it more impactful and keep doing so if we need to.
Vaguely similar to this idea of like getting the best loot from non-gameplay was the major boss drops coming more from reliquary keys than the actual boss, and those dropping globally as well. Is that something you're thinking about at all? I feel like a lot of people feel like it circumvents like the point of the boss, and
it does.
That a lot.
It does for sure. We're not doing anything about that right now that I'm aware of.
But not in 328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So it is a thing that will be brought up with Andrew and the other designers working on PoE1.
Będą chcieli wywalić specyficzne uniki z bossów z kluczy. To też jest dość ciekawe.
We'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. I'm not going to unilaterally say like, yes, we're doing this.
Yeah. So, is there a reason why like the boss doesn't just drop the keys that give those things or something? Like, I guess they would need a bunch of different keys or something. Might be the issue there. You need like a reliquary key of Shaper or something.
Yeah, that would necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a lot of little things like that, don't we?
Te klucze powinny zostać z bossów.
We do that at some point. I swear.
I feel like it.
I thought we had.
Don't we have the
ringing bells or something?
bosses
like,
drop
maybe
their
it was
own keys for
discussed
their
at
own
one point?
uniques? Wasn't that the point of that?
Just, I guess it didn't.
I could just be tripping.
Well, Valdo maps do work differently to the reliquary keys in that regard.
I need to look into this again because I was under the impression that we intended for that to not be the case. Like I thought we had solved this in the past, but like fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was
too
like
many
unsure,
changes.
but
I'm
then it
like,
was like,
didn't we solve this like 3 years ago? I'm just like, I swear.
that question, I was surprised when that question was sent to me. So it's like, I thought you guys
The perils of continual development.
I'm gonna go look at that after this because I am convinced that I'm like having mega deja vu here. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss specific reliquary keys and those gave the boss uniques and the base one doesn't because we didn't want them to give the boss uniques and thus I don't know.
That question was sent to me by a juicer, so I was like, oh, I take their word from that one and say.
I don't know. Maybe something slipped up and something went wrong there. I'm going to go have a look at it after this.
Tylko to rodzi inny problem. Ludzie zapłacili za to, że stworzyli takie nagrody na tych kluczach i będą musieli się do nich wszystkich odezwać i zmienić w te nagrody w takim razie.
Aspect of ground loot that I want to touch on for today is rare gear drops that just ultimately they're just not shown on filters because they're either very rarely good or they just aren't even able to be good. Like it's not even physically possible for them to be competitive in many cases outside of some things like energy shield gear or suppression gear or whatever. There are some cases where it's like, it can never compete with like influenced modifiers or other random where you can jam things together, create the sort of stuff players can make via crafting and other systems. So I have a few kind of questions about like that. It's something I've talked about, a few times in the past. It's like it's always been a thing. Like, how do we make rares matter? I'm curious first, why isn't the tier system being used in Path of Exile 1 for rare drops?
Kind of is.
The
memory strands are a technically more granular version of that.
Okay.
Which I mean, look, we've considered this, we've discussed this for sure, and this is part of the whole drop less but better. It's just it comes with these so many different consequences that we have to then work our way through. And the memory strands was our kind of way of trying to achieve that. And as I said, it didn't hit the mark for sure, and so we're now trying to make it better. But and I understand that that's like they're from originator maps, not like game wide, which I don't necessarily mind either. That it's like at the end of the end game is when the stuff starts happening. But yeah, I mean, I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another. And you have so many people who are in favor of one versus the other. That being said, we don't want to also just be like flooding the ground. You know how much people can juice. You don't want to just be now just flooding the ground with rare items, and it's just like, oh my god, there's just too much stuff everywhere, and I don't know, I
was having a fantasy earlier about this. I was like dreaming about it and daydreaming about what would it be like if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped maybe only a few rares a map, and I was excited to identify and look at them. It's that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that game mode is called Ruthless.
Well, maybe.
Whoa, man. Whoa, it's your first time in the Q&A. Calm down. No. I mean, he's technically right, but we can solve that. But the discrepancy between average map and pinnacle, right? We obviously then have to assess, how can you if you can get 1,000 times more value out of your map, how do you then not go from 3 to 3,000 items? And we would need to address that because quantity is just quantity right now. So there's a lot of thinking about how that system can translate into that. Because I mean, at that point, the entire map would have to like kind of understand its value of items already dropped, and then kind of stop. You know, there's something kind of a bit
like
weird and complicated about it that I don't quite know how to achieve.
Tricky thing to nail down, but I wonder if there is a world in which such a thing is possible. Like, just for rares to kind of be like, I guess rare ultimately, but not to be not to be ruthless in the sense of it being like an item scarcity situation, but just that like, well, man, if we're dropping 500 rares and we're not looking at them through the filter, then if those were rolled into 5 rares and they were 50 times better.
One of the things, and again, this is something that was discussed and not going into 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate for 329. But like an extension of the memory strand changes was like, well, what if we just, how the drop conversion stuff that you're talking about for rares, like what if we do some drop conversion thing where sometimes rares will drop way fewer rare items, but they'll drop super memory strand heavy items and they'll drop a few of them, and like that sort of thing. It is definitely on our minds. I will say one of the things that contributes to this experience, particularly in keepers, was just the strength of the breach tree, the strength of the Genesis tree, and while that's being rolled into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, while those windows they're generally going to be showing you just like effectively every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
Yeah.
And how is that ever going to compete as well? So then even
to make the ground items like that, I guess, would be how you compete, and that's what I'm curious to see what that would look like.
this.
Cieszy mnie, że zaadresowali tą zmianę w ogóle w tym lucie. I ta rozmowa to jest jeden z najlepszych Q&A, które widziałem do tej pory, szczerze mówiąc. Naprawdę tego, że nie ma Juske, od razu to się wydaje takie dobre. The fuck?
We do on accident. Sometimes we do try to avoid it as much as possible. And a lot of these things are really hard to come back from if you mess it up. If we just make like, if everyone's just getting like 95th percentile items off the ground and like the first tier 1 map they run, you're like the entire like itemization of the in-game systems just down the drain. So like if we, that's an extreme. That would assume we mess up bad.
Yeah.
But that's what knee-jerk reactions result in, right?
I believe in you. You guys have some experience now with the idea of like converting rarity into tiering up an item, like making it better. It's like, as the rare kind of feeds into it. And that aligns nicely with the idea of this being something that grows over time with juicing.
I 100% want
as you
to
move
do
up
that.
tiers and juice it, and your map's got like jumped from, your average 100 rarity to 500 rarity or something, those items start to become a fair bit better rather than just being, because the way it is now effectively is just more white items being converted into rares, right? And
you get the cool thing with them bosses because they have generally more inherent rarity, drop better gear, and rares drop better gear, and it's not always better, but like the average is going to be significantly better, and I love that. I actually really like that, and I'd like to do it. So
okay, that's good to hear.
We'll just keep trying to get there.
So on the issue of like normal rares not really even being able to compete with like crafted influence, recombinated stuff, like Cosmic Exile 1 it's just got too much cool stuff now. It's not like you want to remove that. So the question is then like, how do you make rares compete with that stuff? Obviously like just having really well rolled stuff can work, and maybe only for specific kind of item categories like energy shield gear and things like that. But I am a big fan personally of things like temple modifiers and stuff like that are a little bit weirder. Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I wonder if there's stuff like that you can do. Obviously we're talking about the memory strand kind of making the base matter, and I quite like overqualityed items for that point as well. Is this something you're thinking along these lines of like other things you can do that maybe fit more in general content? Maybe just seeding the idea if nothing else?
There is probably stuff. It's kind of hard to think of exact things on the spot.
It kind of goes back to your previous comment about, trying to make more, like more meaningful tinks, I guess. Yeah. Finding more axes to make gear matter in a way that's different from a different piece of gear mattering is like one of the most fundamentally difficult things in designing an item-based game, but it is also one of the most important.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
That you want them to still feel relatively fundamental, and then you craft all the crazy. Yeah. Which are at odds again with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power. But yeah, like you don't want to just have every item, you just have to hover and what are the 8 different things that could be considered. And I understand that the item filter can do a lot of that work, but you know, then there are those not using the item filters and not using different types of item filters, and now there's just this insane complicated web that they might have to deal with. So you still want the ground loot to ultimately feel fundamental, recognizable, and something not overly complicated, and then, you know, or the skill ceiling is what enables the complication of like the knowledge, what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So it's that real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Awesome.
It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are just real tricky, for sure. And, you know,
it's probably...
Szczerze jestem zaciekawiony, zaniepokojony i targają mną emocje, kiedy słyszę o tym lucie, bo albo to będzie giga zajebiste i dojdzie do jakiegoś takiego wyrównania, albo okaże się taką sraką, że oni zaleją rynek po prostu currency. Ale w sumie, czy to jest lepsze niż to jest aktualnie? Raczej tak, bo potem będą mieli czas, kiedy będą mogli to dalej kontynuować i zmieniać.
That I was pushing for. Excellent.
You always start with the...
You want to start with the thing that people are
of course,
feeling
100%.
like, oh,
yeah.
I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk about it. Very excited.
Absolutely. Yeah, excellent. Mirage, the new league that has been showcased and announced here, is a bit of a spicy and interesting one, iterating upon a lot of different concepts and ideas here. It seems like the execution here is really about like a greater than I think we've ever seen, maybe, level of integration with existing content, like synergies between content, to the point like you're actually making it so that other content in this is doing something unique, which I don't think we've ever done before. So
that's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like, just to spoil one more example, I guess, that we didn't give in the live stream.
Cool.
The way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel, but it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like a shield or a block cluster jewel. You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it and then use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something, assuming those are both in the same size cluster jewel.
Wild.
And then you can roll a brand notable along with your block notable or whatever.
Wait, did I miss where you said, like, can you do this just once, or...
Będziecie mogli łączyć jedne klastery z drugimi, czyli na przykład zrobić sobie klaster medium, AOE plus, nie wiem, cokolwiek, brandy. Możecie połączyć te dwie nody w jedną, przez to, że sfrakturujecie tamto. To jest popierdolone. To jest tak duży build diversity się przez to robi, to będzie odklejone strasznie.
A whole bunch of, you know, and wouldn't it be cool if we could go back in time and add this one other thing to this mechanic?
Designing crazy is easy. No, it's not. No, that's underselling it. But I don't know. That's exciting for sure.
Yeah, that's wicked. So, like, was this the initial goal on the outside, or was it just something that happened kind of on accident, this idea of making Mirage really like interact with and amplify the existing content in the game?
The very, very initial goal was, I like how some of my favorite designs for League mechanics are like Delirium and Affliction and stuff like that, even Sentinel to a degree, where it's like it augments content. And I was like, well, what if we could do that, except it augments the area and not the league, you know, not like just the monsters.
And then out of that grew is like...
Yeah, and then later we, you know, because that is a good base, but you need, a good league mechanic needs a bunch of extra, like, you know, bells and whistles, I suppose.
Yeah, it's always just been kind of like, oh, it accidentally kind of juices this other mechanic or for whatever reason, so... That is, that's a whole new level there. It was interesting, so I played through, like, the campaign with this league, and... It almost felt like some sort of like best of Path of Exile league. It's got this like legacy league kind of feel where you're like, there's just strong boxes and shrines and legions and stuff everywhere. It's like, I feel like I'm playing a juiced endgame version of the campaign more so than
the epic thing of
before.
It was a thing where like, this is a thing I would say that is like almost a bit undersold almost, where it's like the impact this league has on the, like normally you'd think, okay, so there's like an extra little bit of mud flats with some monsters like as a second replicated area. It's like...
No, wytłumaczę dla tych, którzy nie wiedzą albo nie widzieli tego w zwiastunie. Podczas robienia aktów będziecie mieli teraz mechanikę ligową, czyli tego Mirage. Obok tej mechaniki ligowej będzie pojawiała się dodatkowa rzecz. Skrzynki, esencje, wszystkie mechaniki ligowe, które macie w tym momencie, będą się pojawiały obok tej mechaniki ligowej nowej. Więc podczas aktowania będziemy mieli dużo więcej esencji, skrzynek, bardzo dużo rzeczy.
To the league and the campaign, it's probably one of the most like interactive ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done
Tak,
before.
tą mechanikę Mirage, dokładnie.
You know, they fall away at the end game because they're not really powerful enough to be competitive with the end game juicing wishes and that sort of thing. But they'll, you know, give you a binding orb or two on completing like the very like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early ones that can give you that. There's ones that give you like a whole bunch of chromatic orbs. There's ones that give you, you know, a unique weapon or something like that. You know, things that are really useful in the campaign. Even later in the campaign, there's one that'll give you a 5-link. And then those will fall away as you get to the end game. So where they're not nearly as relevant.
Yeah, it's normally I like always interact with the league mechanic, even if I'm getting over leveled. This is one where I think like it's to the point. It's just to the point where you like do the really cool looking ones, and this is my advice. Do the really cool looking mirages that have like a bunch of extra mechanics with it, and leave the other ones. You know, just like you'll be able to take it or leave it here, even if you're a player who normally does them all or
check the mechanics, check the wish, do it or move on.
Yeah.
Also,
like the wishes sometimes are unique, and
a detail that I wanted to make sure was known is so the Mirage in the I call it the overworld and the recreate. Those are the internal terms we've been using.
Okay.
But the Mirage around the object in the initial area, not the one that you've recreated, does have a lot of extra, you know, monsters from the Alpharud, as Mark was saying in the live stream. Those monsters are purely additive, so they don't displace existing monsters or anything like that, which does mean that even if you never enter a Mirage, you're just kind of killing more stuff in the campaign than you would otherwise. Like, there's just extra monsters.
Probably how you were so over-leveled.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think it was like 10, 15 levels over pretty consistently since like Act 1. It's been like, oh man, I better skip over a few zones. And then I'm like, oh, that Mirage looks pretty tempting.
There's there's a bunch of kind of cool stuff as well. Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of you know, the way the Mirage's area is generated. Like it when you have a circle, you got a circle, right? And so in claustrophobic maps, a lot of that circle's an unwalkable space.
Yeah, we've had
the
this
way that
issue
the
before.
area of Mirage generates is it flood fills walkable space until it occupies an amount of space.
That's clever.
Which means on a map by map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed that you solved that issue. I was like, oh, you guys have done it.
Our programmers put a lot of work into that. So they did a good job.
But even then you've got, now you can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on, if I'm in like say toxic sewer and it flood fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. Well, there's just a button to take you back to the start of
it.
Yes.
You guys are getting good at this, anticipating my quality of life complaints.
And it's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like in the past, I'd come here and I'd play for a bit and I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then like, no, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, you know, not as crazy, you know, by doing it in every patch and holding ourselves accountable to doing it, we then often get like, well, hold on, what would we be doing next league for the new content? And
you've rewired your thinking, I think, on this.
Yeah,
I feel
100%.
like I've noticed that at least that mandate to like do 10 quality of life fixes. I think
another really
you're
minor
looking for them now.
Another really minor thing is the mini map in a Mirage area is always fully revealed, so you know where you need to go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's just like little things like that.
it is a actual terrain generation recreate, so to speak. So you know, you wouldn't get lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway. But you know,
I mean, in my memory, maybe.
Bit of.
Jeśli ktoś to ogląda na YouTube, to od razu będzie mógł sobie włączyć przetłumaczenie, więc będzie miał to po polsku. To też jest w sumie spoko.
It's a funny weird mechanic in the campaign too, because like quite often you're like, it spawns near the boss. You do the boss in the Mirage. You pick up the quest item from the boss in the Mirage.
Yep.
And you're like, I'll just go.
A lot of that suspiciously just kind of worked.
Yeah, it just
which
works. And
made
it's like,
me feel
that's
really,
weird. I like
really
it. It's
suspicious.
so
like there's surely there's some bug we're overlooking here, but it's been pretty thoroughly tested at this point. It just kind of works.
I've intentionally, I've been intentionally trying to like be like, oh, what if I do it this way? Being like a little cheeky, like, oh yeah, what if I kill Piety in here and get the thing?
I mean, it has had some bugs. Don't get me wrong. Like there was a bug where like if the Mirage didn't generate far enough, you could click an entrance that's supposed to take you to somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move, that's not particularly good.
I haven't run into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing out pretty well. High level of polish a week out.
Polska górą.
On this visit,
That's
so
good.
I've noticed. So you guys, the team division maybe is working well there.
Yeah, because by having ultimately Octavian and Andrew focused on PoE1 entirely for that whole span, and we were obviously all discussing. I loved generally our design meetings are at like 6 p.m. and then they'd just run until we, really look outside and we're like, oh, it's very dark. We probably should have gone home. But
the sun is rising.
Yeah, we got these just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on. But then those guys just were cranking from the get-go, like
awesome,
and as opposed to like kind of fighting for resources between the two, we laid out exactly here are the resources you got. If you need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now, get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously it sounds obvious. It's like, that's how it should be. But, you got the 2 games, especially, it can be a bit hard. Like, where do you go? What happens? Gets a bit crazy. So, as much as that sounds like, well, obviously it should work that way. It isn't as simple as it often sounds especially with passion projects, because, you always, especially as a designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know what's this cool thing going on over there. I want to be part of that. So you have to also be able to kind of separate yourself and go, I'm just going to acknowledge I don't know what's going on, and when I see the live stream for the other game, I'm going to learn a bunch of new stuff. And so
that's one of the benefits of it. I get to go into PoE2 releases with next to no idea. It's like, oh, cool. What I get to be in the player base, getting the exciting reveal again.
That being said, he's like sitting amongst the other designers. We're all still in a collective, and everyone can hear what everyone else is doing, and so you can kind of still hear stuff, and people will still ask you questions about things that you've worked on before. So real cool. But I know. But getting off Mirage. But I know we talked about some of the stuff in the campaign, but I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to talk about that cool endgame thing you mentioned boss, and I got it and remembered another exciting thing.
Which endgame thing with the boss?
The whole map is a Mirage.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Wait, what?
That is one of the. So it augments league mechanics, but it can also augment a few things that are like technically not league mechanics. Like it can augment a map boss, and it will cause it to have some. You know how like when you free an essence monster, there's effects going on. Like maybe there's fireballs flying out, so it'll cause it to have effects similar to that. So it's a little more challenging. But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that map is fully miraged. Like it's got a mirage in the map that is covering the entire thing. So you get 2 maps for your map instead of 1.3 map for your map, or however much.
The reveals keep coming. I don't know about that.
There you go.
Wild. I was going to ask, like, because you've got this whole, like, it's using the other mechanics, and it's doubling the other mechanics, and it's adding extra monsters to your map. It's like, how do you, like, make sure that the actual league mechanic still feels rewarding there? Like, you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I almost forgot about.
The Jin coins.
W gems.
Yeah, it's interesting. Don't know what to make of that one yet.
It's
pretty well.
at odds with corruption. Just to explain how some of this works. So it corrupts the item is at odds with either +1 level or quality, as gems do. Because adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep. And so it being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. If you could do both, it's a bit excessive.
Power a little bit. Yeah.
And it isn't fully random. It will look. It takes into account the supports which can support that skill, and it can only roll in those, and also can only roll in the color of the coin. So if you're using a red coin, you get a red support that works for that skill.
Yes, you're not going to get like faster casting on a double strike or something.
Brutality is a valid support for Wild Strike. So you could get that, which isn't particularly good.
Don't use the red one on there, probably.
Well, LE damage to the tax is also red and can go on Wild Strike. Is LE damage to the tax the modern name of
Ed West? Yeah.
Yes. But regardless, like there are undesirable outcomes, but all of them are technically functional.
Okay, all right. And then there's these uniques that you can like clean up as well. You do one of those restoration YouTube channels, like, I found this sword and it's like just a big pile of rust. Let's restore it.
You just scrub it down with the Jin coin, get all the rust off. No, it's more magical than that.
Yeah, excellent. And I don't know if this was really shown, but there's a lot of like, is this just the campaign or is it Endgame as well? There's like a lot. There's these like silver Jin caches and gold Jin caches and.
That's at all points. So when you're in a Mirage, there's like there's packs of enemies that are specific to the overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the Mirage encounter. They're actually different monster varieties. And when you're in the Mirage, when the Mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has, you know, pretty good loot generally. You know, like rare items, maybe currency, maybe div cards, all various things.
Sounds wicked juiced. Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, putting some. There's so much. I love the amount of like level of detail gone in, and as you were mentioning, it's a league that is multiplying other leagues, you know, and obviously it has its own thing, and even
Bez legacji
kind of a
2.0,
cool
bez kitu.
storyline, and it's grounded, and it's got, you know, obviously a boss, which is awesome as well, but it's got the thing where, how cool is that?
Suresh is very cool.
Oh man,
how cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick.
Just turn my spine into a star.
I don't need this.
I'm gonna.
Who came up with that
I don't want to spoil much of the fight, but a tiny minor spoiler is when you kill him, his head lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it.
Whoa,
He gives like lore.
Obviously.
Yeah, it goes without saying.
But yeah, even then, it's I really it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's just like, okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. You know, it could just multiply quant or rarity. I get it, but it's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can modify that really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth to this. That's that's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really glad you guys did it. Like,
I mean, I would want to do more if I had more time.
Mm-hmm. Something I've seen in chat, I'll just kind of like butt in here in between topics, is Trial of the Ancestors, just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while. And I think it was like was this the one that it's coming sometime? We're trying to.
Oh, look, it's still on the list.
Yeah.
It's not on our most recent thoughts.
This is a Steam backlog sort of situation. Trial of the Ancestors.
Kind of is, yeah. I mean, we're getting more and more of these, I feel like, over time, where stuff we want to improve, enhance, re-add, or whatever. Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like it'll get its day. We just don't know when. It requires more work to re-add than you might think, and it's easy for that to then get in the way of a lot of other stuff that we want to do. And yeah, I get it's just end of the day, value and resources, and that's it. Really, that's all there is to it. So
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely deep.
Yeah, it's good for that. Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something in some way? Like I kind of
we will do that. We will do that again. I always hate saying when we're going to do stuff, because that's you know, people want a time. What does that mean if there's no time? It's just this nebulous infinite. One day it will be here. But I still, you know, like to be clear on when we intend for something to come back or not. So yeah, we still want to do it.
For a rainy day.
We'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too many big things that are like still pending that we've done before that we want to re-add. So, but just timing. But again, like there's been so much growing pains with the different 2 projects and stuff. We're only going to get more efficient at this. We've got more of the staff than ever. We're still hiring. Like we'll get there. You know, if Octavian wants more people, Octavian and Andrew, they want more people on that for Peewee 1, we'll hire more, we'll give them the resources they need. You know, like whatever we need to do, we'll do it, and we'll just keep going forward. So yeah, it's all looking up. It's all great days. So.
All right, I just want to say though, like I feel like maybe you could get a little bit more of this stuff done if you didn't do things like make the Reliquarian. Okay, like and commit to changing its passives every single league.
Okay, yes, that.
Co powiedzieli, że jeśli Octavian będzie chciał więcej ludzi na PoE1, to zatrudnią kurwa więcej ludzi i będą to dalej ciągnęli.
That already exist, right?
Yeah,
like we have all of these uniques.
I was talking to Andrew about this though, because it's like, oh man, you actually have to consider like against the uniques that you can like double it up with, against like all of the other ones in there. It's like yeah, you can make an acceptable list.
Czyli te leaky odnośnie tego, że jest oddzielny team do PoE1 i do PoE2, teraz stają się bardzo prawdziwe.
I love having an ascendancy. I love having an ascendancy that we've pre-committed to, like, this is gonna change every time, because it means we can, you know, do something cool and different every single time, and players will expect that going into the next patch, you know?
And it's so just to clarify for people as well, like this isn't replacing Ascendant. This is
this is addition.
Scion
To jest
has
additional.
a second Ascendancy now.
When did the Scion come out?
Kurde, Scion zostaje w tej samej
before
formie.
Dynasty.
Plus dostanie
So
Ascendancy.
13 years or something, probably, yeah. So 13 years to get its second ascendancy. So 13 years from now,
Get a
we'll get the third
It'll be
class.
right on par with the rest of the classes.
No, it's really cool because I really like the idea of it changing. I'm also looking forward to the idea of it. Let's say it's really good this league.
Mówiłem, że ascendantka będzie miała teraz dwa różne ascendancy. Będziemy mogli wybrać między jednym a drugim, z czego drugie będzie losowało nowe przedmioty co ligę.
That I think it's probably the way
And
to go
you
about
you just get the cool thing where you're like, no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser
You know?
material.
Yeah, true.
And
It's one of your days done.
but also in the same sense, if it does get ruined, as people are like, you know, the
Oh,
next
well,
league
next
gets
league.
saved, you know, but a lot, you can see things where maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes, you know, might be better for
Yeah,
casters here or attackers here or summoners here or a boss.
Yeah, for the theory crafters, it's going to be like a new little puzzle to unpack every league, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if nothing else happens with ascendancies.
And yeah, we often do these things where we're like, okay, this is going to require work every league. Let's just double check we're definitely keen to do that, and it has to pass the cool threshold. And in this case, yeah, it's like, yep, it's cool enough. We're doing it. It's all good.
All right. So the other thing on the skills and classes sort of side of things, this time you went for a pretty comprehensive set of new skills, buffs, support gems, even some passive changes to support the Holy Warrior Templar archetype. So I guess the downside with approaches like this of doing like a specific archetype flavored set of changes is that, you know, maybe some people ultimately won't be interested in it, but it seems like I think that's probably a worthy trade-off for the fact that you get a much more interesting experience there. Like, I'm not just like, oh yeah, one skill saw a little bit of a buff or something. It's not really that interesting to change your builds.
You can be a lot more, the upside is you can be a lot more like holistic and take a broader view. It's like, okay, we're not just adding this new skill that happens to fit this archetype. We're adding, a handful of new skills, a handful of new supports. There's a couple uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of play style. And that just immediately makes it much easier for a player who might have been interested, but also wants to play a powerful build and wants to have a well-supported build to commit to playing the new thing on League Start. As opposed to if you just add a skill without any of the supporting foundation, then it's much harder. Like, it's much easier for that skill to sink rather than swim.
Yeah, that's it. That's not a lot of things contributing there. Is there something you'd like to kind of keep doing, do you think, then? That kind of like, you've done it a couple times in the past, but it's not ever been a super consistent trend, doing this like archetype flavor.
It's certainly
for skills and
easier
things.
and has its merits, but I'd say we're probably just going to remain inconsistent in that regard.
Probably.
You'll be consistent in nothing else but being inconsistent. It's good.
Like for 329, and a thing that's come up and probably what we'll be doing is, instead of so much a whole new archetype, it's like, let's go back and look at existing skills and how we can, instead of just numerically necessarily change them, actually rework them. Especially things like, early game as well. At some point, rolling magma becomes a little bit boring, or has its woes. We know the deal. So being able to go back and look at, there's actually been quite a high demand for people going like, can you just change up the early game, like what we're playing with, please, no more rolling magma, kind of has been a lot of, I'm sure there's some people that love it, and I'm not to say we're going to like eradicate it, but ideally for the next one we'd focus less on the whole new archetype and maybe more on, reworking some of the other skills,
Sure.
but that was something on our current, list of things. So we'll see how that goes. But and you know, reworking a skill can often effectively mean it's a new skill.
Like on a personal level as well, one of my favorite stuff to work on is skill and support related design. Like, so there will definitely be more and more attention to that. Even if it's just from me wanting to do it, you know, in an extra few hours after my normal workday or whatever. I also have like a personal goal that every, you know, reasonable active skill eventually gets its own transfigured version, hopefully 2. That's the new transfigured this league are a step in that direction. I think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants before. Maybe there's like one that is on a skill that already had one.
Yeah, so I was going to ask about that. Like, do you feel like transfigureds are kind of like hitting the mark? They're like a thing that's worth kind of keeping updated. Yeah, you're adding more. And is it likely that like new skills come out with transfigureds right away, or is that something you add in the future?
When there's a transfigured variant that is interesting enough and also wouldn't detract from the development time of the base skill.
Yeah, that was kind of
like,
my follow-up.
Like if it's a simple twist that is an interesting one, then sure, because I think we did that with one of the wand skills in the last league that get released with a transfigured variant.
Yep.
But those are still, you know, now they are skills in the game that are a valid active skill. Like the player might choose as their main skill, so they will eventually need to get one.
Yeah. And see, like, I guess you could be concerned that like it's eating into skill designs, but it seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the ideas that didn't make it into a skill. You can like, yeah, well, you know, this is just one little idea for a twist on this skill. It can't really be a whole new skill, so
and,
it's
like,
the perfect place for it, right?
Yeah, it's also just I can't like stop myself from having a cool idea and being like, I want to do, you know, I want to do holy hammers, but it's a big fist or something. I don't know.
Sometimes you do need to stop yourself having a cool idea sometimes, but you know, generally speaking.
All right. On the kind of like more balance and skill design, hand casting and channeled skills are kind of just like a rough area I just want to mention or bring up. Is it something that you're like thinking about or still kind of like tracking? I think it's maybe something we talked about a little bit in the past.
Not on the current, you know, as a not for 328 really in any obvious sense, but like, you know, not to say there isn't something with exceptional supports that might come to, especially stuff we haven't even necessarily thought of, you know, and there's obviously when we add so much stuff, there's so much unintentional usage, but like, yeah, I understand it needs maybe a bit more of a fundamental look at, still on the list again.
One of the dedicated QA for PoE 1 is very much a hand casting enjoyer. He plays spellcasters almost every league, and the Transfigured Shock Nova is one of his favorite skills, he said, and he's definitely going to be playing that. So hey, there's something. But yeah, it is on our radar for sure.
This is kind of like a new one that I haven't brought up before that someone asked me about. I was like, yeah, you know what? When I think about it, that's a good point. Cold skills, especially spells mainly, seem to be in a weird place where like I try to think of cold spells and I can only think of skills that have been nerfed or like were once great but aren't anymore. I think of like Winter Orb, Ice Hat. I think of like Ice Spear back in the day. I think of Cold Dot stuff. Like, yeah, there's a couple in there that are okay, but it does seem like on the whole cold spells are in a bit of a rough place at the moment. Is that something you guys have identified?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
Sure.
Glacial Cascade.
Not to say there aren't, certainly in the more traditional case, yes, they're not holding up. There are some weird cases, but you know, again, maybe some of this, well, I was just trying to think of the new like Frost Mage, but technically it's probably going to be based on something that isn't even, you know, cold scales.
It'll be like Archangel all over again.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
skill buff.
I don't disagree with you. Honestly, it'll probably come hand in hand with hand casting to some degree. Like it's kind of like hand casting and spells kind of come together, so you'll probably see a bit of that at the same time.
Yeah, that'll be a package deal at some point. You know,
but yeah, I would actually agree with you. I'm not quite happy with just like,
it's just a weird realization to have. It's like, oh, a lot of my old favorite skills.
And some of them are so iconic as well.
Yeah.
I miss some of those ones. It'd be cool to see a little bit of a resurgence in some of them maybe in the future. If it's anything like what the Templar stuff has gone through here, I'll be psyched in the future to replay some of that stuff because Templar has been an absolute blast. Like I've been loving running through with Static Strike and the new like extra weapons that attack with you stuff. It's
true.
Awesome.
It is worth noting, alongside the new holy skills, pre-existing holy themed skills have generally been buffed or you know, maybe
Static
just
Strike, Dominating Blow felt awesome.
Yeah, I'm like real excited to see how I can use some of these more party adjacent ones to benefit my friends with some Guardian changes. Unless the Reliquarians are all good at being a support character. I don't know. I have to see which one.
In there. You'll have to see. And,
I honestly
and then you'll have to
don't
deal
know.
with that getting changed next league, of course.
Yeah. Well, or I can make it not. No. It's good for support characters. Sorry, it's not changing next league now. I've decided.
You can't nerf Mark's build.
I maybe feel a little bad for content creators who are like making a build guide on Reliquarian, and
only a little bad.
every one of those build
anymore,
guides has an expiration date built in.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to put an expiry date in the comments.
Best before. You might still be able to eat it after, but it's a gamble. That's funny. I did have a question about this later, but it's reached the chant levels in chat. Harbingers. I was going to ask about some quality of life stuff later, but we'll slip it in here first.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Oh, bad news, please. I love bad news.
Bad news is it's gone for now.
What's gone?
Harbinger is gone for now.
Excuse me?
To już nie słyszeli, Harbingery zostały usunięte z gierki.
I understand that's like, the issue. Just
Can't complain about it now.
Band-Aid gone. Look, and I understand that will probably crush a decent amount of people. But there's a little bit of, it's a shadow floating with some blue. And
yeah, I know you're not a
they're
fan
really
of blue
cool.
aliens, are you?
Well, for sure, but we want to do more. We want to do it better. And there's this unfortunate thing where often, and especially, with a, way we have to kind of develop things now, it's kind of, it has to go so it can come back better, is effectively what we're getting to here. And it will get the justice it deserves. And I'm not putting it in the in the nebulous Trial of the Ancestors bin here.
It's in a closer.
Yes, which. And that's what I'm saying, bad news, good news. It's unfortunate, but in some regards, however, it's going to come back a lot better, and it should be something that ideally people can get excited for. We were going to be way more mysterious with it, and actually have the patch notes and actually we are doing that in Harbinger text, and people are going to try and derive what does this mean. But immersively, effectively, the Harbingers have gained the knowledge they want. They're leaving Rayclast for now, and they are going to come back, and you will find out what that means.
There's a lot of justification.
Without spoiling what's going to happen.
As we mentioned earlier, Ancient and Fracturing Orbs are in the core drop pool. Harbinger Uniques are also in the core drop pool.
The upgraded Harbinger Uniques are in the drop pool. Core drop pool, yeah.
Right.
So keeping as much as we can. But yeah, look, sometimes these things just have to happen this way.
Yeah.
It always sucks because we're just like, damn.
Also an adjacent question that I imagine will come up. Horizon Orbs, with the way the new map items work, they don't do a thing, but they would have done a thing on Shaper Guardians and such, because Shaper Guardians are still an individual key to an individual area.
Okay.
So now Blessed Orbs will reroll your Shaper Guardians.
There you go.
So you still have that capability.
Good old Blessed Orbs getting a bit more love.
Yep.
Zrobili to, czego się baliśmy, że nie będziemy sterować map, dali to po prostu na Blessed Orbę. To jest zajebiste.
This is
great news.
I agree.
This is great news. They
That's
were just weird blue floating guys that drop pocket lint. I don't know why people like them so much. A lot of the
loss aversion.
Your effects don't even work on them sometimes. They're weird little creatures.
It is probably it's one of the most abstract things we've done for sure.
I like conceptually. I want to see what a modern take on it is, because
and also a more grounded and gothic. Again, imagine being able to do the actual art style justice and to do bosses, have bosses that aren't just big portal.
More Harbinger.
Big portal thing,
Yes.
And
the boss was a portal.
The boss was a portal. Yes. Look, good future there. We will do it right. Look, let's be real. It was half baked. And it needs to be done better. So
it was definitely a little bit filthy.
Yeah, I know.
From an earlier
there was always going to be that bad. I was going to be. The patch note was going to be way more ominous, but nonetheless, there's a band-aid to be ripped off. But
I'm glad and impressed that you are.
Again, we have to be brave enough to do some of these things for sure. It is important, and again, it just means only better things for the future to come in PoE1. So.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, that answers the Harbinger question, which the question that chat was probably driving at was like, could you make the splinters stack better? Let me just solve that problem for you. Fine, no more splinters for you.
I was like, it's gone. You're like, wait, what's gone?
No Disneyland. That's it. We're turning around.
Yeah, it is what I look. My classic response is deal with it. I guess is the answer.
Yeah, it has been dealt with thoroughly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. On to my next topic, which was breach and the implementation for core for that. So you showed walls being destroyed by damage, which seems like honestly would solve 99% of problems because like your damage typically is just killing everything. So I imagine the walls just get deleted. But you know, will they sometimes block movement skills or something like that, or is it like what's the idea here? Why do you want to keep them? Why are the walls a thing? I'm sure some people are like, why don't they just delete them?
Look, it's important to have different encounters that have different feels and different things going on, and it does achieve, I wouldn't say it's overly complicated, but it does achieve a relatively unique vibe. And the important thing is when a league goes core, especially, is that there is choice into what type of content you want to do. There are people that like it. There are, right? And that's fine. And you know, there are now many tools if you don't want to. You can deal with it by either making it easier and making it something you don't mind, or on the other hand, you can turn it off if you're just like, get that out of there. But honestly, also, it shouldn't be bad.
So intrusive is the word I would use. Like we want it to feel meaningfully different in terms of how you engage with the mechanic, but we also don't want it to be intrusive and unpleasant. So, you know, we've like shrunk the encounters, shrunk the walls. They destroy when you're damaged, or they destroy when they're damaged rather. You know, we were just discussing earlier, like if this is still not enough, then there's other avenues we can pursue, like making the radius you destroy them in a bit larger, stuff like that.
Talking to you about it earlier, you were pretty clear that like you literally don't want it to be annoying in any way. So
no, it shouldn't be.
And like another thing I don't think you touched on there was like the idea that like it's also supposed to be a way that you can kind of scale the encounter on an encounter by encounter basis, which is something you want to have sometimes. And
it's like there's a little bit like if the walls are our problem, it's not that big. That's fixable. That's actually kind of easy to fix.
Yeah.
Now we probably should have done that mid-league.
Fair.
Whoops.
Do you think that'll be happening? Do you think that'll be happening? Because that was another question I saw people like, do you think you guys will have more ability to do stuff after kind of like the first 2 weeks of the league now moving forwards with the way the teams are structured now? Like obviously you have to work on the new content at a certain point and that starts almost immediately, but what do you reckon?
Yeah, it kind of depends. Look, our main goal once a league comes out is to solve problems, and we generally try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, generally then it's like, do you want to upgrade the league with new content versus make the next expansion? And that gets pretty hard to allocate resources between.
I don't think the new content thing is probably worthwhile ultimately, but just the continued problem solving, I guess.
Definitely have more resources for solving issues.
Great.
That is 100%
That's the main thing ultimately, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, like the keepers thing, it's like, okay, the walls, if there's still a problem, just tell us. We'll just keep fixing it. We can test as much as we can test, but obviously people have different levels of what's acceptable and what's not. We try and think of all these, but like, look, we've made a whole bunch of changes. It's going in. Tell us how you feel afterwards, and we'll just address it if it's still a problem. Like that's the actual straightforward solution. Hopefully it's not. You know, we're gonna. I mean, even today we're like, let's bump up the burn radius a bit as well, just to make it a bit less of a problem. You know, they're now damageable. They're now smaller. Hives are now smaller. The walls are smaller as well. And again, you can turn them off. You can just run unstable breaches, of which now it's an Atlas tree. You can have many of them, and you can have multiple active at once, like Breach had before.
That's an old breach thing. You'd have like a bunch of flash breaches overlapping. That wasn't available in Keepers. That is a thing again now. That's possible.
Yep.
Oh, great. That's good news.
Yep. You can just run around.
It's good fun.
Opening circles.
So obviously there's a way of like kind of being like, oh yeah, I want to see just the circles or more of the circles or something like that. Is there a bunch of them?
The whole goal was to keep that. Right,
right, yeah.
You know, it would have been easy to just only have the wall encounters. No one,
yeah.
I don't know if people would have been very happy about that, but like the point was, like people loved Breach for what Breach was. We wanted to retain that as the map to map. So yeah, you can have multiple unstable breaches. You can just run into multiple of them at once and just start killing all the hordes of monsters. You know, that's it's just what it is. It's just that, like, you know, we then get to have this new epic storyline set up, do more with it in the future. You know, what's Chiyola gonna do? Where's Zoff and Unatol? Where are they right now?
You were saying something about expanding on the Breach story and Breach Lords, but it's not like you're going to do Breach 3 next league. So, like, how does that even
the
happen?
Harbingers taken them? Like, what's going on?
Oh, you reckon it's a blend in with another league or something, maybe? Huh?
No, I'm talking. This is my. I'm talking madness.
Okay.
But you know, the point being, like, there's cool things to set up here, epic new bosses, be it pinnacles or otherwise, to come in the future, and you know, like, I understand people have a bit of attachment to a lot of this older content, but like
the old domains.
These are literal old player characters wearing microtransactions that are bosses, and
they're not to your current standards, are they?
It's not what we do.
Just
anymore.
like Harbinger, they got.
You know?
Get out of here.
You need bosses that rip off their own head when the fight starts, not
not recolored floaty guys.
Not like, here's some armor set. You're not red enough. Let's dunk you in red paint. All right, now you're a breach lord. You know.
And every new unique we make going forward could have a Foulborn variant.
Oh, yeah.
Or be on the Reliquarian.
Yeah, sure. That too.
Oh man, well,
the
Foulborn
Uniques
YouTube channel.
Foulborn Uniques were pretty cool.
Yeah, Foulborn Uniques were, I think, a big win from that. I was going to ask about that in relation to the tree. So Foulborn Uniques, something to keep expanding on then.
Yep, the new uniques. Some of the new uniques in Mirage have Foulborn variants.
No kidding, that's awesome.
Już dodają Foulborn
That's happening right away then.
To jest
fantastic. On that note then, so the tree is staying, and I think people are concerned in various ways, but people both want it to be still rewarding in some way, but people also don't want it to necessarily be pooping out all of the best items and to the extent that it was. So in what way is it going core, and in what way is it changing?
You know, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I think that we want it to still be good, but we don't want it to be good at generating every kind of item. So I think it can no longer make weapons or quivers.
Interesting.
So it can still do the armor, the jewelry, and obviously keeps the Foulborn uniques.
It can make Foulborn unique weapons. To be clear, it's rare weapons
for the rare equipment. Yeah. So limited the pools of rare equipment it can produce.
Interesting. So it has a more specific role now, which I like for League mechanics.
Again, like, that's a general thing where if one thing can do everything, then why do anything else? And then you have the like, if everything can do everything, then what does picking a league even mean? I mean, it's the same discussion with thing like fossils, right? You know, which I believe we've also made a change with now. Fossils are exclusive, or at least way more exclusively.
If we did our due diligence fully, then fossils should only be coming from Delve now.
Ooh, okay, cool.
That's so good. We're kind of trying to make sure we're actually confining what makes a league special to what makes a league special, and not just letting it seep in everywhere. So yeah, that with the tree, you know, no weapons for rare weapons at least is aiming that direction.
Is it like a major power nerf to the creation of jewelry and armor?
It's been tuned down. Yeah,
6-link.
I saw the
rate
6-linking thing was
down,
dropped down a bit. Yeah. Is it like 60 fusings instead of like 150 now?
Yeah, I think it was 1 in 10 items are 6 links before, which was a little bit extreme. So yeah, there's a balance pass as well, of course. Yes, because again, it's part of that, like, how can item drops be good if this is just doing that? You know, so they're at odds with one another, but also now that it's one of many optional leagues in the end game, it doesn't need to be doing everything, you know, as good as it was doing. So.
I suspect it's still pretty good from my kind of like cursory glance over things. It looked like the fracturing was still there, I think, right? Like, you guys are planning on...
Andrew did all of the specific adjustments for this, so I'm not actually sure off the top of my head.
I'm sure
this is why we need a bigger couch. We need Andrew here.
How do we do that?
The problem is, always the uncertainty with, this is ideally why we'll have Andrew here in the future. The uncertainty is like, Andrew could have changed stuff literally 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, that we don't know about.
Someone in QA might have found something that he needed to address.
He's, and I'd like to reassure people, like, the development doesn't stop at the live stream at the announcement. You know what I mean? They're up there upstairs right now making changes. So, we can only be so certain about, without everyone here who's able to talk about it, but we're 99% sure on everything. But
if I do my job well, you guys come up with some new changes that you go do after this too. So
yeah, well, you're very good at coming and getting us to make a few last minute changes beforehand. I like it actually.
Excellent, good. Yeah. I like it too. I get to do what I want. I think the last thing was the Hive Fortresses in Breach. They were initially fun, but they definitely became less so over time. I think just like a lack of variety. They're quite time consuming, and they had some issues with difficulty and reward scaling where like you couldn't quite scale them up all that much ultimately. I think like they scale with map mods, but I guess a lot of PoE1's scaling power now comes from like Scarabs and
Mówisz coś o drzewku, czy tylko to, że wywali bronię i ten? Czy jest coś jeszcze dodatkowego?
That, and that's not to say there hasn't been.
I definitely saw one, which is the juicing buttons.
Yeah, there's a whole...
Oh, yeah, sure.
The main thing that would impact that is there's a whole suite now of Scarabs and Atlas passives that are related to, you know, the Keeper's mechanic.
True.
And those will apply to your Hive Fortresses, and so you can get things like the Enrage the Swarm buttons, which I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a Hive encounter, but if you click the Enrage the Swarm button every time, I really hope you have a good build.
Nice.
Yeah,
okay,
so I think it is all most like primarily tangential changes like Atlas Tree and systems like that now that they're core, as opposed to baseline changes. But not entirely sure. You never know. Andrew could be doing something right now. So we'll see. But it should, you know, when these things go core and now you have an Atlas Tree and now you have a set of Scarabs and things generally get a little bit crazy with them, and you can have a lot of agency and choice, and it gives us now way more tools to be able to give players choice, so that if someone likes it one way or the other, we can add that, and so if they're not right, we'll make them right by adding different things and interactions and stuff. It's part of the benefit of the Atlas Tree and the Scarab system, is that we get to do that with pretty much everything. We get to have 5 different ways of playing every league, you know, and that's awesome.
I'm already excited to, if it goes core, which is not a decision we'll make for a while, but, you know, come up with Atlas passives for Mirage or Scarabs for Mirage.
You're already starting to think about what you can do.
Have stuff in my back pocket.
Okay, cool.
Half the size and do something, double the size and do something. There's like so many different options there. Yeah.
This is a Warpro, because I'm realizing we just haven't even like talked about the core endgame. Well, it's like, yeah, you guys redid the Atlas, by the way. We haven't got to that yet.
We put a lot in this one.
So, the change to map, I call it that because it's just like, it's not June's map anymore, it's just map. Just kind of made me giggle the first time I see it. So, what's I mean, the quality of life around this, for one, I like that you led with that as part of the showcases. Like, here's all the quality of life bonuses that this means. Oh, yes.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. I know that there's this immediate, and even internally, like, you have this like, yeah, this is what we're doing, and people are like, what? Hold on, there's like a shock factor, like, wait. But then you get to explain, like, here's all the benefits we get from it. Here's the bloat we get to take out, I like to call it, because you no longer need this and this and this to achieve these different goals. So, like, it simplifies things down in a really good way from a UX standpoint, and also a trade standpoint. You know, and from completing your Atlas standpoint, like, all of these things just become so much more clean and simplified, and you now don't need like 3, you know, for example, you don't need favored maps anymore. A lot of what was special about Kirax missions, or good about Kirax missions, was helping you complete the Atlas. That's now redundant.
You get to trim so much fat. Like,
it's gone, by the way.
There's Harbinger orbs. You got rid of chisels at the same time as well. Finally,
just base chisels, by the way. Maven's chisel still exists for clarification, but it's 1 chisel for 20 quality, just to be.
Oh, nice, good.
Yeah.
They were just they were just like pointless busy work. I always felt that way. I was like, stupid chisels, I hate them.
You do get bonus quantity in your maps based on the completion of your Atlas. So by the time you fully complete your Atlas, you have actually slightly more quantity than what chisels would have previously provided.
Yeah, I know. You gotta like make sure they're like, oh, it's all right, guys. We didn't take that 20% away from you.
That's 25 now.
25. Right.
Well, and of course, you know, there's Voidstone mods which apply to your whole Atlas. You've got
I mean, the whole Egan system.
Yeah, you've got
the big one.
And you got more Atlas passive points than before. You know, so there's lots of like
7 or 8 more.
It's so nice to be able to get rid of, like, there's this thing where, like, you just can't add infinite systems to the app map device. It was kind of getting crazy, and I know we obviously got rid of the master buttons a way back. Now we've got rid of, you know, more of the stuff. It's like getting way more simple, and it's just like the process of using the map device, putting in your map, and running a map, just being and rolling that map, being as clean as possible. And then being able to
3 clicks instead of 2 dozen. So.
And then being able to you know, now, I mean, I'm excited for the future here, but being able to interact with your Atlas as a physical space with mods and the stuff like that is really cool. Like, I am the kind of player, I think you are too, who likes to run, I like to run many different maps.
Yeah, I like having, you know, sort of short to midterm goals in the end game, which is one of the reasons why I'm really excited for the whole Egan system, because it's like, ooh, now I know I'm going to run these 7 maps, you know, and that'll give me a reward at the end and also increasing juice as I do so. I don't know. I was gonna then go into how you can sort of bisect them and stuff, but I feel like that might be getting too into the weeds.
No, I did want to ask you about that because, like, I didn't realize that from first watching it. It's pretty funny. Like, I saw the blobs and I was like, oh no, here we go again.
No, there's no Elder Ring management.
You have to make the Elder eat the shape of blob. No, not fully. You have to make sure it stays alive in its digestive tract. That's how you get the optimal.
No. The loop here is you put the blob. Okay, we have a better name than blob now, but that is the internal name.
Blob's a good name.
You put the blob on the Atlas, then you run the maps in the blob. There's no like, oh, I have to micromanage it to make sure that it's doing the exact right thing, and if I run the wrong map, then it's all ruined, and I have to spend 7 hours fixing it.
Especially because you can just take your map and just plot it. If you just do them, right? Like, you don't have to be like, oh, I don't have maps to do this part of the blob.
Which is amazing.
You just have the map item.
That was really
wherever you want.
With those
and that is
systems.
Also, to be clear, you can still go wherever you like. You have freedom of choice to pick whatever map it is you want to run. Like, you use the map item on Mesa, do it. You use the map item on Strands, do it. Whatever.
You even made that keystone, so like, oh, you don't want to do different maps in the blob. You could still do the blob. It'll just do it randomly.
Yeah. So I guess to get into those weeds is so you say you have a blob that's like a long, thin, you know, map line of 7 maps.
Yep.
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3 each, right? One of them will be removed.
Dies.
And so you can more quickly clear the blob off your Atlas if you just care about the Templar Vault reward.
Yeah, so
but you get a little bit less juice if you do that, because every map that you finish juices all the other maps.
Yes. Oh, that's a really cool
So you have this like sort of tension, this push-pull between, do I want to get the maximum amount of value out of my astrolabe that I used, or do I want to get to the vault as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so if you run like all of the outer areas of the blob and shrink it into the one last map, it'll be a super juice map.
It'll be very
Or you just
juiced.
cut it in half a couple times, and then you rush to the end scenario.
Which the main motivation behind that decision is it means that every astrolabe has a sort of minimum value.
Okay.
Like, you know, maybe the meta shakes out so that people don't really use the Blight astrolabe very much for its juicing for whatever reason.
Right.
Then that ends up being like, okay, well, I can buy those en masse and then go just blitz through them, you know, do like 2 or 3 blights and 2 or 3 maps to get to the vault and get that
the
reward.
rush one.
Yeah, so there's like those subtle tactics.
Clever, yeah. And non-annoying. Like, this would be annoying if you had to like trace down the specific maps and like micromanage it and it was moving around on you.
This is something I haven't explicitly discussed with Mark, so maybe he'll disagree with me. But I think what's really important about these Atlas sort of effects, I guess, these geographical events, is that they're transient. Like, you don't want something that is something you're going to have to manage for basically indefinitely. You want something that you engage with, it has an end, then you go again.
Term sort of
like this is a really good system for making short to mid-term goals.
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
that is it achieves that goal very well. So yeah, good.
Awesome.
Just also, by the way, his blight thing was a hypothetical. I know people.
Sure, I have no idea what the players will think of you know, what there will be an astrolabe that is the cheapest one, right? I don't know which one.
I looked at you and saw in the corner of my eye, blight nerf, and I was like, no, wait. Well, there might be a blight
truth to every.
There might be a
I'm pulling
blight
on my
nerf.
microphone here. I'm getting too into it.
There might be a blight nerf, but
I don't know. If Andrew was here, he would know.
I mean, I had a question for later. I was just like, Blight's a bit buggy and laggy. You guys looking at that at some point?
You're not wrong.
Yep.
Yes, but it's just a limitation of that's what happens when you spawn that many things.
Yeah.
You just get too many things, and guess what? Nothing can handle that. So, but that's the kind of thing where it's like, no, they're going to remove half the stuff, and it's like that's part of the fun. And but yeah, like look. I
mean, you had a Blight Ravage map, so you obviously don't. You're okay with a certain amount of that.
There's a little bit of crazy, sure, but like the answer might end up being like, you know, less objects, but objects are more valuable, you know, stuff like that. It's just a matter of that's a performance optimization issue more so than a balance problem in this regard. Not to say there isn't also a balance problem. There might, you know, maybe, but you know, the goal primarily there is to make the performance
So
not
is
such a
Novel.
horrendousness. And the only real way to do that is to reduce the amount of things being spawned and increase the value of those things to then compensate so that it isn't necessarily a nerf. It's like not a... often there's like it's an engine thing, or like there's a back-end performance thing you can do. And maybe there is something you can optimize here, but honestly, this one is just a straight up like what they're going like, what do you expect to happen when you have this many things on screen at one time? And I'm like, I want all of my frame rate, but then they're like, yeah. So often there's like, is it an engine problem? Is it a programming optimization issue on the more like back end or instance? And then it's like, sometimes it's just the game designers need to calm down.
Need to be a little more disciplined.
Yes.
Tier 17s, I know you had a personal gripe or issue with those, as you were like, you designed some of that stuff. You felt personally responsible, Octavian, for some of the issues that came out of Tier 17 modifiers and the economic aspects of those. I was pleased to see that it seems like T17s have been pretty much they're pretty much gone. There's this new Nightmare Maps system that seems to be tackling a lot of the issues with that. So can you kind of like explain how that works then?
Well, one of the goals with we've done a lot of little changes. Well, some of them bigger than others. We've done a lot of changes. And one of the main driving goals was to make it so that T17s don't feel like simultaneously this access to Uber bosses and also just the absolute best pinnacle thing. You have to be doing this if you want to be competitive in the economy, right? Because there's 4 or 5 layouts for T17 maps, and
it was so restrictive.
If your end game choices are there's 5 different maps you can do, but really 2 of them are better than the others, or maybe even one of them is, and so it just feels like
other maps.
Exactly.
Barrels.
So barrels. And so one of the things right off the bat is I believe they now share the same mod pool as originator maps. Correct?
Yes.
I'm 90% confident on that.
Yes, they do.
Which helps bring them in line with originator maps.
Yeah.
And they are also, if you're eagle-eyed, you may have noted that they are on the outer corners of the atlas and not within the inner quadrants, which means they're not affected by the new Egan system.
They're separate.
Yeah, so if you want to be maximizing every layer of juice in the game, you are inherently not going to be in one of these new Nightmare maps. You are going to be running originator maps within the Atlas quadrants to leverage the Egan system.
And you're choosing between the two potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, what result? Ultimately, they're still decent to run. They're not like just ultra trash. However, they're more towards the boss.
Yeah.
Killing the boss, getting the boss keys.
That was the idea, right? To make them an access gate for...
And they're more deterministic in that regard as well. Each of the individual Nightmare maps is associated with particular Uber boss fragments.
Right.
So that's kind of to help give them more identity in that direction of it's the access point to an Uber boss.
Yep. Awesome.
It should be... It's definitely just much easier now if you want a specific Uber boss to go and kill that specific Uber boss, because you have the Nightmare key is... it's a lot of keywords. It's like keywords, but it's like you get a specific map item, so to speak. You can run any of them, and then each of them generally are better at target farming a certain pinnacle. So, choice is up to you, and they don't have that like this is the best juice in the game problem that they were, which is what was happening before, and so
they were a bit of a chaos sink before. Is that something you're like worried about or monitoring? Like the idea of
we're concerned on chaos on a couple levels. One is that, and the second is, with no Kirak crafts, there's chaos sinks. So, but as we said, we're doing a bunch of changes around currency items and with the whole ground.
Czyli te 17 zostają, ale są odcięte od całego innego juice'u, jak dobrze rozumiem. Mają swój własny juice. I w sumie te 17 będą dalej jako Nightmare.
Won't just end up with the like absolute infinite chaos, but I can see a world where yes, there's going to be a like chaos will become less valuable this league. Like I don't see how I never can be certain with these things, but I have a decently high level of certainty unless I'm missing something here that without those 2 sinks you're just going to end up with lower value of chaos for sure.
Yeah, divest your chaos portfolio now based on comments on the Q&A.
I am curious if us saying that we anticipate that will have any sort of impact on the actual early price of chaos.
It'll have an impact for sure.
Well,
we'll see.
Yeah.
When it comes to economy,
well.
it's feels over reels, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, your chaos are worthless.
Yeah, we're moving. We're back to GCPs. Let's go.
Who knows?
The trade currency.
One thing, since it was just tangentially with the Keurig missions being gone, there's a lot of mechanics that are capable of doubling or tripling up. So something like, say, I don't know, settlers settlers loot objects, like the mineable things.
Yeah.
So in most of those cases, I believe all, maybe most, the base scarab that adds that content just adds more of it now, because previously you could get more of it from the map device craft, and we wanted to keep the max you could get in a map the same.
Yep.
Nice. You've been making sure that people don't feel like they've been robbed with these changes.
Oh
haven't
yeah,
you?
for sure.
Got to be done.
It's just not what we want to do. If it happens, it's on accident.
Yeah.
Generally, and if it isn't,
The point was to kill the busy work, and I'm here for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Chiseling maps isn't fun.
I've been saying this for years. I feel very vindicated right about now. Okay. Originator and memory maps on the other end of things had these weird pedal powers. They're weird and awkward. I don't know when to use them. I have to read it. It's too much text. What are you guys doing with the pedal powers, man?
I mean, they're gone. Some of the benefits they caused are now on the altars at the when doing the, speaking of keywords, memory strands.
Yeah, we were going through this the other day. Like memory thread, strand, fragments,
strands, I think, are the thing or the items.
Memory strands, memory tears. There's one of those.
I can't remember.
So yeah, when running those, you can get them on as altar enhancements, and so the altars are kind of better. But yeah, no,
Also,
they were annoying.
The memory threads are, I think, if I'm using the right term, the things you use to create Egan's story and kill the bosses to help Zana.
This is a problem.
Or to follow Zana. The memory lines things. Those are itemized now, and you can thus trade them to other players. You can save them to use for later. You know, there was previously a problem with where if you were partway through one of those and you got tired of running it and you went back to running a normal Atlas, now you're just kind of locked until you go complete it, right?
Yeah.
So itemization helps avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you get FOMO because you're like, oh, no. Yeah.
Buy them, you can sell them, you can farm a specific one, you can... Yeah.
And it's
just better.
That means it's also not like, because there's this whole thing where it was like a weird thing. I don't even know like how it activated half the time, and it was like in a separate map device.
Yeah,
guy.
It feels more connected to a choice you're making now, rather than just
it's
a thing.
It's all the one thing, and yeah, you get to make that specific decision. Fantastic. We touched on Delve. That's good. I think we addressed that one pretty well. So on that one then, we have a few extra just random unsorted questions.
Okay.
I actually I don't normally include a ruthless question. Sorry, everyone, just block your ears for a second. One person asked me a ruthless question that I thought was actually intriguing. I thought I'd ask now. So in ruthless, you can't hide items on the loot filter, which I was surprised to learn. Made me laugh. Does it have to be like that?
It's... The idea was if that, with Ruthless, really what a lot of what Ruthless is it's meant to mean that you don't have the whole items on the ground that don't really matter.
Yeah, that was the vision.
And so the idea was like, if you have to use one, then we've failed. Mm-hmm. That being said, I don't think that I would be okay with enabling this, and I'll talk about it, and the idea really is that what I think loot filters can do very, very well. Well, I don't think that whether or not a player wants to hide an item, we should make them not want to hide the item in the filter. Like, that's the failure, not, no, we're going to make you unable to hide items. So if we're succeeding in that regard,
you don't need that answer
then
right?
ideally when they're making the filter, they wouldn't have any hide lines, right? That's us doing it right. So the fact that there are items wanting to be hidden isn't doing it right. But more so, the thing the filter does really, really, really well is improve, the formatting, highlighting, what's important, escalating levels of what's
Dopamine
important,
levels,
all of that stuff very, very well. And as I'm saying, these things don't have to be at odds with one another. Like, you can do the drops right and still have filters.
Yeah.
I think me from 2 years ago wouldn't have given the same answer to that, by the way. Certainly, it is a philosophy I've changed. Like, I might have even been me that said, no filters and Ruthless. I don't remember. So, like, I'm certainly okay with it. And I think if that point where people are going, I'm going to hide all this and this and this.
Dobra, to kierunek się kończy, jakie to jest długie w ogóle. Ja myślę, że to będzie z godziny trwało. No tutaj się raczej nas nie obchodzi, nie? Aż 6-7. Bardzo długi to Q&A, ale jest spoko, naprawdę. Jestem pod dużym wrażeniem ilości informacji.
To play, but end of the day, I would expect it to be. I don't want to have a specific philosophy there because I think that
Zobaczcie, że tutaj nie padają słowa pomyślimy o tym, myślimy o tym, może to zrobimy, tylko są konkrety dawane. Typu ten pierwsza akcja, gdzie mówili, że o tym będą rozmawiać, to Octavian powiedział, to już zrobiliśmy. Jakby.
of ours. So.
On the random questions, so you can't pause on the options menu, but you can pause if you open the passive screen first. It's kind of weird. It's like, why is there no like dedicated pause button? You have to open.
There was a specific.
We are implementing that.
Great.
It's meant to be you can pause, do whatever you want, and then unpause at your leisure. Not to say that the passive tree won't still pause, because full screen interfaces will still pause, but there was a specific options thing where. It was honestly weird when you had like a panel that's just left aligned, like pausing you in the options. I know some people want it, but then also on the other hand, like having your game paused and then you're changing kind of graphic settings also kind of gives you this thing where you're like, or when you're changing certain options, you then can't appreciate the changes. But ultimately, the real answer is implement this pausing system properly.
Yeah.
For both games, mind you. It's on our current queue.
Okay, great.
So which game gets it first, and then the other game will get it is kind of honestly the race condition at this point.
I've got a couple rapid fire ones. How does Reliquarian work with combination with actual uniques? Has that been like tested? Like Widow Hail, for example?
Anywhere where a stat isn't purely Boolean, it should function.
So if it looks like it can stack, it should start.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and that's for you guys to figure out.
100%.
Oh yeah, that's our responsibility.
That's their problem.
100% increased and 100% increased. You got 200% increased. Yep.
Yeah, great. With the change making fossils only come from Delve, can synthesis maps be the source of synth items again?
I mean, can. We'd have to look into that.
Sounds like it hasn't been considered yet.
I'd have to look into that.
I'm not against it. It's not. It's at this point of the week to go, it's unlikely to be something that makes it into 328. But that is a very good question.
It has been seed. The seed has been planted.
Yeah, it's in there now.
I have my personal quality of life question here. So, like, I'm just going to ask this in a very certain way here. Like, could we just have like a tiny little area where we can pick up just only the exact same specific currency types? Just, like shards, life force, splinters, just stuff where there's no decision making. I know, because you want to make decisions about what items you're picking up and what items you're not picking up. It's part of the gameplay. I understand that. So just items that have no decision making where you're going to pick them all up anyway. It's just about reducing the number of clips. And I know you want a bit of a weight to them. Hold on. You want a little bit of a weight. You want a satisfying experience in picking those up, right? That's really meaningful. I understand. I feel that. I believe that. But I think, like, something is diminished and lost when you have to click 8 times to pick up that life force and you, like, misclick and your character walks out of the way and stuff like that. What if when you pick it up, it goes, oh, so satisfying. It just gets slurped into your character with this cool, like, animation or something like that. What about something like that?
I was going to say, I would sooner merge them on the floor before doing that.
That was my follow-up question. Since I know we can't have that, it's written on the page. Since I know we can't have that, is there any thoughts on better shard stacking?
But look, honestly, that's I'll tell you what, I'll bring that up again today. But without being able to have a good yarn with Jonathan on that one, we're not. It wouldn't even matter.
Scripted encounter.
When you have things like, well, there are certain levels of philosophical things that are obviously from the ancient times, as I now call them. Since while we were talking about 27 expansions ago, and there's things that are probably 27 before that. There are these things that you can't just make up on the spot for sure.
Yeah.
I'll bring. You come upstairs and bring it up.
Okay.
And then we'll see where it goes. And then you can be the hero.
I'll do it.
Or the villain. No, I'll be the villain. You be the hero. But we'll go up and discuss it afterwards.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a little tiny, just a little foot in the door here. Maybe just like plant the seed. Maybe just
Hey, take advantage of the things while you're here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Just point me where the direction I need to go.
Now, just come and discuss it with Jonathan and I legitimately, and we'll see where it goes.
All right. That's what
I'm going to say there's a low chance on that changing, by the way.
I'm still going to plant the seed because, I didn't ever think asynchronous trade would happen. Or
I don't want to ruin your
so.
hopes, but yeah, I'd say low. But yeah, I mean, with how much stuff is changing lately, like even just the base maps and everything, who the heck even knows nowadays?
I know. I'll grind you down over the next 10 years, just like asynchronous trade, right? It's happening eventually, one day.
All right.
Thank you both very much for a good chat and Q&A session. And Octavian, for the first time here, this was great. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I love these things. And
gonna do it again?
I would like to.
Yes, you are doing it.
You are doing it again.
You're doing it again. Yeah, hopefully we get Andrew on here next time.
Bigger couch. Be back next time for a bigger Q&A, bigger couch, more hours, more of us really.
You just keep doing that every time until half the company is here.
Yeah.
It really, yes. All right. Thank you very much, folks. See you later.
All good. Thanks heaps. Appreciate it, everyone.
Dobrze. To zaraz sobie trafię na YouTube'a i Wilku, mam do ciebie prośbę, wrzuć to na sam początek. Jeżeli oglądacie tego Q&A całego, to ja tutaj się złożę nie odzywam. Wtrącam się w niektórych momentach, gdy ich wyciszam, więc jeżeli ktoś jest ciekawy, po prostu to wrzucamy. Jeżeli ktoś by chciał sobie to obejrzeć ze mną, w niektórych momentach się wtrącam, w niektórych momentach mówię, że coś jest dobre, raczej dużo w tym Q&A dobrych rzeczy. Na pewno na plus Octavian, bardzo widać dużo zaangażowania, widać, że jest graczem, widać, że gra w tą grę. Nawet sam mówi, że 8 godzin w robocie, po czym 4 kolejne godziny gra sobie po prostu w domu. Bardzo na plus Q&A. Będą jeszcze wywiady z nim, również będą na kanale całe. Będę się starał robić również jakieś skróty. Skrót z tego również będzie potem. Na razie dorzucamy po prostu całe. I dajcie to po prostu. W sensie nie dajcie to po prostu, nie to chciałem powiedzieć, tylko wrzucamy to tak właśnie po prostu, żeby wisiało sobie przy okazji na kanale z reakcjami, z tym, że co mi się siku i tym podobne. Więc miłego oglądania. A my idziemy przeglądać patchnoty, które też pewnie niedługo albo już są na YouTubie, więc zapraszam do oglądania i was zostawiam tutaj z tym całym wywiadzikiem. Tak, Wilku, mówiłem właśnie, daj to na początek, wytnij, daj to na początek, tylko wiesz, i możesz to wrzucić od razu na YouTube'a w sumie. A my idziemy z Kubą przeglądać patchnoty. A muszę to zrobić. To stare patchnoty. Wy kurwy jebane. A żeby was. Dobra, kogo banuję? Kto to wysłał? Jakub wysłał, tak? No to kurwa. I tak spojrzałem na to, bo nerf elementalistki nie podoba mi się, bo to jest to samo, co było wcześniej. Rollback znowu. Dobra, się dziadka śmiejecie. Zobaczymy, jak mieć starzy jak ja. U was banuję. Dobra, jestem na tym bardziej jak coś. Pojebane to było. Chociaż nie wiem, czy nie pójdziemy jeszcze nagrać tego. Dopóki nie ma patchnotów. Dobra, pójdziemy, może jeszcze to nagram na szybko. Zanim będę patchnoty. Patchnoty mają chyba być o 23. Tak, Wilku, ja nagrałem cały ten wywiad i cały trafia. Tak, dlatego mówię na samym początku o tym, że to wrzucamy, tylko po to, jakby ktoś chciał sobie po prostu ze mną obejrzeć. Mówię o tym, żeś to przerzucił tą końcówkę. Dosłownie. Dobrze, to dzień dobry YouTube. Ja sobie pójdę teraz na dół w takim razie. Będziemy przeglądali stronę zapowiedzi, jesteśmy po Q&A, jesteśmy po zapowiedzi dłużej. Kilka godzin to trwało. Przejdziemy teraz do tego, co rzeczywiście tutaj znajdziemy na tej stronie z aktualną ligą. Skrót tego wszystkiego postaram się również do Was rzucić jak najszybciej. Jak tylko go zrobię, to od razu poleci sobie na YouTube'a w takiej bardzo skondensowanej formie, czyli z tego Q&A, z zapowiedzi, z tego, co tutaj zobaczymy, jak i również pewnie z patch notów. Dlatego przejdźmy do tego, zróbmy to dość szybko, nie będziemy się tutaj rozwadniać. Po pierwsze mamy ligę Mirage, która będzie polegała na tym, że będziemy mieli odbicie naszej mapy, chociaż kawałku tej mapy, a w niektórych przypadkach całej mapy będziemy mieli odbicie. Więc liga będzie polegała trochę na walczeniu z mobkami, którymi już się biliśmy i z mechanikami, które już robiliśmy i możemy je robić tak jakby 2 razy. Podczas aktowania będziemy to już mieli, obok będzie zawsze jakaś mechanika, więc spodziewajcie się bardzo dużo skrzynek, esencji i całego tego pierdzielnika, który tam będzie. Będzie tego po prostu dużo więcej już podczas aktowania. W niektórych miejscach będziemy mieli na przykład dropy 5 elek już na aktach, więc na pewno w niektórych momentach to będzie się opłacać robić. Ja nie mówię, żeby to robić ciągle, bo zapewne to nie będzie po prostu najlepsze. Będzie nam zabierało bardzo dużo czasu, tylko wybierać to w odpowiednich momentach, kiedy to rzeczywiście nam się przyda. Dodatkowo dostajemy tam dodatkowe mechaniki, które możemy sobie wybierać, jedne z 3 i każda odpowiada innemu dżinowi. Albo mogą być w sumie chyba wszystkie z tego samego dżina, bo są różne kolory ich. I mamy tam takie rzeczy jak będziemy nieśmiertelni w tym mirażu, dostajemy soul litera, no jest tam naprawdę dużo rzeczy. Tu nie mamy informacji jakby o wszystkich rzeczach, jak się tylko pojawią, to również sobie je skoverujemy. Więc teraz tak, mamy pokazanych tych, no dobra, tu będą te mopki, to co mówiłem wcześniej, czyli będziemy mieli Mirage czy Ligę. I co ciekawe, po przejściu przez Mirage będziemy otrzymywali również nowe rzeczy z danej mechaniki ligowej. Nowe esencje, bardziej nowe orby do klasterów. Jest tam naprawdę kupa rzeczy, również tego wszystkiego nam nie pokazali, nie powiedzieli. Zapewne będzie dopiero wykopane w momencie, kiedy będzie już patch, czyli zapewne za tydzień. Mamy też, chyba nie było nowego soku z Harvestu, nie wydaje mi się. I tu mamy te 3 życzenia, które możemy sobie wybrać. Tu na przykład dostajemy stacket deki, tu mamy soul litera i więcej karencji znajdowane w tym właśnie mirażu. Więc one będą bardzo mocno wpływały na mechaniki dropów. I tutaj dodam jeszcze przy okazji, bo o tym było w Q&A, zmieniają system dropów. Dużo ludzi się martwiło o ten drop, że drop z ziemi z Alchem Go Map jest bardzo średni i chcą teraz to wyrównać, czyli chcą skrócić endgame'owy, najmocniejszy juice do pewnego poziomu, ale ten podstawowy chcą zwiększyć. Więc w teorii na mniej wyrzuconych mapach będzie leciało dużo więcej, a te bardziej rzucowane mapy nie będą dropiły aż tak dużo. Zapewne to po prostu doprowadzi i tak do jakiejś hiperinflacji i będzie z tym duży problem, koniec końców, ale dobrze, że robią coś w którąś stronę, wtedy dopiero będą wybierali, co dalej chcą robić. Więc na tej lidze możemy mieć totalnie rozwaloną ekonomię, w ogóle się nie zdziwię, dopiero w kolejnych ligach będzie ona naprawiana, ale coś muszą z tym zrobić, muszą gdzieś to zaadresować, muszą iść w którąś stronę, żeby po prostu dalej rozwijać sobie grę. I tu mamy pokazane właśnie mechaniki, które są w tym naszym lustrzanym odbiciu. Mamy tu na przykład Essence of Desolation. Zobaczmy, co tak mniej więcej daje. Jednoręczne bronie. Mamy 1% szans na zdawanie podwójnych obrażeń za każdy ailment, który jest nałożony na nich. Plus 6 leveli do secreted gemów, jeżeli nie ma, jest tam tylko i wyłącznie 1 gem, czyli damy sobie skilla jakiegoś w czapkę, to jest supportowany, to ma plus 6 leveli po prostu. A raczej nie widzę tutaj nic niesamowitego. Widzę jedną rzecz i to jest Unleash na lewym ringu. Jeżeli go mamy, mamy plus 1 do maksimum liczby skilli. I drugi mamy Rancor, który jest do Hardcraftu, czyli będzie do nowym typem juice'u, który będzie nam wypadał z Harvestu. Czyli będziemy po prostu mieli nowy jakiś typ do zbierania. Tylko nawet gdzieś jakiś zielony on był. Z tego, co mi się wydaje. I tak, i to ma generalnie, tak jak mówiłem wcześniej, będzie odnosiło się do każdej mechaniki ligowej, więc każda mechanika ligowa w jakiś sposób dostanie coś nowego, coś lepszego, coś innego. Po prostu coś się z nią wydarzy i to będziemy musieli po prostu odkryć podczas grania. Mamy również dość ciekawy system nowych uników, które będą odnowione i nieodnowione. Czyli na przykład mamy tutaj Catalog Whipping, w którym nie możemy używać naszych mana flaszek. Dzięki któremu dostajemy obrażenia w zależności od ilości charge'y, które zjadło z naszej HP flaszki. Możemy go odnowić i w tym momencie nie będziemy mogli używać HP flaszek i będzie to działało w inną stronę. Tutaj mamy efekt Arcane Surge'a 210%. Increase and reduction to effect of flash applied to you. Czyli efekt flaszek będzie wpływał naszego Arcane Surge'a na 210% wartości. I mamy Arcane Surge'a podczas używania małe potki. I potki nie kończą nam się na full HP. Full manie, przepraszam. Dość ciekawe, bo jeśli zyskałem ten efekt, no to Arcane Surge aktualnie daje bardzo duże buffy. Tylko czy chcemy tracić amulet? Tego nie wiemy. Również ten mierz był pokazany w swojej normalnej wersji oraz odnowionej. Robimy to za pomocą Coin of Restoration. Więc będziemy mogli sobie naprawiać te uniki. Dostaliśmy nowy system ulepszania gemów, czyli będzie to Coin of. I tu będą 3. Będzie niebieski, zielony oraz czerwony. Każdy z nich odpowiada za konkretny support, czyli załóżmy, że chcemy na naszym casterskim skillu szukać czerwonego supportu, nie wiem, załóżmy, albo zielonego, będzie to GMP, Fork, Chain, czy cokolwiek, przez który może być supportowany dany gem. Możemy to wywołać za pomocą bodajże altu na danym gemie. Wtedy zobaczymy całą listę supportów, które do niego pasują lub nie pasują i w ten sposób możemy to sprawdzić. Gdy go użyjemy na gemie, dostajemy pierwszy poziom supportu do tego gemu. Jest on od razu wtedy corrupted. To jest bardzo fajna rzecz do atak buildów, bo na przykład będziemy mogli mieć w tym momencie, nie wiem, melee splasha do wszystkich strike skilli. Będziemy mogli mieć Fortify podpięty. Jakby bardzo dużo fajnych rzeczy tutaj będzie mogło być i będzie to jakby nasz 7. link, tylko pierwsze to będzie losowe spośród koloru gemu, który wybierzemy, a po drugie ma on tylko i wyłącznie pierwszy poziom, co i tak wydaje się silne i możliwe, że tutaj będą naprawdę jakieś bardzo, bardzo mocne połączenia. W tym momencie wszystkie gemy również zapewne zyskają na cenie, bo jeżeli będziemy mieli gemy 2020 nawet do sprzedaży przed ich używaniem tych coinów, to zapewne same gemy będą dużo, dużo droższe z racji tego, że ludzie po prostu będą szukali jakiegoś danego połączenia. Czyli jak w mecie będą slamerzy, to pewnie któryś ze slamów 2020 po prostu będzie dużo, dużo droższe niż kiedykolwiek wcześniej. Z racji tego, że ludzie po prostu będą szukali danych supportów. Możemy też spotkać bossa, który wyrywa sobie głowę i tworzy z niej miecz. Potem można z nią pogadać. I mamy również jakiś item od niego i jest to scepter. I mamy suspend in time on casting a spell i nie mam zielonego pojęcia, co to robi i również nie jest opisane. Ale mamy więcej cast speedu, jeżeli mieszamy różnymi skillami. Następnie mamy wszystkie skille, które mają w sobie holy. i nie mówimy tutaj o napojach energetycznych, spamują reklamami, tylko są holy skillami. I to jak widzicie tam z prawej strony, to co się porusza, możemy przyzwać 3 bronie, które będą atakowały razem z nami. Mamy nowe skille, nowe... No, generalnie dzieje się tutaj niezły pierdzielnik, jeśli o to chodzi. I właśnie będą to holy skill gemy. I tutaj mieliśmy ich kilka pokazanych. No tutaj zresztą je widzicie, jak one wyglądają. Mają też swoje inne quality, więc one tutaj ten Holy Hammer. No, generalnie dość ciekawie to wygląda. Zobaczymy jeszcze, jakie one będą miały liczby dokładnie. Jak to będziecie przeliczać, no fajnie byłoby mieć to jak najszybciej w pobie, żebyśmy mogli po prostu zobaczyć, czy jest w nich jakiś potencjał. Dość ciekawy jest na przykład ten skill, który im więcej przeciwników uwalnie, ten Holy Hammer, tym bardziej się rozprzestrzenia, więc dostajemy w teorii skilla, którym będziemy mogli farmić zapewne Legion, po prostu będzie się rozchodziło wszędzie. I inne skille również wyglądają dość ciekawie, więc mam nadzieję, że będą miały fajne liczby, żeby dało się z nimi cokolwiek zrobić. Również dostajemy ogromną zmianę w Atlasie i tutaj będzie trochę o niej więcej i chyba wolę od razu przejść tutaj niżej. Zmienia się cały system mappingu. Widziałem bardzo dużo ludzi na czacie, którzy pisali, że o nie, zmieniają mapping i im się to nie podoba. Bardzo dużo ludzi to pisało, bardzo dużo ludzi widziałem, że od razu to ponosiło. Według mnie ten system jest 1 000 000 razy lepszy niż to, co aktualnie mamy. System, który teraz otrzymujemy, to jak widzicie tutaj na górze, będziemy wsadzali mapę w dane miejsce i będziemy mogli... To, co będzie nam wypadało teraz jako mapy, to, co mieliśmy wcześniej, to były po prostu mapy, które nam wypadały. I one miały swoje połączenia i te połączenia wypadały jakby kolejne mapy. W tym momencie to się zmienia na system trochę z PoE 2, który jest dość podobny, ale nie do końca. Jest lepszym systemem z PoE 2, który oni wymyślili. Jest 100 razy lepszy, bo w tym momencie mamy bazę mapy, którą sobie wybieramy, którą mapę chcemy robić. Czyli mamy 16 tierów map i wybieramy to, które będzie nam się żywnie podobało. Nie musimy już dropić danej mapy. Mamy już favorite map. Wybieramy tą mapę, którą chcemy robić. Możemy ją ciągle farmić, jeśli mamy po prostu kamyczek z danym tierem mapy. To po pierwsze pomoże nam na pewno w tradzie, bo skupywanie czystych map będzie po prostu łatwe, a nie będziemy szukali dunesów albo farmili dunesy, żeby pobiegać sobie dunesy. Nie. Teraz po prostu mamy mapę, bierzemy tą mapę, wybieramy tą mapę, którą chcemy robić, idziemy na daną mapę, którą chcemy robić, gdzie dalej musimy zajrzeć cały atlas i wszystko to jakby zostaje w tym samym układzie. Tylko wybieramy sobie dokładnie te mapy, które chcemy robić. I ten system według mnie jest zajebisty, bo dokładnie nie będziemy musieli myśleć nad tym, że musimy teraz iść i farmić mapę, żeby porobić jakieś mapy. Nie, po prostu skupujemy sobie na przykład 8-modowe, te czyste mapy, które sobie wybieramy tą mapę, którą będziemy chcieli robić. I to jest totalny banger, to bardzo ułatwi grę, bardzo będzie, dużo przyjemniejsza będzie gra, zredukuje czas, który poświęciliśmy na zakupy tych map. No będzie dużo prostsze, dużo przyjemniejsze i ja jestem totalnie zakochany. Bardzo mi się to podoba. Tutaj tu macie na przykład przykład po prostu mapy tieru 16, na którą możemy użyć na każdą mapę. Unikalne mapy dalej zostają. Dalej będziemy musieli je dropić. Musimy zaliczyć teraz 10. Dodatkowo mamy więcej punktów, które będziemy mieli do wydania. Mimo tego, że map mamy mniej do zaliczenia, to więcej punktów generalnie będziemy mieli. Dostajemy również Shaper Legiony, dzięki którym będziemy mieli dodatkowe, to są Astro Label, którymi dajemy sobie dany obszar w danym miejscu. Dzięki czemu, gdy będziemy go zaliczali, to na samym końcu będziemy dostawali skrzynkę i w zależności od tego, który ten Astro Label będziemy farmić, takie różne mechaniki będziemy mieli. Czyli załóżmy, że tutaj w tym momencie on użył Blightowego, więc mam na każdej mapie Blighta. Jeśli zaliczymy na mapę, to jej plusy albo jakieś losowe plusy przeskakują na całą resztę. Więc albo możemy się skupić i zaliczyć je jak najszybciej, żeby je skrócić, żeby tylko iść i wyłącznie po nagrodę, która jest na samym końcu, albo możemy clearować je mądrze i całe naokoło, żeby ta ostatnia mapa była super zjusowana. Ten system ma jeden mankament, który oni od razu rozwiązali i to jest kolejna rzecz, która bardzo mi się podoba w tym zapowiedzi, że są problemy, które od razu mamy w głowie, typu czyli będę musiał biegać po różnych mapach, koleja to, której nie lubię i to mi się nie podoba. Będzie keystone w drzewku, że będziemy mogli robić bodajże tylko i wyłącznie jedną mapę i nie będziemy musieli latać po całym tym atlasie, żeby to zaliczać. Z tego co pamiętam, tak to wyglądało. Również przy okazji tego mówimy, nie będzie map 16,5, nie będzie tier 17, które znam do tej pory. Tier 17 będą rzeczywiście tylko wyjściówkami na bossa. Nie będziemy mogli ich do końca juicować i nie będziemy tam spędzali tak jak w tym momencie było to wręcz wymagane od nas. Bardzo ciekawa rzecz, bardzo dobra zmiana. Zobaczymy jak będzie po prostu grało na tym atlasie. Ale cieszę się, że w końcu po tych wielu latach zmieniają coś i to coś wygląda ciekawie i jest czymś nowym, jest czymś innym i miejmy nadzieję, że będzie fajne do grania. No i tu jest właśnie Treasure Awaits, czyli po zakończeniu tam danego tych regionów będziemy mieli te skrzyneczki do pootwierania. Dostajemy również 40 nowych support gemów. Co jest totalnym bangerem. Mamy na przykład gem, który daje nam +1 do supported skilla i większy quality. Jestem ciekawy, to daje po 4 quality per, czyli skoruptowany na 4 będzie dawał 16 quality. Czy ciekawe, czy one też będą awakened, te exceptional gemy. Bo one są wszystkie exceptional. I one mają tylko i wyłącznie 3 poziomy. I one dość drastycznie zmieniają skille, tutaj widać w ogóle. Wymagania statów po 273 każdej statystyki. To chyba sobie z PoE2 wymyślili te statystyki. Dobra, reszta nie ma takich strasznych. No ale tutaj widzimy, nie wiem, wybuch shaperowy, w którym musimy wejść, żeby wybuch. Tu mamy skilla, którego mieliśmy teraz na grafach w ogóle. Więc oni te stare pomysły, które gdzieś tam były, przenieśli teraz po prostu na nowe supporty. I one by wypadały z Incineration bossów. I każdy będzie miał swój specyficzny drop, każdy Atlas boss. To może być też ciekawe. Dobra. Już. A rzeczywiście tu jest koszt skilla 1000%. Co? Ale tutaj koszty zamieniają się w życie. Czyli nie zabiera ci z życia, nie zabiera ci z many, tylko by zabierać ci z życia. I Hextone, który robił po prostu żabę z Cursed Groundu i ono ma jakieś porąbane w sumie obrażenia. Ciekawe, jestem ciekawy. 40 plus dodatkowo. Mam nadzieję, że dadzą również jakieś nowe opcje na tworzenie po prostu buildów i granie wokół tego, bo to też wygląda ciekawie. Jest po prostu dodatek do tego, co już mamy. 40 supportów. Tak brzmi dobrze. Dostaliśmy również po pierwsze nowego Voidstone'a, który jest powiązany tam z Eragonem i również teraz w ogóle Voidstone'y będą dawały nam więcej rzeczy. I tutaj widać te rzeczy, które nam dają. Dają nam też nowy typ map, czyli Nightmare mapy i to będą te T17 tak jakby, na których rzeczywiście to jest więcej wszystkiego. To jest drobi. Co ciekawe. Czyli te 17 dalej będą, ale nie będziemy mogli ich już tak mocno juice'ować jak wcześniej. Plus niektóre z modów powypadały stąd. Nowe marki, w sensie nowy mod na marki. Mniej modów dużo. To ciekawe, bardzo ciekawe. I dostajemy oczywiście nowe skaraby, no wszystkich nowych skarabów nie pokazali. Więc mamy na przykład skaraba z Anarchii, który będzie tworzył jednego Rogue Exile'a. Znaczy będzie dodawał nam jednego Rogue Exile'a, to będzie miał w sobie wszystkie pyłki, duchy, shrine i tym podobne i po prostu będzie dużym wyzwaniem do zabicia, będzie ładowany po same brzegi. Jestem ciekawy, nie do końca rozumiem te Nightmare mapy w takim razie, bo to by wychodziło, że możemy ich użyć wszędzie, czy one mogą być tylko w tych obszarach Nightmare w wrogach Atlasu? W takim razie. To jest dość ciekawe. Do tego na pewno wrócimy, jak będzie więcej informacji o tym. Ale generalnie jeszcze jedna rzecz, usunęli też chisle podstawowe. Mavenowskie dalej pozostają w grze, tylko w tym momencie potrzebujemy jednego chisla, żeby ulepszyć tę mapę. Ale im więcej będziemy mieli Void Stone'ów, tym więcej będziemy mieli quantity na mapach, więc nie będziemy musieli już chislować map, a będziemy mieli większy quant. Tam był pack size, czy tam był quant? Quant był, dobrze pamiętam. I zostały nam jeszcze dwie rzeczy. Mamy drzewko Genesis, wróciło do nas, będzie znerfione. 1:100 chyba na 6L-kę. Nie możemy craftować broni, więc poszły duże nerfy. Dodali nam skaraby i dodali nam również notki w Atlasie. I dostajemy nowego orba, dzięki któremu możemy transformować breachowe uniki w ich alternatywne formy. No i supporty z bossów zapewne po prostu stamtąd będą leciały. I możemy teraz robić tak. Możemy robić unstable breache, które polegają na tym, że mamy to kółko, które się rozszerza. Możemy mieć ich kilka na mapie i w tym momencie będziemy mieli trochę starego breacha w nowym wydaniu, które daje nam dodatkowo krew do craftowania i będziemy mogli sobie po prostu robić normalne breache bez żadnych ścian. Jeżeli wybierzemy też ściany, jakbyśmy chcieli robić te breache, to możemy je teraz rozwalać za pomocą ataków i one padają na hita i są dużo mniejsze i powinny być dużo przyjemniejsze po prostu do grania. W drzewku mamy też do tego notki, więc do całej mechaniki ja na pewno startuję z breachem, bo według mnie do buildu, który będę grał, raczej będzie to idealne. Mamy jeszcze Q&A, Quality of Life feature, które już są na kanale. Jeżeli jesteście ciekawi, to jest link po prostu do obejrzenia. Również mamy supporter paki. Zobaczymy jeszcze na szybko, co jest w preskicie, bo już są patch noty. Już widzę kątem oka, jak ludzie spamują, że są patch noty. Otworzyłem je sobie. Ale zobaczymy, co tu jeszcze się znajduje, tak na szybko przynajmniej. Mamy piasek. Muszę dziś skopiować. Nie piszcie spoilerów tam. Dobra. Zobaczymy, co tutaj mamy. I zaraz sobie idziemy na patch noty. Mamy piasek, mamy efekt z tym blightem, więcej divination card w ogóle w regionie. Dość ciekawe. Graficzki. Tu mam te relikwary, w których będą jakieś skrzyneczki dodatkowe. Ten boss to sobie wyrywa głowę. Domyślam się, że nic tutaj ciekawego nie będzie. Bo raczej bardzo obszerne były te wszystkie pokazy. Nie. Tu mamy widok na te nowe drzewka. One będą w rogach i będą do specjalnych mechanik. Typu tutaj widzicie, macie shaperowe mapy. Macie całą ten pierdzielnik związany z Elderem Shaperem. Tu jest coś z Eragonem. Tu jakiś widzę, że Waldo Puzzle Boxy. I to samo będzie na dole. Tu jest Maven. A tu mamy Itera i Exarcha. I tu mam dodatkowe rzeczy z tych naszych wishów. Jewele, Power i Augury. Tu mamy jakąś dodatkową skrzynkę ze stacket deckami. No generalnie to wygląda dość fajnie. Już podczas levelingu to może być dość ciekawe. I to wszystko. Ja dziękuję za oglądanie. Zapraszam na kolejne filmy. Dzięki Flaku za suba. A my idziemy oglądać patch noty. Oby Flamewall przeżył. Już widziałem, że elementalisko dostała nerfa. Mówi do was Pidzam. Na razie. Dobra, wrzucam to już. Wrzucam to już. Dziś otworzyłem te patch noty, nie wiem gdzie nawet. Daj też linkę. Dobra, mam. Mam. Dobra. Idziemy na kolejną rzecz. Jeśli wilku... A, wrzucam to. Już się uploaduje. Dobra. Dzień dobry YouTube. Piszam z tej strony. Nie bierzcie tego jako podcast. Od razu to powiem. Będę siedział z Jakubem, będziemy czytać patch noty. Jeżeli jesteście ciekawi naszego zdania na temat jakichś zmian, to będziemy coś zaznaczać, będę o tym opowiadać, nie będę dokładnie czytał każdej jednej linii. Traktujcie to jako wspólne czytanie patch notów, bo zawsze że no traktujcie to jako podcast, już 2 razy tak zrobiłem, nie róbcie, to nie jest podcast. Będziemy rozmawiać o danych rzeczach, będziemy je sobie oznaczać, będziemy dyskutować, będziemy się zastanawiać, czy to jest dobra zmiana, jakiś buff, jakiś nerf. Jeżeli ktoś chce skrót tego, to skrót również będzie. To jest dla tych, którzy chcą sobie posłuchać przez godzinę, jak to czytamy, pewnie mniej więcej tyle to zajmie, chociaż mi już powoli pada głos. Więc zapraszam do oglądania. Zaraz się łączymy z Kubą, ale przed tym jak się połączymy z Kubą, ja chcę sprawdzić jedną rzecz, a raczej dwie. Flamewall. Nie ma. Nie ma zwiększonego efektu na golemy. Okej. Jestem totalnie fajny z tym. I przychodzimy teraz do mięska. Idziemy gadać z Jakubem. Cześć Kubuś.
Cześć.
Bo tak Kuba, jeszcze tak na gorąco. Czy to był dobry zwiastun Ligi?
To był najlepszy zwiastun Ligi od dodania Atlasu pasywnego do drzewka.
No nie? Ja uważam, że to był najlepszy, największy, najciekawszy zwiastun dodający... To jest jak Legacy 2.0, dosłownie. Ktoś dobrze to nazwał, tam jak oni rozmawiali. Że się czują jak tego. Jest taki natłok różnych rzeczy, to coś dziwnego. Czy ty przeglądałeś jakieś rzeczy związane z patchnotami?
Tak, dużo, ale co bardziej tak losowych wybranych.
I coś ciekawego, takiego, że...
TWS Ultimatum bardzo dużo nerfów. Nie wiem, czy to zabija je, czy bardzo utrudnia, ale na przykład dochodzą mody, że gracz nie może blokować.
Czyli nie będzie można blokować tego, ruina, tak?
No, wiesz, jak miałeś Glada i z Lucky Blockiem
No,
na
no
przykład.
tam mogłeś normalnie zblokować sobie
no
tego.
da. Bladno czy Nerw, ale to dalej chyba jest ok, tylko jest słabszy.
Dobra, ja ci dam może streama na Discordzie. Jestem tak już trochę wypompowany z gadania, ale... Dobra, ile jest tych patchnotów?
Krótkie.
Nic jakiś super... Jaki jest kod na końcu? Okej. Jak Golum wygląda. Dobrze, no to zaczynamy od początku. Nowy content i feature. Chyba tego nie będziemy czytać, bo to było w tej dużej zapowiedzi, raczej to wiemy. Ale dodali tutaj gemy wszystkie w ogóle. Pokazali. A te supporty na gemy, do atak buildów zajebiste, do casterów level ma ważniejszy.
Ale na przykład masz czapkę z brandami, to tam wiesz, dużo ci rzeczy może fajnych dać. Absolutnie, że brand...
No ale co byś takiego... Dobra, możesz mieć jakiś... Nawet crit chance, nie?
Tak.
To jest 1% więcej zawsze. No okej, no rzeczywiście, to może być grubo.
Power charge czy on crit.
To też jest grube, rzeczywiście.
Nawet Arcane Surge nowy.
Dobra, dodali Divine Blasta, to jest nowy skill, który pokazywali. Holy Hammer też był pokazywany, Holy Strike też. Shield of Lightning również pokazali. Shockwave'y też również były. Static Strike również był. Charge Dash nie było. Of Projection.
Czyli strzelamy iluzjami.
To my się nie poruszamy. Dziwne. Flamethrower trapnował w Stability.
Tylko, że to tak naprawdę bez liczb to ciężko coś
No, to nic
powiedzieć.
ciężko cokolwiek. Kinetic Fusilate of Detonation. Żeby na tobie miało wybuchać? Orb of Storm to było, Sequalsowe. Shock Nova of Precision i on mówił o tym, że ten typ, który tam jest casterem, lubi grać casterami, to był jego ulubiony skill. Czyli to jest jakby po trafieniu robi się nowy. Procession, Precision, wow. Stormburst of Repulsion. Teraz tu musielibyśmy mieć więcej tego informacji o tym, albo że to pokazali jakkolwiek. Bo to jest opisane jak zwykłe gemy, dosłownie. Blessed Call Support. Będą robili Concentrated Groundy na okrzyku.
No ale to ile to trwa i tak dalej. Nie, no trzeba mieć liczby do tego, żeby to sensownie omówić.
Excommunicate. Czy był Excommunicate w PoE? Nie pamiętam. To chyba już było w
A
PoE?
drugi z którego z Bloodline'a?
Nie mogą zadawać chaos obrażeń. Czyli możemy mopką włączyć chaos obrażenia za pomocą tego? Nie wiem, dopiero idziemy przez patchnoty, proszę mi nie
Bez
spoilerować.
spoilerów.
To jest w ogóle
Zabawne.
przez twój ten... Allowing Flame to jest nowy support do minionów. Dziesięć nowych runecraftów. Agile,
No ale-
Connection.
Ale wracając, genialna zmiana z King's Marchem i orami zamiast
Dobry
kropami.
ruch, bardzo dobry ruch. 6 nowych linijków, 8 nowych Divination Card. Exotic substash of the currency stash has been split into 2 substashes, Atlas and the League. Okej. No dobra. Zmiany w Atlasie, no to wiemy, że pozmieniali. Jak ci się w ogóle to podoba? Ta zmiana w Atlasie, że teraz będziemy mieli blank mapy, to będziemy sobie wybierali, którą mapę chcemy robić.
Potrafię sobie wyobrazić w głowie, że to zajebiście działa i potrafię sobie wyobrazić, że to jest tedious. To wszystko zależy od
W którym momencie to jest
implementowania.
Tedious?
Jak na przykład chcesz zrobić sobie, załóżmy, mesę, to czy musisz znaleźć mesę, czy wiesz, że musisz
Idziesz
szukać
po
map,
connecting mapach po prostu.
ale nie, że już masz zaliczone wszystko. I sobie teraz farmisz na przykład bossy na mesie, a później chcesz zrobić coś innego i czy musisz szukać tych map i tak dalej.
Że w Atlasie będziemy ich szukać, tak?
Tak, tak. I
To
mówię,
masz na górze wyszukiwanie.
wiem, ale to jest dalej, wiesz, wyszukaj coś,
No ale dobra,
różne mapy.
kurwa, co ile ty zmieniasz mapy, które
Ale
robisz?
o to mi chodzi, że potrafię sobie wyobrazić, że to jest tedious i potrafię sobie wyobrazić, że to nie jest. I wydaje mi się, że zazwyczaj to będzie ok.
Nie no, kurde. nie wiem. Ale stiltowałeś czat XD.
Dobrze.
No dobra, to jest po prostu opisanie tego systemu, jak on będzie teraz działał. Jakby nie będziemy tego też całego czytać, bo to też nie ma sensu, jakby to wszystko pokazali. Void Stone jest po zabiciu Incineration of Dread. Nie masz odkrytego, musisz iść mapa po mapie. Więc mapy dalej zależeć tak samo. Wypada wam kolejny tier mapy, blank i możecie je użyć na każdej mapie, którą macie połączoną. Nie ma już misji od Kiraka. Blessed Orby teraz rolują Conqueror mapki, czyli Elder, Shaper Guardianów. Ma wszystkich
To
takich
jest fajne.
Guardianów.
To jest fajne, że zaadresowali to w zapowiedzi.
No tak, oni w ogóle te problemy, które miałem w głowie, oni razu je adresowali i mówili, że jest na patent. Więc to jest bardzo na plus. Kartografia identycznych kart nie może być już, nie ma jej w ogóle. Chyba po prostu na nie sekstanty, tylko na chisle, nie?
A w ogóle nie powiesz mi, czy ty zwrócić uwagę, czy nie powiedzieli cokolwiek na przykład o memorkach, o harvestowych bestiach?
Nie ma memory. A
Czyli nie można influencu?
Nie, no harvestowe bestie normalnie masz w normalnie na mapach. Nie potrzebujesz mieć tego memory. To memory po prostu wystrywało ci dużo. I tyle. Maven Chisle, teraz po jednym Chislu wystarczy użyć. A dostały duże nerfy. Po połowie dostały. Dosłownie.
No ale masz mieć też na przykład tam wymieniony drop, więc na przykład jak masz mieć 2 razy więcej currency, to w sumie wychodzi ci na jedno.
W teorii tak.
A oni adresowali, że w sumie endgame chcą bardziej ukrócić ten podstawowy poziom, gdzie memorki, chisle mavenkowe to już raczej endgame.
Nowy Shrine, ten daje teraz w momencie więcej tych maksymalne te charge zamiast dawać obrażenia od nich. Znerfili barrels na Fortressie. I to jakoś mocno. Ambush skaraby dostały nerfa. Diskrementy, które to były? Ktoś z czatu? Ktoś tu robił dużo boksów? Co dalej te 17? Nie wiem.
Że rzadsze te boksy. Czyli, że pewnie masz więcej na karty. Boksów, jakieś
Na rzadsze rodzaje
arkanisty.
boksów. Okej.
Tak.
Invigoration 20%? Nie wiem, też nie grałem tego.
No to jest to do najbardziej metowej statystyki tego blightu. To jest to, że ci empower wieżyczki zwiększają difficulty. To było to, że stakowałeś empowery, żeby mobki przychodziły przez to.
Random Maven Invitation. Nowy skarab do schodzenia w dół.
To bardzo...
Gwarantuje zejście.
To w ogóle bardzo tanie będą itemy z Abyssu.
To jest duży nerw dla was.
No.
Bo wy kochaliście farmić do zejścia. Albo będzie bardzo drogie do gamby. O, nowy skrap na Bitriala, który nie zbija rankingu. Nowy skrap na ekspedycję. A ten, który będzie miał 4 implikty, okej. To dość silne w ogóle. Więcej oraz orów. Spoko, no teraz farmienie Swalina będzie jeszcze fajniejsze, bo tylko będziesz mógł sobie statki puszczać za darmo. Jakby... Że dużo będziemy na mapach spędzać czasu.
No tak, na przykład jak będziesz miał żółty or, to będziesz musiał się zatrzymać, obronić to drzewko. Nie, Swalini będzie tani.
Będzie dodatkowy Rare Itemization Corpse Monster, który będzie w czwartym ogniu, czyli po 4 tych.
A to w sumie nie podoba mi się to, bo te korpsy były drogie na start, ale one szybko traciły wartość, dlatego, bo mogły sobie wskrzeszać spektr obecnie.
No, teraz tak.
Więc to trochę wydaje mi się, że tak bardzo ucina jeszcze jakiś zarobek z rytualu.
W czwartym oknie, może coś, że przeczytałem, ale... Dobra, favor window after being defeated. My bad. Ja już 5 godzina streama z przeżyciami i ci rzucam mózg. Neurosis, który daje +1 do countu rewardów. To się łączy z paranoja, to była chyba? Ten skarab? Już pamiętam. Okej, kolejny shiny z Panteonu. Okej, czyli teraz nie dostajemy większej szansy na drop, że w ogóle wypadnie, ale dostajemy bossa, który będzie dropił nam daną mapę unikalną. Legion of Command has been renamed to Legion of Scrap of Treasure. I teraz dodaję dodatkowe chesty, które... Jak je rozwalimy, to będą mogły dać nagrodę mobkom naokoło.
Tylko pytanie, jak to się skaluje. Bo
To wygląda
przypominam,
bardzo
że mieli...
porąbanie.
Ale przypominam, że ten rozbijanie wielokrotnie Legionu też wyglądało porąbanie na papierze, a było totalnie gównem. Wiesz, ten static.
Ciekawe. A to nie będzie działało na static, czy będzie?
Ale nie, chodzi mi o to, że static już by miał porąbanie na papierze, a był gównem w grze, więc
No nie, jak
no to trzeba
wyskakowałeś ten
sprawdzić.
static, to był porąbany aktualnie.
No miałeś dużo na... Nie, no static nie dropił dużo.
No, oni tam kręcili jakieś chore currency tych statików. To musiałeś mieć build, który mógł je przeskalować do maksimum. Selectiveness, dwa additional role zamiast jednego, to jest też duży buff. Okej, czyli Scarab, który dawał szansę, że wleci duch po zabiciu, w tym momencie będzie od razu ten duch padał w ziemię, będzie wchodził kolejny rare moby, który będzie miał te duchy w sobie. Ciekawe to przeskalujesz, jak będziesz miał bardzo dużo w jednym mobku, albo po prostu stworzy ci kolejny mobek z dropem. Pytanie tylko, jak to wpłynie na dropy. Anti-traitor już się zostali wywaleni. Bisection będzie teraz 2 skarabami.
Fact of prefix and loss of x.
Oho, okej.
O.
2 razy mocniejszy prefiks, 2 razy... Czyli on staje się po prostu... Kurde, to może być też ciekawe dość. W sumie.
Tylko czy Bisection wcześniej nie stosowałeś kiedyś, chciałeś łatwo zaliczyć te 17 na przykład?
Tak. A teraz będziesz go mógł użyć do juice'u. W teorii. Bo jeśli trafisz jakiś
Tylko
bardzo
czy-
mocny mod, który daje ci duże quanta rarity na prefiksie, będziesz miał gówniane sufiksy, to w teorii pytanie, jak to wpłynie, jak wiesz, jakby na
Ale
samą ilość
tracisz
dropu.
skaraba.
No to prawda, tracisz skarabę. Algorian skaraby teraz dają 2 dodatkowe ory zamiast jednego. Beka. Więcej duchów. Aha, oni te wszystkie podstawowe ulepszyli. 3 esencje zamiast 2. 3 shrine zamiast 2. 5 rok egzali, czyli dodali po prostu +1. Dali 5 nowych modifierów, które mogą na Originator Influenced i Nightmare mapach się rolować. Czyli teraz Originatory i Nightmare mają tę samą pulę w ogóle modów. Coś fajnego wróciło? Content Mansion, dużo mobów. A tak to średni map. Co wypadło? Infested Valley nie ma.
Też nic. Jakby Toxic Averse, ale to
Czekaj. Wywalili Infested Valley
i muzeum.
i muzeum. Czyli nie ma w tym momencie mapy, na której będzie można spamować
Bez
tymi.
bossa.
Bez bossa. Czyli bardzo utrudnili szrajnowanie. Jungle Valley to było. Nie Infested Valley. Zawsze myli. Zawsze mam problemy. A to jest
A muzeum
muzeum.
nie może.
Czekaj. Ja mówię... Dobra. Nic nie
Ale
zrobili.
ja
Dalej
też,
można...
ja też tego w ogóle nie łapałem.
Dobra, nic się nie wydarzyło, spokojnie. To było pod publikę, pod komentarze. Wiecie, o co chodzi. Okej, dronikorby się nas nie poruszają, jakby whatever. Nie ma modów na mapach. No damage, petrification, action speed za używanie skilli, mark on death, remove life mana, energy shield procentowy. Nie ma impala, awaken desolation, mniej trapów, mniej movement speeda, tak speeda, speeda dla minionów i obrażeń z totemami.
Brakuje mi jednego jeszcze wywalenia. Tych kulek od
Dronik orbów?
Tera, tak, dronik orbów.
No, dostały lekkiego nerfa, w sensie nie wiem się do nas poruszać. Jeśli nie ma innych przeciwników naokoło nas. To spoko. Zabierania Shadow Shaping, Bolt, Under... A dobra, to są chyba wszystkie keystone odnośnie... Wait. Czy to są... Są harbowe, nie? Czy to są keystone? Skądś wyszukiwa.
Singular Focus to był do mapek, że tam faworytki na
Dobra, tak,
mapki.
bywali te wszystkie favorite mapy, okej. Czyli Singulara, Shadow tego, Bolt. Okej, i te wszystkie kirakowe rzeczy. Ciekawe teraz to będzie wyglądać na środku. Plus nie ma Harbingerów, więc... Mapa odpala się z 5 additional random unlocked notable atlas pasywami. To takie whatever.
Dużo jest nodek, które ci nic nie dadzą.
- 250 zamiast 150. I znerfili Ore. No dobra, to jest jakby zrozumiałe. Czyli to jak zbieramy tam sobie Life Force, to dostajemy kropy. Jak zbieramy Sulfite, to dostajemy random Ore. Tu więcej na skarabki. Aha, dodali 25% slower zamiast 5. Nie? A, i są 25 faster też. Czyli mam pewnie dwie drogi, slow albo faster i tyle. Chiseled Perfection. To jest to, co graliśmy tutaj.
I co to zmienia?
I to było 12%. I tu jest teraz per fragment. Czyli per cokolwiek co wrzucimy.
Czyli do 15?
No,
Czyli...
to wychodziło. Tu coś prostowego dodali z tym Hunter Callingiem, którego nikt nie grał w sumie.
Walcedarii też, whatever.
I znowu Walcedarie. To jest dość duży nerw, bo to było 50% more non-unique monsterów. Po prostu dali teraz, że faster wychodzą. Też więcej, nie ma więcej potworów, ale więc zwiększony kwant na nich. Okej, to jest takie... niektóre zmiany są totalnie z dupy. Jezu. Więcej fightu będzie teraz do zdobywania. To tak 2 razy więcej po skończeniu mapy.
Taki promil graczy, których to interesuje.
Jezus Maria. Więcej smiler kaszy, to w sumie free kaska, jak przebiegasz. I to tak dużo ją zbuchowali. %, increase magic monsters in your maps. Teraz jest na shaping.
A wyżej masz 10% of rare.
Okej. Ale ile jest rarów na mapie?
No im bardziej dżusujesz, tym bardziej.
Będę miał większą szansę na to, że nie będę skonsumowany. To jest w sumie spoko. Pewnie tak na to i tak nie patrzę, ale pamiętam, że jakąś bestię rozcerowałem, nie wiem, 7 razy czy coś. Dwa razy więcej, zduplikowane dropy, super. I nowe notki na dany typ kontraktów. Mniej więcej smugglerów. Okej, to tak. %30 więcej szans na Artisan Strongboxy. No smuggler dostał dużego buffa, bardzo dużego. Korlik. No to w sumie o czym już rozmawialiśmy, że te wszystkie breache, tam będzie można... No jest nowe currency w ogóle, Flash of Zest. Na alternatywną wersję będzie można sobie przerzucić te breachowe uniki. Wszystkie rafty poszły się walić. Od razu jest sobie drzewko wyrośnięte. Nie możemy już narobić broni, weaverów. 100 000 capacity jest. I wszystkie postacie na lidze szerują to.
To spoko.
Będą tylko hive'y, będą... No, generalnie mam dużo wyboru z tym breachem. To jest całkowicie spoko. Spoko, że możesz sobie wyłączyć w ogóle ścianę i robić same otwierające się breache, jak stare breache. To jest git. Jest ciekawe. 10% faster za każdego unstable breacha, którego już zakończyłeś i mobki będą miały większe difficulty i większe rewardy. Za każdego otwartego
Pytanie,
wcześniej.
bo obecnie one się tragicznie skalowało pod względem lootu. Ciekawe, czy to będzie można wyciągnąć.
Breach substash in the fragment stash tab is now remove only.
To niżej.
Nie zabrali
Ale
Exploda.
pytanie, masz Ignite. Czy szok się roluje dalej?
Nie, powinien być zawsze
To
to
była
rozpisane.
wersja z szokiem.
Tylko Shock Explode jest. Okej. Greater Spell Cascade. Okej. Znerfili Toolborna, nie wiem po co. Te rękawiczki są huge nerfem z tym poisonem. Te embalmery. Ja nie kojarzę w ogóle buildu, ale to dobrze piszesz, Bero.
Tylko, że Emperor i tak nie zagrasz już Glad Ultimatum, więc...
Nerfili te jewele też lekko. Lekko, sporo. Duży nerf na Hands of Thought Motion.
Ale
Z 5 na
zasłużone.
3%. No dalej będą silne, mi się wydaje. Nie będzie to już ta siła co wcześniej, ale dalej będą rzeczy okej. Ja przetrwał, to prawda.
Połowa z amuletu mocy.
No, duży nerw na amulecie. Nerw na go wzrajcie też. Kuchan na staku Estera. No, generalnie ponerfili, no. No, Harbinger zostaje usunięty, Fracture Orby trafiają i Ancient Orby do generalnego drop poolu. Engineering, Harbinger i Horizony przestają istnieć. Nie ma Ancient, Binding, Engineering, Harbinger, Shardów. Ale nie powiedzieli nic o Mirror Shardach. Czyli gdzieś to będzie leciało.
A nie masz na przykład karty, masz na Mirror Shardy, tam Unrequited Love.
Statki, okej. No to generalnie wszystko pousuwali. Jeśli chodzi o uniki, jeśli ktoś się jest zaciekawiony nimi, trafiły również do Global Dropu.
A, no i ważna rzecz do Breacha jeszcze. Ring heraldowy nie dostał nerfa.
Nie dostał. A, i vendor Recipe na Shardy dalej został nietknięte. Kalgur. Nowy port. Matto o Aro. On to jest ten największy nerf, nie? Jakby na statki. Teraz wszystko za pomocą orów, a nie korpsów. Nie kropsów. Czyli nie musimy już siać, tylko teraz jeśli chcemy mieć currency, to będzie ono z barów King's Marchu, więc nie będziemy możesz AFK. Był bardzo duży problem z tym, że ludzie wysłali te statki remciarze po 20 kont i golda tylko sobie tradowali, przebiegali jakąś mapkę i tyle. I w tym momencie muszą aktywnie grać, muszą mieć bary, żeby to robić. Więc no, bardzo dobry ruch. Bardzo dobry ruch. Czwarty punkt. Shipment to Kanały only reward status that replace strange passives. Ok, czyli w danym miejscu będziemy wysyłali statki, tam będziemy dostawali dany typ tatuaży.
To jest spoko na SCF-a, na pewno.
Ports no longer have a bias towards a specific type of currency while shipping. Czyli w tym momencie możemy wysyłać się gdziekolwiek. Ja olałem zupełnie, jakby nie grałem Kalgura, więc możecie pisać przy okazji. Ceny za kropę 50% mniej, okej. I więcej golda za maperów. Nie mogą przynieść cluster jeweli. Makingi dostajemy, okej. Tu są Nightmare mapę, to jest dość ciekawe. To będzie valuable. Kurde, te bestie wyglądają dość spoko.
Czekaj. Już nie ma rolowania AW gemów.
No bo nie masz AW gemów.
Greater. Czyli czekaj, czyli teraz nie mamy GMPK do kupienia, tylko jest po prostu LMP, a GMPG jest z tego?
Nie, GMPG jest normalnie, a potem masz ich te wersje exceptional. Jak rozumiem. Czy coś źle w czat, myślę? Jak mieszacie? Zaraz zobaczymy. Bardziej niż if, okej. Betrayal. I Death Fleet będzie dawał teraz w ogóle full bar uniki. Okej. Random ringa. Ring będzie dawała original pomyliłem mapy. Będą skaraby. Inkubatory. Kartografy, skaraby. Delf. Sulfite skarab nie ma, że map owner ma 50% more sulfite'u, ale nerw. A nie, potem zwiększyli po prostu. No i to jest ciekawe, że w Delwie już tylko w tym momencie wszystkie rzeczy, w sensie fossile są tylko i wyłącznie z Delwa. I to jest dość duży buff dla innych mechanik też. Dlaczego? Bo na przykład Tujen nie będzie sprzedawał już fossili, tylko będzie sprzedawał inne currency, które jest rzadkie. Bo fossili były zawsze dość drogie. To samo z Blightem. Nie będzie już tej linii, gdzie były. To samo z wszystkim innym. Jakby to jest duży buff dla Delva, ale odciążenie innych mechanik z tego Delva to jest duży buff dla innych mechanik. Tylko, że...
jeszcze masz Legion, te emblemy.
Więc to jest dość fajne. Tylko pytanie, jak bardzo z ceną. Ja i tak nie używam ich już dość długo, no bo NetDense'ów już nie używam. Nie używam w ogóle już fossili. Olewam je zupełnie. Bo dużo lepsze są mechaniki do craftowania niż fossile. One się przydają do jakichś bardzo, bardzo specyficznych craftów. No i tu jest od razu, że tu nie ma już Cluster ani Aby Jewelry. A nie ma, zabrali mu też to też ciekawe. To w ogóle Tujen dostał ogromnego buffa. Tujen będzie teraz sypał tak mocno currency, że to jest głowa mała. Jeśli mu pozabierali te inne rzeczy, czyli nie mamy już fossili i nie mamy clusterów i Aby Jewelry, to będzie samo czyste currency. No i gemy zlevelowane. Okej, i tutaj był jakiś pewnie patent z duchami, że tam pędzałeś, one wyskakiwały i wchodziły i tak ciągle. Added the modifier to ultimatum that prevents player being able to block, czyli zabierają bloka. A to jest tylko jak je wybierzesz.
Ale jak robiłeś najbardziej dochodowy, czyli Wendling ten Gauntlet na ultimatum, to miałeś
To losowe.
losowe mody. I grałeś to na Lucky Bloku Gladzie, więc to mega mocno zmienia.
Czyli to będzie taka bardziej... No, możesz to piknąć, no ale nie wiesz, co się wydarzy, nie? Templar zaczyna w ogóle z Holy Strike'iem. I Hollow Support jest jego pierwszym z tym. Ciekawe. I znerfili w ogóle totem placement. To jest ogromna zmiana. To jest... Kurde, to jest duży nerw w sumie. Na instakerach. Pytanie, jak to się zeskaluje. tylko, bo na... To trzeba byłoby przeliczyć dobrze,
Czy to
ale
jest
będzie
zależy...
mi ESA na Instakerach. I reflect damage taken has been % of damage cannot be reflected. Okej, ciekawe jak to wpłynie też w ogóle. Skill game changes, let's go. Jebać to jest. Okej, więcej. Whatever. Tu
Lekki był.
nikt im tak nie będzie dalej grał.
Tak samo następnym.
Też nie będzie grał. Tu znerfili do Dead of Scaven. To było na co bude te grane, nie?
Była na pewno wersja jedna z tym. Bo tam tych wersji było, wiesz, dużo.
Dominating Blow do jakiegoś dziwnego buffa.
Nerf Shatter.
Nerf, duży.
Nerf.
70%. W sensie 70% tu, ale to jest jakiś nerf o 20% obrażeń mniej więcej.
70 punktów procentowych. Kolejny
duży nerf na Energy Blade'zie. Duży AOE-gem, tak, dostały w ogóle. Holy Flame? Gigabuff.
Teraz najgorszy.
Can be supported by Spell Echo. Finance Brand.
A to jest podstawowe, tu nie gra nikt. Nic się nie zmieni. Dissipation. To jest giga nerf. W sensie, on dalej pewnie będzie spoko, ale to jest bardzo duży nerf. No bo to jest twoje base hit rate.
O, Zenfini Portal Build. Duży buff na Purifying Flame. Tak nikt nim nie gra. Ale cios tutaj. O kurwa. Dostał dużo leveli, ale zabrali tą porąbaną konwersję. Nie wiem, czy kojarzysz to.
Że była, ale
bardzo dużo. To chyba 2 razy damage podbijało. Tam jakieś chore liczby z tego wychodziły. Z tej konwersji. To jest ogromny nerw. Nawet te 4 levele tutaj, które są spoko. A po 20 levelu lepiej się skalują z levelami. To im da trochę obrażeń i wszystkiego, ale to na pewno nie przewróci. Te bardziej elementalowe będą bardzo silne. Static Strike duży był w sumie 0,5 metra. I sekunda duration dłużej. To będzie bardzo silne na Shockwave w ogóle. Bo się grało Static Strike Shockwave'a i tylko biegałeś sobie po mapie, hitowałeś raz mopka i sobie biegłeś dalej. Co było strasznie w sumie też dobre. Stormbrand. Ale buff tutaj wleciał. Ty, kurde. Nie.
Nie rozpędzałbym się.
Zbufowali początek, żeby znaleźć jakiś koniec?
Plus to, że to jest dalej Stormbrand, to jest czysty lightning, nie jest fizykalem.
Dobra, oni zrobili tutaj mniej więcej 0 obrażeń pewnie, albo trochę na minus. Imo. Po 80 mor zamiast 130. Mam dużo mniej obrażeń, ale efektywność dziś wzrosła dwukrotnie. Prawie. Więcej HP regenu na Holy Relicu, super. Sweep jest teraz Holy Sweepem. Prosty opis.
No i mam mocno.
It can also cannot inflict multiple poisons in the same hit. No to jest duży problem. To jest duży problem. Ale czy mu się nie należało? No należało mu się. Czy bym mówił, że to jest rozwalone? Dalej będzie dobre do grania, ale ten split już nie będzie taki potężny. W sensie, on dalej będzie się ładnie splitował.
Teraz masz Gwino jeszcze, więc...
Więc on będzie dalej działał i dalej będzie grywalny według mnie.
Jeszcze jest jeden dalej nerf podobno.
Nie.
Dobra, to idźmy dalej.
Valgame Changes. Domination. Absolution. Tyle. All awakened support games can no longer be obtained. Czyli oni wywalili wszystkie abu support gemy. To jest ciekawy ruch z ich strony. Wywalili
Nie wiem, czy mi się
karty na
podoba.
nie.
Fajnie było tak, jak robisz Mavenkę, że ci takie coś, wiesz, wow, dropnie przy okazji czasem.
No ale masz teraz dalej te gemy, które są jakby ich odniesieniami.
Tylko
I to są wszystkie gemy exceptional
one,
są.
one nie przyszły na inne bossy?
One są zależne też od bossów, tak. Trochę system jak z PoE 2. Coś ci chyba internet tam
Mi?
no, to czasami jakby ci przerwało. Czy.
Nie wiem. Nie,
Greater version of support no longer work alongside the non-greater versions. Czyli nie możesz łączyć GMP z LMP.
Mhm. Ale kiedy łączyłeś?
Nie ma GMP? Co?
W sensie, ona ma, jest GMP, tylko miała tą zmienioną nazwę.
Zmienią nazwę, czyli to będzie exceptional, będzie po prostu jakiś tam, okej. Using separate effectively change multiple approach, greater multi approach, volley and greater volley, spell echo and greater spell echo. Lesser multiple to multiple projected support, okej. Auto exertion dostał też nerfa. I nerf ten czyli oni w ogóle ponerfili tych slamerów też mocno. Kilkoma nerfami w kilku miejscach.
Plus, przypominam, że w 3.27 ten graf był strasznie pojebany na tych slammerów damage'owo, który odchodzi. Więc względem 3.27 to slamy bardzo duży nerf.
Chieftain z 5 na 10% exploda. To jest dużo. To jest dobry buff w sumie do jego clearu. Bo to i tak nie ma znaczenia, koniec
Ale to
końców.
ma bardzo duże znaczenie na simulacrum, na bossy.
Na simulacrum, na
Jeśli
bossy.
tego dobrze pamiętam.
No to jest generalnie nerw dla
Emperor
CBDT,
poprawnie.
nie?
Tak.
Bo od tego skolei się Ignite, okej, no tak. I nie grałem tymi CBD-kami, a tam one bazowały na tym dość mocno rzeczywiście. Jezu, dobrze, że Flamewall wszystko przeżył. Out of radar. Cudowna rzecz. Guardian. Greater Shocking, Freezing and Skeletal Shrine. Poczekaj jeszcze tydzień. Nie, kolega. To jest w ogóle to nowe Ascendancy, które będzie.
No.
Nie będę już lub. Sentinel będzie żył. I to jest z tym Halloween Flame'em. Nie trzeba grać z Panga.
Tylko czy na Wardenie nie masz tak dużo ciekawych nodek, że i tak tego nie zagrasz?
No tak, a to zostało 20% mora, nie? To jest po prostu
I tak
20%
wolisz to
obrażeń.
zagrać już to najwyżej.
Damage can be reflected, po prostu. Perfect Crime dostał buffa. I Like Clockwork też. Damage hitting you is unlucky. Ciekawe. No to nerf na elementalistce, mniej efektu z golemów. Jakby zrozumiałe, no. Ja nie wiem, czy teraz w ogóle opłaca się na Flame Wallu iść w te golemy, a nie wybrać sobie tylko dwóch. Nie wziąć tylko Stone Golema i tego od overtime'u, bo Aria i tak nie potrzeba. A tak, Speed jest spoko jeszcze. Żeby to był tylko jeden nerf na golemy. Aha, dobra. Zobaczymy. Bloodline.
Tylko
To wygraliście dużo.
wiesz, golemy ci dają jeszcze to, że respawnują ci.
Więcej, no pobufowali, to nie były wygrane. Bardzo mocno pobufali, to nie były grane.
Tak Marku
Co?
na Oshabi.
To jest dość mocne, bo to jest do tego, do Sniper's Marka, zajebiście mocne. Templar Area, Accuracy i Effect of Constructed Ground, ok. I Area of Effect. 50% będzie po prostu na masterce, na 65. Czy to robi jakiś duży młyn? Ciężej będzie chyba teraz po prostu osiągnąć, nie? Ale to jest duży nerf na Ignite. Wywalili w ogóle Defiled Forces, czyli odnowienie sobie Ignite na przeciwnikach. Nerw na tym ważny. I odnawianie Ignite na Critical Strike'u. To też takie z dupy. Unique Item Changes. Bino dostał buffa. To już widzieliśmy. Blood Notch. Duży, oni go o połowę uwalili w ogóle. To jest bardzo duży nerw tego bludnocza. Singoisy, Bloodseekery, to było. Heresy dostały dużego buffa, 1.6 critical strike częstu w excommunicated moby. Barach Eryk dostał 50% increase area of effect, to jest ciekawe.
Zrobił ktoś TLDR, o co chodzi Karnowi z tymi? Z czym znowu tak płacze?
Co oni zrobili z Leon Glerem? Leon Gler powtarza ci teraz twój atak? I masz 50% więcej atak speeda?
Mod na Global Fees.
Co?
Ale do czego chciałbyś to zastosować?
Nie mam zielonego pojęcia, ale teraz przez to, że na Ascendance masz 100% więcej Squivera, to może zagrać tak TS-em i nie musisz grać wtedy tego, boła. To dość ciekawe. No tu lekki buff na pledżach. Rybka Gifts from Above, okej. Ale nerf na Shaper Touchach. To może być duży cios dla dużej ilości buildów. W sumie.
Jakby Civil Lament, Bull, ale whatever, by tak brać Panteon na tę jedną mapę z Uberacji i tyle.
Soul Taker ma teraz zadanie dusz. Dziwne.
Ale co z tymi
Halloween
Legionami?
Flame.
Więc jakby
Halloween
whatever.
Flame. The Unseen Hue Ring? Co to było Unseen? Było na Poison?
To było to, co oni grali na Elechicie? Z
Tak.
tym?
Tak, no. Monster Chaos Resist evolves are as inverted, has no longer has hits with. Odwraca rezisty chaos mobku.
Dobra, ale kiedy chciałbyś to grać?
Nie wiem. To mocno znerfili tego ringa, no ale to też się należało mu. Mimo. Jezus Maria, dużo z tego zostało? Podeś, nie tak dużo. Item changes. No to zostało, że po prostu zmienili jakby kalkulowanie się dropów. I znerfili w ogóle modifier ratingi z King's Marcha. DDras spoko.
Dobra, ale właśnie o ile
powiedz coś jeszcze.
Jeszcze raz ten, bo coś tam Discord. Dobra. Halo, halo? Daj jeszcze raz.
Pójdziemy.
Ja
Tak,
już,
przerzuciłeś?
ja już
Okej.
się przerzuciłem.
Okej. Po prostu rzucili can be reflected. Nerf LSA z 13k na 11,8. Okej. A to zależy od twojego inta i od itemów mocno. A wcześniej twój int dawał ci dużą moc. Więc może być duży problem. Twierdzę. I Czy za czym, czy twierdzę? 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 Jak teraz?
Tak samo.
Dobrze, jak teraz?
Powiedzcie więcej.
Dzień dobry.
Dalej chyba dziwnie. Ty coś mówisz?
Dobra, a teraz jak to brzmi? Jest lepiej, gorzej? Coś się dzieje? Coś się zadziało?
Bo normalnie.
Git jest. No to git, to wracamy. Wrócili kartami na Cortex. Tak, skrzypce tutaj wlatują. To jest bardzo duży nerw. Wow. Z 40 na 20 minus 50. O, duży nerw na elementalistki, które stakowały sobie golemki. Bardzo duży.
Na Arię.
Z 300% na 200% increase damage'u na Lauteransie. Ała. Tu nie ma dwóch modów. Nie pamiętam, co on dawał, szczerze mówiąc. O, co tu się wydarzyło? Co, zabrali Runecrafta na chainowanie się? O, ciekawe jak ci wszyscy ludzie, co uważali, że nie dostanie, się teraz czują. Projectile Chains. Okej, ale to dalej jest... Dobra. Wanderów zostawili, a znerfili tylko minerów? O co mi chodzi? Do traperów? No Examinate z tego, ale kabel dalej działa.
Tak.
No oni są niepoważni.
O kurwa, jaki tam niżej jest dobra zmiana. Esencje się stakują do 10.
O Jezu, dziękuję. I'll grab that ancient flask from the hoarding bench. Czekaj. Ale to jest duży nerw. Oni... Nick Zerajda. Oni rozwalili tym wszystkim Benom i całej reszcie farmienie tego. Na MBack buildach? Na MBack buildach to nie ma znaczenia. Dlaczego miał być na...
Nie, to
MBack?
jest na wszystkich gauntletach, że mają na przykład tam plus ileś charge.
No tak, no.
Tak.
I że masz HP, większe potki, to nie robi, że nerfa dla Mageblada. To jest nerf dla tych wszystkich
jest
ludzi, którzy to bili Ubery na przykład bardzo szybko, no to potrzebowali tych potek bardzo mocnych. Typu, że flaszki mogli używać bardzo dużo razy na jednej walce. O kurwa. Czy to było używane na corrupted itemach?
A to nie brzmi, to nie brzmi jakiś bug w ogóle.
No to brzmi jak bug jakiś.
Zresztą, co można było zrobić, jak używamy corrupted item, z nim dalej. Ja mam Hinechora. Adorned Jewel Sad.
O Jezu, dziękuję za to. Dziękuję, że to zrobiliście. Unique mapy były strasznie drogie. No to sobie po 12 000 golda, po 16. I też z goldem tutaj pozmieniali. Rattles, bardzo wolno, nieważne. Rusty Crusher zdaje mniej obrażeń. To jest Shock Rifle'a. I co to tyle? Eternal Orby mogą być teraz używane na standardzie. Gridowane.
W sensie Herald of Hive nie dostał sam siebie nerfa, no ale golemy dostały nerfa, więc masz mniejszą arię na Herald of Hive'ie. Więc stricte on sam w sobie nie. No ale te buildy grające wokół niego i tak grały golemy.
Dużo bugów.
Nie no, dalej będzie viable, to tak. Tylko, że powiedzieć, że nie dostał nerfa, to trochę takie za dużo.
Dobra. Overall. Framerzy znerfieni.
Golemancerzy znerfieni.
Wszyscy ludzie składający golemy znerfieni. Ludzie farmiący ultimatum znerfieni.
Zabici. W sensie na CWS-ach. O to chodzi?
CWS po nerfach. Czy coś jeszcze takiego mocnego tutaj było? Czat? Ktoś coś? Tak podsumowując to, o czymś nie powiedziałem. Bo buffów trochę mało buffów na casterach. Mamba dostała dużo nerfa, ale wydaje mi się, że Mamba dalej będzie grywalna, tylko no już nie będzie miała takich chorych liczb. Flamewall tknięty, 50% efektu golemów. Penance Brand dostał nerfa, bardzo dobrze. Cluster, co cluster? Nerf na dużych statkach, no to widzieliśmy wcześniej. Ekspedycja Buffet, Tuyen Buffet. Będzie miał więcej currency. Coś jeszcze chyba nie wydaje mi się. Te pacznoty takie nieporywające dostały hita te rzeczy, które powinny dostać. Pytanie, czy nie dostało za dużego, jak zawsze. Nerf na hacyciaków z tymi potkami na pewno duży. Lekko znerfiony instakerzy o jakieś 10%.
Ale to jest lekki nerw na E-Blade'a.
Lekki nerw na Blade też, to prawda. A z buffów? Coś było takiego zbuffowanego? No te mele skille mogą być ciekawe, te Holy. Szczerze mówiąc. No i największa zmiana to chyba w tych supportach, nie? Takich najdziwniejsza. Czyli to, co jest tutaj, dosłownie. Te Bessie Magic to nerf na Mythic orbowanie Double Influenced itemów. Okej. Czyli się brało Jewel, który miał 2 dobre mody i się go Mythic orbowało. No ale ci znikał. To nie mogłeś na nim użyć przecież imprintu.
Ale nie, to był bug, że miałeś już double corruptowany, wchodziło ci na kora i wiedziałeś, czy ci spali, czy nie.
A, w ten sposób, że spali czy nie. Ego rolowałeś, jakoś się nie da rolować. A to były na niebieskie itemy przecież, Young.
Tak, okej.
Okej, w ten sposób, że po prostu z magiczną... Dobra, to jest zrozumiałe. No dobra. Jest mi ciekawe, jak będzie teraz z tymi supportami, szczerze mówiąc. Ciekawa zmiana. Nie wiem, czy mi się podoba na ten moment. Jest to zmiana strony na pewno po E2, mi się wydaje. Ale nie jestem w stanie teraz się powiedzieć, jak to będzie spoko, czy nie spoko. To wszystko zależy, jak dużo będzie tych supportów na rynku. Ale to może dodać nowe, fajne dropy do niektórych bossów, które będziesz farmił, Imo.
Bossowanie powinno być o wiele lepsze, w sensie uber bossowanie, przez to, że wywalają te z fullbornów itemy.
I tyle. I tyle. Ja Kubuś dziękuję za wspólne pasznotowanie. Kończymy. To już ostatni dzień. Dzisiaj film nagrywany. 6 godzina streama, z czego dużo było gadanego. Dziękuję za oglądanie. Skrót z tego będzie jakiś. Robimy jakieś podsumowanko. I coś na pewno się pojawi w najbliższym czasie. Idę chyba w kimę. Na pewno przestaję zaraz mówić, bo już mnie gardło boli mocniutko. I to byłoby na tyle. Ja wam serdecznie dziękuję za oglądanie. Mówił do was Pidzam. Na razie. Jezu, ile nagrywania. Jak się nic nie działo, to się kurwa nic nie działo. Jak się dzieje, to powoli zacząłem tracić głos. Zajebiście. Tak, na rano wrzuć. Spoko. Ale nie masz w ogóle montażu też, nie? To w ogóle rap możesz pierdolić. Wiem, że jest live, spokojnie. No, chleb masz... Nawet nie masz suba, Xero. Gdzie jest jakiś kurwa donate? Możemy zobaczyć jeszcze jedną rzecz. Kiedyś miałem, ty kurwa jebana. Ja cię chlebkiem cię kurwa karmiłem. Zobaczmy, jak potężny nerw dostał Flamewall. Musicie teraz się trzymać mocno, bo to będzie pojebane. Pojebie nas tutaj. Potrzebuję tą linię. Muszę to chyba z Jewelu zajebać. A to jest na large'u, nie? Nie, jeszcze to było. Nie, to był na mediumie? Sufiks? Że tu Primordial. Ja już nie myślę. Tu nie można skopiować. Nie działa. I Państwo, tracimy 4% obrażeń. Nie wiem, czy się po tym pozbieram, kurwa. Jaka notka? To jakby ją usunąłem w tym momencie. Prawda. Mógłbym przywrócić te punkty, dając 2 punkty tutaj. I wrócimy do samo, w teorii. Wyjebali masterkę jakąś. Nie wyjebali to, czy zmieni. Mój build nie stakował Primal Bondu, dlatego on dużo nie dostał. Więc z tego, że tutaj nie były używane golemy, no to nie dostał takiego nerfa. Tam byście musieli sobie wpisać pewnie ze 110%. Pit za tydzień w po jeden. Jak się podobało, czaty? Jak się podobało patch noty? Patch noty takie ok. James spłakany, bo zmiany. Dla mnie spoko, że się dużo zmienia. Szczerze mówiąc, lubię jak się dużo zmienia. Nie mam z tym żadnego problemu. Że supporty się tak zmieniają, wyjebane, dostosuję się. Mi się podoba, że dostaję kolejny support do Kinetic Blasta i ja będę go wybrał na pierwszym levelu i po prostu będę to rolował. To będą być dość szybkie i wtedy dojdzie dodatkowa linka tutaj. Czyli zapewne to będzie fork albo LMP i wtedy combustion sobie normalnie może zostać i mamy 5-linka na Kinetic Blastie, na clear. I zawsze mamy combustion podpięte, co jest zajebiste. Predykcje do nowej mety. Herald Stackerze, to the moon. Nie, Xero. Dają teraz expa pół miliarda. 7 linka na Flame Wallu. To on by tutaj pokazał, ale nie chcę sobie tego chyba robić. Mi się wydaje. Bo 7 linka na Flame Wallu. Po pierwsze, nie miał być 21 poziomu. I pewnie efficacy na pierwszym poziomie. On daje 13%, a level gemu to jest plus 3 miliony, a z tego jest plus 3 miliony. Nie opłaca się. Po prostu się nie opłaca. plus więcej mana kosztu i większe rezerwacje. Nie chcę tego robić. To już lepiej na Kinetic Blasta dorzucić lepszy clear i tyle. I mieć to w dupie. Będzie coś podbiną, mi się też wydaje, że może być. Myślisz, że mana instackerze daje silni? Daje silni. Tylko tym nie zacznie w żaden sposób. Kinetic daje silny, no to tam ci stackerzy będą dali silni, nie? Blitzlam spoko. Po co chcesz na Spellslinger dawać dodatkową linkę? To jest support. Czy bingo sobie zaznaczyłem? Coś tam klikałem, nie? No ale to... Zreworkowane Harbingery. Slam Nerf. Nerf drzewka. Nowe Blue Ascendancy. Nerf elementalistki. I to tyle. Nie trafiłem. Nie ma bingo. There is no bingo. Dalej nie trafiłem. Dalej nie ma. Okej. Tylko, że zamiast tej gemy będziesz miał inne gemy, nie? Jakby się domyślał, że one będą bardzo podobne. Czyli nerf na ten moment. No ja nie wiem, jakie są gemy. Ale Flamul prozu. Mnie to obchodzi. Widzicie, jaki znerfiony? Patrzcie, kiedy dostał po dupie. No, dużo. 3 proże fajne. A co plus 3 proże? Też mi się wydaje, że tam były lepsze liczby. Nie wiem, czy będą wszystkie supporty. Domyślam się, że większość z nich będzie w jakimś stopniu. Bo skoro usunęli wszystkie AWA, dodali 40 nowych. Na listę daje OP? Tam golemy dostały po dupie. Nie, Flamulem startuję. Jest cały leveling w sumie wrzucony. Tylko Wilku musi zrobić miniaturę i wam go wrzucę na sobotę. Prozo, pytanie do ciebie, czy będziesz na podcaście w sobotę? Mogłeś nie widzieć w sumie na Discordzie. Bo w sobotę się mówiłem mniej więcej na 21, jak masz ochotę. Tak. Shockwave cyklon bardzo silny, nie? Teraz na tej lidze będzie. Cold Dot dalej silny. Idę, czaty. Idem albo nie idem. Do fanki. Razem tam widzimy się jutro. Też chcę. Dobra. Jeszcze ktoś mądry? Jeszcze ktoś kurwa odważny? Zobaczymy co z nerfią, zobaczymy co z nerfią. Unban X Sunres i Unban Woli TTV. Right Courier TV. Lekka banica wleciała, spokojnie. Idę. Czatki, idę. Trzymajcie się. Nie puszczajcie się. I tyle. Słyszymy się jutro, bo teraz to nie będę codziennie. Będzie... Aj, cześć YouTube. Sorry, że was dużo nie czytałem, ale ciężko mi się jeszcze przyzwyczaić. Ale dziękuję, że byliście. Pa.